Hello, everybody. So good to see you guys. I'm doing a special live stream today. Actually, my conversation with Doug is recorded, and it is really going to be an amazing show. So, you guys are all very familiar with the hero's journey. Well, Douglas A. Burton has actually come up with a wonderful, or something that he said he discovered that is really present in movies and TV shows and in stories that we have seen and loved for our whole lives. And so this is very exciting and interesting to kind of go through this brand new concept that he's discovered. So we'll all go through that together. He's going to fully explain everything for us. So I even had some personal questions to ask about my understanding of the Heroine'S Labyrinth, and this is going to be so much fun. Let's see. Well, before we get started, let's see who's in the comments in the chat today. We've got James Bacon. Hello, so good to see you. Yes, thank you for coming over to support me today. This is wonderful. And Putin's cat is here. You're so funny, Putin's cat. And Moonbeam is also here as well. So great to see you. Oh, Douglas is in the chat. Oh my goodness, so great to see you there too. If you have any questions along the way, you can ask Doug. He's live, but we are also going to have a Q&A live stream that he's going to be able to answer any questions you have. It's going to be wonderful too. Then, so whichever's your pick. James is saying RNG, RNG. Yeah. Thank you. That is very sweet. And Douglas says, man, I had a blast talking with Retro on this. I know we could have talked for hours and hours more. I think like it was fantastic, but we definitely had to rein it in a little bit. And I hope I don't wear you guys out today with this one, but it's a long video. I won't tell you how long, but it's so juicy. Like I was so energized to it all. Keith E is in the house, says that he can hear me. This is wonderful. It's just great. And let's see. Um, let's see. Oh, and Moonbeam says his birthday is on Friday. Well, if I don't get to see you by then, Moonbeam, happy birthday. Happy birthday. and, and Doug says, retro steeped in story knowledge. Oh, you guys are so nice to me. Well, just to get things started, before we get started, I want to do a couple of things. One is I want to make sure that the people over at Twitter know that we're on and we're live. So I'm going to send a post out there and see if we can get anybody to come on over. Second of all, I want you guys to have the link to. Let me see if I can copy this exactly, and I'll be using this or posting this throughout the this live stream. I'm going to post Doug's book just so you guys can see it. Let's see if I can. I didn't want to do all caps. Sometimes it's nice to do all caps, but every once in a while it's nice to do regular caps. Just get that. So that way you guys can have the link to his book. So if you want to take a look at it, I hope that works. I hope that works. It's a really long one. And then You guys are just cracking me up inside of the thing. So without further ado, guys, I want to get right into it because it's going to be good. Um, and yes, Moonbeam, yes. All caps sometimes feels like you're somebody shouting at you. So that and the only thing I would say to people in the chat today is if we can definitely try to keep it on topic. Really listen to what Doug is saying in this because it's really good. He's really laying out exactly what the Heroine's Labyrinth is, and I want you guys to be able to converse on that. And I need your help too, and letting me know where in movies and other things that you've seen the Heroine's Labyrinth. That would be really cool. So we can have a really juicy, in-depth conversation about this. I love having these deep conversations about this kind of stuff. And Keith, he says Hooper may be selling the book out in the lobby. Ooh, Hooper, you're so sweet. Well, thank you, Hooper. Thank you, Keithy. You're just amazing. Uh, and Joseph Gay is here. Hello, Joseph. So great to see you. Says, can't stay too long, but looking forward to watching the whole video later. Yes, please. I think you're going to love this. You're going to love this. And I have a mail opening video coming out soon. So, wink, wink. And Joseph Begay is so generous. He just gifted the channel, the subscribers here memberships. 10 of you guys are getting memberships. This is wonderful. Everybody remember that the memberships that are gifted are only for a month, and after that month, if you want to continue your membership, you can go on ahead and do so. But this is so generous and so sweet. Thank you, Joseph. You're so amazing. Here's my special thank you for your generosity and just your general kindness altogether. You're just wonderful to me. All right, yeah. I'm seeing some of the names. Okay, so let me read the names because I typically do that. Well, we've got Moonbeam. Moonbeam, you've got a membership. Oh wow, you've been renewed. Like Logan's Run, you've been renewed. Moonbeam, we were talking about this recently. So yes, you've been renewed. And guys, forgive me, I have a big sweater on because it is very cold in the spaceship today. So yeah. Kind of. Let's see. Putin's cat, you got Putin's cat. You just got a membership. This is wonderful. Stunt Brat got a membership. This is wonderful. That's my friend. Mr. Londell's Groovy Movies also got one. Oh gosh, this is really sweet. Everybody, all the regulars got memberships. Mar Hawkman got a membership. Dan Candy got a membership. Lance from the Outcast Creative got a membership. This is fantastic. Thomas got a membership. Amy Joe, you got a membership as well. This is fantastic. Let's see. And let's see who else got a membership. I think that's it. Oh no, Captain Rex got one. And I think, yeah, that's the end of the list. Thank you, Joseph, once again. And this is wonderful. Congratulations to everyone who got memberships today. This is really great. And as you see, like a lot of the regulars got memberships. That's because that's how YouTube likes to pick people who are visiting the website a lot or visiting this channel a lot. So that's why. And so I can see exactly how the patterning is starting to work. And also, Jason, James became, thank you so much, James Bacon. You are so sweet. Thank you so much for becoming a member. I hope you enjoy it. It's going to be great. Every Monday, I usually put out a new video, and it always seems to be a real treat for me to do that, and, I'm just gonna go back up a little bit. It says, and I'm gonna send you here's a little thank you for joining the memberships. Let's see. That's fine. Oh, and Douglas says that he's looking forward to Retro's Amadeus party, watch party. Yes, you are welcome to come along if you feel like if you're, if you're around and you can join us for that. That would be fantastic. Because I know you like that movie and you have a lot to say about that movie. We will we'll get into it when the video starts playing. But yes, the Amadeus is just one of those movies, and my friend Lorena Creole will be here too, and I really want to connect Lorena Creole with you, Doug, because she would be great to if she has space to host you, because she deals with storylines and things like that, a lot of Hollywood stuff. But I think it would be good if you guys were connected. I have a list of people that maybe you would be really great to connect with, including my friend Lance at the Outcast Creative. He's already said that he would love to interview you if you have a chance or have time. So that would be great. And Putin's cat says, "Did you say male opening?" Not that kind of mail, but the other kind of mail. Yes, 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 yes. And Putin says, I'm a member again. Yes, I'm so grateful for Joseph's wonderful donations. He's so incredible. And let's see. And Douglas says, Captain Rex, one of my favorite Star Wars characters. And there's Amy Jo. How are you today? I hope you're doing well. Uh, let's see. Okay, so I'm going to get to the video now. I know that you guys, I'm going to let you guys talk some more, and I'll be popping out some more. Links throughout the chat. If there are any specific links, Douglas, that you want me to put out in the chat as well, I will. But I plan on putting out your your website, so anybody want to contact you or want to know more, and then also definitely the book and so on. So let's get it started, everybody. This is going to be great. Oh, Bonzo Kilborn is in the house. Mother Retro watches over us from the heavens. Oh, wow, you're so sweet. I love the name Mother Retro. That is really, I might grab that one. Let's see. And yes, okay, so yes, I'm gonna get started. We're gonna start the video in a moment. In a 5, I'm gonna do a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Labyrinth. What is it? Perhaps best symbolized by the spiral itself, we see its symbolism everywhere in heroine-centric stories. But in terms of writing fiction, the labyrinth is a narrative construct, a metaphor for the vast inner world of the heroine's native culture, an interconnecting webwork of familiar people and places, where dangers and conflicts are much closer to home. How else can we truly explain or understand the countless stories where the heroine doesn't go on a hero's journey, but instead experiences the complexities of daily society? Most of the heroine's conflicts will be amongst people she knows, in social situations, in familiar environments. And like in any labyrinth, although it appears to allow freedom of movement, it's actually designed to keep the inhabitant inside. In numerous heroine-centric stories, the heroine often feels trapped, confined, or repressed by the native culture. She usually experiences pressures or challenges from within the home, from family members, people who have an interest in the continuity of something cultural. She may be wary of traps, those who seek to capture, convert, or possess the heroine for self-serving reasons. The heroine often has dreams or aspirations that may be discouraged by the native culture. Social isolation, more so than death, is the threat. Stigma, a dreaded scarlet letter. As our heroines travel deeper into the labyrinth, they may break through facades or enter places of familiarity and safety where all is not well. The heroine must be cautious in the labyrinth, for her enemies are not far off, but pass close to her. Even in numerous stories where the heroine appears to go on an exotic journey, in reality the journey is a material manifestation of the home world itself. A fantastic reimagining of the heroine's home life. Sometimes there's a maze hidden just outside her window, and often with game-like rules where she can win or lose. So many great works of literature depict a heroine navigating the dangers and strange hidden worlds of society. But we see these complexities manifested into actual physical structures, especially in film. The maze becomes real, a material symbol of socio-cultural conflicts. And we see these subconscious projections repeating themselves in stories. Things like The Secret Door, in which the heroine discovers a magical entry into a larger world right in the heroine's backyard or hidden inside the house. It's fascinating to see these recurrent themes repeating in our stories. In most of these stories, the heroine isn't a warrior. She's a person, more like you and me. And the most extraordinary things are just behind the mundane and commonplace. Usually, in Act 1 of the story, heroines are simply seeking greater autonomy, exploring these hidden worlds, while also discovering who they are, what they care about, and what they'll fight for, and they're willing to tumble down the rabbit hole to find out. But there are authority figures and trusted guardians, friends, and family. Trust is a rare commodity in heroine-centric stories, and often the labyrinth becomes confusing as the heroine is redirected or misdirected by members of the native culture. And it is this world that the heroine learns to navigate carefully. It's not linear, but multi-directional, non-linear, and asymmetrical. The labyrinth may even symbolize the human psyche itself, an outer expression of our inner human mind. It could be the city in which the heroine lives, a woman on a game board, set to navigate rules, traditions, gender roles, or any other expectations that are preset. However, although the labyrinth may seem to be a mental or physical prison, the heroine does intend to break through. She intends to escape. In fact, in many heroine-centric stories, the confining or restrictive symbolism of the labyrinth actually represents a real push towards freedom. How many of our stories show us a heroine inside the maze, desperately trying to escape the labyrinth. Whether we are talking about mythology, folk tales, or modern storytelling, there is something visceral that resonates with these heroines. This desperate drive for freedom is an inherent human impulse that speaks to all of us. These heroines are modeling a way out, almost like an obstacle course, in which movement forward is the key, while solving puzzles, overcoming challenges, and evading danger. The archetypal design of the labyrinth is timeless. It's embedded in the human psyche. We'll always recognize it and will always respond when we see it. We instinctively know that when our heroine makes her move, she'll be pursued. And whether it is the Masked Minotaur of the Labyrinth, or the native culture itself. How many stories depict a heroine trying to escape towards freedom while being pursued? This isn't a small or obscure sample of heroines, but our most iconic in our greatest stories. Fellow writers, the Heroine'S Labyrinth is existentially and fundamentally distinct as a storytelling model. The changes and differences aren't trivial. And from this one distinction, the Labyrinth, comes 17 other archetypal designs, each with their own meaning and unique wisdom. Escaping dependency, mastering our labyrinth, and attaining personal power creates a growth arc for everyone.
Hello, everybody. I have with me the wonderful Douglas A. Burton, and he is here to explain his wonderful book and also explain the theory behind the book, The Heroine'S Labyrinth. And it is really, when I first heard about this, maybe about a year ago, I want to say, really blew my mind, because I was like, here's something really good. I think we all pretty much know about the hero's journey, and we're going to talk about that. But this is a new kind of thing that you've discovered, right, Doug? That kind of will help writers as they're writing their stories. Can you explain more?
Yes, it will help writers organize their story the same way that the hero's journey has all these years. And it's not something I invented. It's something I discovered. A set of patterns that are in stories that I found by studying heroine-centric novels, films, TV shows, even comic books. I found these patterns in there. And the reason I did all this was because I was writing a novel, a historical fiction novel about a Byzantine Empress Theodora, and I used the hero's journey, which I totally believe in and had studied for 25 years, or however long it was. I knew it through and through. Like retro, I love movies. I love books. So I would sit in front of, all the way back into the 80s, I would sit in front of a television with my VHS tapes and I would hit pause and write down notes to see what's working or not working in a movie. And when I discovered the hero's journey, it was like the lights went on. I was like, this magical set of patterns hidden inside Lord of the Rings or Star Wars or the Matrix. It's fascinating and thrilling to observe these patterns play out in stories. So when I went to write Faraway Bird, I just blindly trusted the hero's journey, and it did not work. And this really bothered me because I had no other option. If the hero's journey doesn't work, you're done. Like, what do you do?
Yeah.
So I was like, I know. I'll just look for the feminine version. And I found a lot of things, but none of them were what I really was looking for, which was something as concise, as easy to understand, and as recognizable. When I watch a movie or read a book, that I'm like, oh, there it is. I wanted that, and it wasn't there. So I just started my own studies to help me finish my novel. Yeah. And I found all these new patterns, and I was getting excited because I was like, this is not the hero's journey. This is totally different. And the notes, as I began to share them and other people began to get excited, became what would become the Heroine'S Labyrinth, a completely different storytelling framework with which to organize or understand stories. It's a perspective. You can look and see it and get a completely new interpretation of how a story is put together.
Oh, it's just wonderful. It's when I learned about this, because I myself was doing a lot of the same things, and that's what kind of inspired this channel, was basically breaking down, figuring out why I loved certain stories and why they worked, and why did I like certain characters, and maybe some other characters that were similar just didn't match up. Discovering, just finding your talks, they were really hitting a chord with me as far as a writer, as somebody who's trying to really develop a very interesting storyline. I didn't want it to be like a cookie cutter
Right.
story, but also like following the things that you have to say. I'm like, wow, I can see it now in so many really great movies and stories, just stories in general. So we're gonna take a look.
All right.
This is Doug's book, and it is available on Amazon right now. Is really awesome. I got my copy. So yes, just really excited to have my copy here and going through everything. And we're actually gonna go bit by bit through some of the archetypes that you mentioned in the Heroine's Labyrinth. But before we do that, I wanted to talk a little bit about what you know about the hero's journey, because I think all of us are pretty well versed on the hero's journey because of just things that we've heard about Star Wars and a couple of those big stories from antiquity, like Jason and the Argonauts, all those fantastic stories that have or use the hero's journey. What do you know about the hero's journey, and how were you using it to help your stories?
So from what I understand, the hero's journey is an unconscious thing that humans have. When they're telling their stories, they're unaware that they're, especially whoever wrote, the Epic of Gilgamesh or Jason and the Argonauts, they weren't using this because it had not been defined. So they had done this unconsciously or subconsciously. And that's what's so fascinating about it. To me, it's like the closest thing to psychic that we really have, where we're communicating somehow, some way, different cross cultures, this culture, this time period, modern day, doesn't matter. This pattern was appearing. And it was Joseph Campbell who discovered it. And he wrote his book in 1949, The Hero with 1,000 Faces, in which he lays out archetypal patterns that he found in all sorts of these comparative myths, comparative mythology. Like Jason and the Argonauts, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Book of Moses, Lord of the Rings has the hero's journey. And so George Lucas, as a student, learned about the hero's journey in academia, in college. And he's like, I think that would go great with Star Wars. So he decided he was going to use this format for his story. Well, the movie blew everybody away and like redefined Hollywood and what stories could be and what it could do to the public and the effect it could have on pop culture. And, like you, a huge fan of Star Wars.
Oh, yeah.
I think we were talking the other day, both our top 3 movies is Empire Strikes Back. So these movies tend to stay with us. And part of the reason they stay with us is because they have something archetypal there, which is something primal, something psychological, something relatable that we can look at. And when we walk away from the film, we just can't shake it. It's in there.
Yeah.
Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker cross sabers for the first. We'll never forget what that was like when we saw that.
Yeah.
When Luke is going down the trench run, you don't forget it. Yeah. So when someone asked George, how did you do Star Wars? And he mentioned the hero's journey, everybody went out to figure out what the hero's journey was. And I don't know if you've read A Hero with 1,000 Faces. It's very esoteric and very hard to read. And I was almost like, how do you even interpret the hero's journey from this book? Yeah. So you had Campbell academically outlay it. You had Lucas apply it and use it. And then you had a third person named Christopher Vogler, who took the fire from the gods and gave it to us and explained the hero's journey. And most of us, when we talk about the hero's journey, are really using the Vogler version of the hero's journey, which is a little bit more universalized, a little bit more accessible. Like Campbell has steps like woman as temptress. And so obviously women writers were like, well, does it have to be there? So what he did, Vogler was like, no, it doesn't. What we can do is universalize this. And instead of a departure from the native culture and a return, Act 1 for Campbell's model is departure. That's what he called it. And Act 3 is called return. Like Bilbo says, there and back again. I mean, that's a hero's journey. Vogler tried to redefine it as known and unknown. The character will go from a known place to an unknown place, but the rest of the steps are essentially the same. And I think the reason it's so prevalent is because a hunter or a warrior will follow this model. If you think about a soldier's journey, the soldier leaves home, has his identity broken down, he learns and masters skills to help him, and then will face a militant outsider at some point. So, and then hopefully return. Hopefully the soldier comes home.
Yes.
So that's why I think it repeats in all time periods and in all cultures, because the warrior role, the hunter's role also repeats. So this natural pattern forms. So when I was anyway, I'll get to that in a second, but so the hero's journey features certain things, right? You have the departure. You have the magic talisman, where the hero gets some or supernatural aid, like Luke's lightsaber.
Lightsaber, yeah.
Was your father's lightsaber. Or Bilbo gets the elven cloak. You get some sort of supernatural aid. And then there's a wise mentor like Obi-Wan Kenobi or Gandalf the Grey. And then there's the road of trials. And the hero will often go through this road of trials, often physical combat or physical obstructions in a way. And also there's a threshold guardian. And the threshold guardian is like a sentry that blocks the hero's effort to leave the native culture, to go from the known to the unknown. And the hero has to overcome this threshold guardian. In Star Wars, famously, it's Walrus Man and that pig-nosed guy.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so they're blocking his exit out, and Luke has to overcome the confrontation. And it's actually Ben Kenobi who helps Luke overcome it.
Oh, yeah.
But the hero has to go past this threshold in order to do the departure. And there's often late in the story a belly of the beast, which is a symbolic death of the hero.
Oh.
And this is very like Luke Skywalker hanging from the vein on the bottom of Cloud City.
Okay.
The hero is at a very, very low point. It's a disgrace. It's a symbolic death. Whatever you thought about yourself, whatever positives you had, look at you now. You're a mess. You're not anything. And it's a terrible blow to a hero. It's the loss of confidence. Top Gun features this loss of confidence. But the hero comes back. The hero re-engages, rediscovers his confidence, and then he will face what is called the Supreme Ordeal, in which almost always it features single combat between the hero and the villain. And the villain is what I call a distant dragon archetype. And this dragon must be slain. And the hero slays the dragon. In Star Wars A New Hope, it's the Death Star. Luke slays the dragon. It's the Death Star. And like all dragons, all these dragon archetypes have the ability to spew fire from their mouth to annihilate culture. Whether it's the dragon smog flying over Lake Town and devastating it with streams of fire, or the green laser of the Death Star, or the radioactive breath of Godzilla, or the armies of Mordor, or the armies of Thanos. There are culture annihilating forces, and the hero faces this and hopefully defeats it. And then after this, hopefully the hero returns home. And it's quite an ordeal. And the hero often struggles to reintegrate into society because his experiences have separated him in some way from the ordinary life. And often the culture recognizes the hero by praising them or rewarding them with a medal, often a bride. That is typical as well. I also think of Perseus in Clash of the Titans.
Yes.
He comes in on Pegasus, and there's the Kraken. It's a culture annihilator. It wiped out entire cities in the beginning of the movie. And then chained to the mountain is Andromeda, and he saves her. And so anyway, which makes him now worthy of a bride. It's not just that he wins the bride. The bride is not a prize. That is one interpretation that I mostly reject. He has become worthy of a bride. The bride must still choose him. But he's proven himself. So and he gets the medal, like the end of Star Wars, that great throne room scene. So
Yes.
that's the hero's journey, and it's a wonderful arc. It resonates through the ages, and some of the greatest stories ever told have had this model.
Yes, yes. I mean, I think the thing is, when I first heard about the hero's journey, and I, just seeing how it was playing out in so many movies, it was just such a wonderful revelation, because you're like, oh wow, so that's why all of these movies work, and all of these stories really resonate with me, because it's timeless. It's this,
Yes.
this campfire stories that really touch you in the heart, and they come from this, simple pattern that we've just naturally repeated over and over, and it's very satisfying. It's very satisfying. Now that we know and we have got a full explanation of the hero's journey and how it's been used in Hollywood and stories, in fairy tales, such, let's get to your particular find, which is the Heroine's Labyrinth.
Yes.
And this is a wonderful little diagram that you kind of showed of the process of the labyrinth.
Right. So, like I said, I am a believer in the hero's journey. I am not anti-hero's journey. I have not turned against it. I don't think it's obsolete. I don't think that it's something that you should dismiss if you're a storyteller. I think you should take it seriously and have it available to consider and use for your story. Yes. However, if you, like me, run into a situation where that is not the right model, and you're really pulling a muscle to try to shoehorn your story into the hero's journey, it may not work. I've read blogs where memoirists are very frustrated with the hero's journey because they're like, I didn't really have a departure. I guess I went to college, so it sort of works, but then it sort of doesn't. And, it just wasn't the right model. So this model I found in a shocking number of stories, all the way, from Jane Eyre, from the Bible to Barbie, the Terminator, Aliens, a lot of heroine-centric stories, and retro. We've taught some of our favorite heroines.
Oh yeah,
are in these movies or these books or these stories where this model plays out, and once you identify it or see it, it's harder to miss. Like the hero's journey. Like you're like, oh man, there's the single. When Neo turns to fight Agent Smith and they're facing each other, you're like, oh, here we go.
Yes.
So you recognize the moments. They're archetypal.
Yes.
And so when I started studying heroine-centric stories, my initial thought was I was looking at it as a modification of the hero's journey. And I found it for two reasons. One, I thought there was a mistake. I noticed that a lot of heroines didn't have what's called the refusal of the call, which is a lot of heroes will balk famously when they're offered the chance for the adventure that they've been wanting. Something like, here's the call to adventure. And the hero's like, on second thought, no. I could take you as far as Anchorhead.
Yeah.
And Ben calls him out. He's like, that's your uncle talking, you not wanting adventure all of a sudden. So I noticed that a lot of heroine-centric stories didn't have this refusal of the call. And I also noticed that they skipped many heroine-centric stories, the symbolic death, the disgrace of the hero. You rarely see heroines in a Luke Skywalker situation hanging off the bottom of Cloud City in this terrible. So it's like, well, why are they skipping these steps? And I decided those steps were essential for the warrior hunter arc. The hero is being prepared for his possible destruction. And so he must experience something.
Yeah, that makes so much sense.
Yes, right. So the reason the hero refuses the call is because he could get annihilated. You must learn the ways of the Force if you're to come with me to Alderaan. That's not just a call to adventure. That is Luke leaving his native culture and subjecting himself to the might and power of the Empire, in which he could be destroyed in this. So heroes better think twice before answering that call. So when heroines weren't, and they skipped the symbolic death, I began to think, well, maybe there's something different that's not a warrior or a hunter type of arc there, that's something different. And I got the idea while listening to a great courses with Professor or Dr. Hannah B. Harvey. She was discussing Little Red Riding Hood.
Ooh.
And all the variations of this fairy tale, and how the fable is meant to prepare the heroine for womanhood, to go from girlhood to womanhood, which in a woman's life is a day. It happens on a very specific day. Yeah, it doesn't happen like that for guys. Some say we never grow up. But it's a pretty dramatic moment, because the outside world is going to treat you differently after womanhood comes upon the heroine, and that's why that's why it's red. It's a red cape for a reason. And so anyway, she goes to a house. There's a wolf in disguise. She didn't go way off into some foreign land. It's in her grandmother's house. It's supposed to be a safe place.
Yes.
And the beast is it's a terrible villain, and he's in disguise, and he wants to eat Little Red Riding Hood. And it was supposed to represent masculine forces. It's in a bed, it's there for a reason. And it's to teach young heroines about the dangers of big bad wolves out there, and protect her. And I was listening to this, and I was like, that is totally archetypal, and it's not in the hero's journey. That's really not a hero's journey. Hero's journeys aren't preparation for womanhood. It's not on safe home ground. So at that point, I began to think maybe there's something completely different with the heroine. Maybe there's something different that they're going through. And at this point in my life, or in my research, yes, there is a different model, and it's fundamentally different. It's existentially different. And it's identified. You can recognize it yourself when you see these stories.
Yeah, and another thing too to just bring up about Little Red Riding Hood. This is a great story, and so to find that in there and apply it to what you're developing here. Now that you've explained it, I see it.
Yes.
Yeah. Now that you've explained it, I see it.
It's there. The heroine's problem in Little Red Riding Hood is she fails to spot the disguise of the beast, of the wolf.
Yes.
What big teeth you have, what big claws, she's slow to discover that this is not her grandmother. This is someone in disguise. Yes. And depending on the variant of the story, she gets eaten or she escapes. But there's a warning there for our heroines. There's a distinct warning, and it's not the kind of warning you get on the hero's journey. Nor did she refuse the call. She was eager to go to grandma's house. She sings her song, she's got her picnic. She's happy to be there. So, and then we also see Little Red Riding Hood reborn in Dorothy Gale, in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, in Bella Swan from the Twilight series, Clarice Starling. It's crazy. You think about it. Hannibal eats people like the big bad wolf.
Oh.
And Buffalo Bill wears cheap clothing. He disguises himself in a suit. So I was like, there's a heroine with 1,000 faces. So I was like, all right, now it's time to let's look at this, and let's find other things that are happening that might be different, and let go of the hero's journey and look with fresh eyes at these stories. Yeah,
this is so fascinating. So on this, I would say this is a map, right?
Kind of. It's a snapshot.
Oh, it's okay.
To help writers. And by the way, just like the hero's journey, not every story requires every step. I used tarot cards to head each chapter to give the reader/writer a different view of structure, because tarot cards you flip over and they could be in a different order. It could be upside down or right side up. And they're archetypal. They're archetypal images that you must now interpret and organize into a story.
Yes.
You're trying to see the future or make a reading, but you have to be mindful of the story you're telling.
Yeah.
It has to make sense to the person or yourself reading the tarot cards. So
yes. As somebody who reads tarot cards, yes, they are. You are telling a story every time you look at the cards, because the way they the way they are arranged depends on the story you tell. So
Right.
And it can change within, you know, all through. You can change with different cards combinations. So
Right.
yeah. So this is
so
great.
like each chapter has like, you know, a tarot card header for
Yeah.
that's just, so you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, they're fantastic, by the way. I love those tarot
Oh,
card
cool.
illustrations. They're beautiful.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, so the way this is laid out, it's to give writers a chance to kind of see how the 3-act structure might work in a Heroine's Labyrinth model. So the main distinction that I found between heroine-centric stories and the hero's journey stories are there often was no departure and no return, not from and to and from the native culture. Most heroines tend to stay in their native culture.
Okay.
So a fundamental distinction is an inward journey in and within the native culture rather than a departure from it. That's fundamentally different because the journey itself takes on different meaning. And that's why it's not just a different version of the hero's journey. It's fundamentally different because psychologically, mentally, archetypally, what the conflict is so distinct from the kind of conflict that the hero on the journey will face. Often external threats, wilderness survival, combat, athleticism. I mean, you got to do a lot to survive out when you leave the native culture. Whereas competency is a big one for the hero's journey. Which, not to say that heroines aren't competent, but there's different focuses on different attributes for the heroine. Like intuition is a big one in the Heroine's Labyrinth. So the first act of the Heroine's Labyrinth is what I call orientation or immersion, in which the heroine is enculturated. She learns about the culture. She learns what the do's and don'ts are. She learns the rules and the expectations. There might be gender roles. Oh, we don't do that here. Don't say that. Don't be seen doing this. There's very specific guidelines that the heroine is meant to follow. And the labyrinth is what I would consider a socio-cultural metaphor, a conflict metaphor for the heroine and her society. These are the invisible rules that keep her kind of directed in one direction or another. And what's amazing, like in that video, is that this manifests itself into actual labyrinths all the time, which you could see in movies. And that video is meant to demonstrate just how often you see heroines in the maze trying to get out. So the metaphor becomes real in a lot of these stories. But even in the absence of a physical labyrinth, it's very easy to see how culture itself can be labyrinthine and a source of conflict for the heroine.
Yeah. I mean, because we've all heard of the term "making your way through the world." Sort of.
Yeah, it's true because you're dealing with people who they speak the same language. They live in your town. They know your parents, or they are your parents. There's some levels of trust that are inherent when you are a part of a community. So that's what I'm saying. The conflicts with people you know and trust, or people who speak the same language, or have similar views as you, or something similar as a background, live in the same time as you do. That kind of a conflict is psychologically very different from me departing and maybe getting into a bar fight or slaying an orc on the trail. It's just fundamentally different in terms of the conflict.
Well, at the start of this, so we start at Act 1, and as far as I can tell, and does it always have to be in this order, or can it be just can any of these attributes show up at different times in the story? Okay. So, but this is sort of like what you generally think it should go in these specific acts.
Right. For me to present it, I was like, it's still important for me to choose an order that I think may be the most common, or the most logical. However, stories break away from this logical progression all the time. In fact, I've just started creating lists where I map out the order in which these archetypes appear in different stories. like the Unmasking, which I have in Act 3. In Aliens, it happens a little bit earlier. She unmasks Carter Burke, and there's still a lot of the story to go. But in most stories, the unmasking will take place a lot closer to the end, like in Tangled. You know, Mother Gothel, okay, so now I'm the bad guy. She's unmasked late. And in most stories, there's a late unmasking. So I gave the best order I could. But I just want to stress that often when you study stories, you're like, oh, that's the Captivity Bargain. Oh, that's Barbie.
Yes.
It happens late. It happens late. And we'll get into it. I'll talk more about it then. But and the Black Swan, which we'll get into, I've seen that take place all over in stories. So I just put it in Act 1 because Act 1 was the only one with 5 instead of 6. So once I put it in Act 1, each stage had 6, so it balanced it out.
I'm quite partial to the Black Swan. I like that. That's my favorite one.
Oh, cool. Yeah, it was the last one because it was the one that I was having the most trouble making sense of. But the more I understand it, the more it's becoming my favorite as well.
Okay, so we're gonna go by each one of these attributes, or what you call archetypes, is what you the language you use.
Designs or archetypal events.
And so we'll start off at the beginning, and the first one that you have here is the Masked Minotaur.
So the first one's actually the Labyrinth, which is the whole picture.
Okay. Oh, okay. So the whole thing, just the labyrinth itself, the world.
Right. That's technically the first archetypal design, which is an inward journey within the native culture. No departure, no return. You are staying there. You're going to be dealing with this. If you run into problems or have conflicts, you're likely going to stay with the people who have seen you fail, who saw you make the mistake, who have stigmatized you, and now you're like in the Scarlet Letter. She stays amongst these people, wearing the Scarlet Letter. So that's the first archetypal design, the sociocultural labyrinth, which could also be the fantastic labyrinth. I actually believe Wizard of Oz follows more of a labyrinth model. If you look at it, it's like a two-dimensional maze.
I noticed that right away. I was like, oh yeah, the Wizard of Oz, absolutely.
Of course, there's a hero's journey interpretation of Wizard of Oz, which is perfectly applicable. But there is also a Heroine'S Labyrinth interpretation as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And what I might do with you is that maybe like on another day we can go over each one movie and just kind of talk about areas where we see the the Heroine'S Labyrinth, because I think that's fascinating. Just to get your take on where those areas are, and I have some theories on where I saw it in the Wizard of Oz, which is really great. So just to let everybody know, again, the hero's journey and the Heroine's Labyrinth can work excellently together, right?
And they often do.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's a wonderful little storytelling, I would say, device that you could use, apply if you're a writer, but also notice if you're a film lover or just a story person who just loves stories. You can then notice it in all of your favorite stories, and it's really wonderful.
Yes.
So after the Labyrinth, what's next?
So and this is where I'm saying, once you really identify the inward journey as distinctive in and of itself, you begin to notice changes across the board elsewhere, like the villain. So we discussed the distant dragon in the hero's journey, a militant, alien, foreign, insect-like, machine-like outsider that is there to subjugate or annihilate the native culture. And this dragon must be slain. And the hero is brave to go attempt this, by the way. That's usually not the kind of villain heroines face in their stories. Heroines face an archetypally different villain type, which I call the Masked Minotaur. The Minotaur is a perfect archetype for him. He is half man, half animal. He has the torso, arms, and mind in some ways of a man, and the head, tail, and feet of an animal, of a bull. and it's a cursed creature. The animal savage side of the Minotaur is the dominant side of the Masked Minotaur. The humanity often is brought into service to the Masked Minotaur. So they're duplicitous, half man, half beast, which means in story terms, the Minotaur has an outward, benevolent, friendly, social apex veneer, but secretly they have a tyrannical, oppressive, cruel side that they hide from society. So people don't know this about the Minotaur, and for those who do know it, they can't do much about it because the disguise of the Minotaur holds up in public. So people don't see the tyrannical side; they see only the benevolent outer self. And you'll see this everywhere. Cal Hotley in Titanic, tuxedo. He's charming and dashing, but he's telling Rose, he's offering her the Hope Diamond in one scene, and the next scene he's striking her in the face and telling her, "You will be my wife." Right? So two very different sides of this man.
Yes.
He's a perfect Masked Minotaur. Immortan's Joe in Mad Max Fury Road. He's the leader of the culture, but he's also the oppressor, and he gathers brides like cattle. President Snow in Hunger Games, the Wizard in Wizard of Oz. They're all disguised.
Yeah.
All of these guys, they're all disguised. Buffalo Bill, hidden in society. She cannot see him. She thinks he's like the friendly average neighbor when she meets him. You name it, the villain is disguised. So that is a very difficult type of creature or villain to defeat. You don't just walk up with a sword. You don't just slay him in combat. He's a member of your native culture, often beloved or esteemed or respected. And so attacking this individual could actually backfire on you.
Yes.
So very difficult for heroines to deal with this. The Minotaur is usually able to muster social forces against the heroine. And so like Frozen, he's the charming suitor Prince Hans.
Oh, yeah.
He's dashing and it sets up like a Disney romance, and then you find out this guy's terrible.
Yeah.
He's in disguise. So the Masked Minotaur appears so often in hero-centric stories. Once you see it, you'll notice them everywhere. They're not Thanos. They're not the Emperor. Those villains are out in the open. They're not disguised.
Yeah.
They're like, hey, I'm here I'm going to wipe you out, bro. Come at me. And the hero does, So it's a different villain that the heroines are up against.
Yeah. I love that because, the idea of villain has always been kind of grouped into one big category. And this that kind of separates villains out a little bit. And especially the ones that are, secretly pretending to be the nice guy, where they're really, like Burke and
Burke
Aliens.
Is a Masked Minotaur. So is Ash in Aliens. They both have esteem in the culture, in the group that they're in. They appear to be friendly. We were talking about it last night. Burke appears to be on Ripley's side early in the film. He's the one who pushes Gorman out of the way. You had your chance, Gorman. Ash is the science officer. He appears to be very helpful to the group. And then you slowly see the clues that there's a mask there. And he's willing to kill the crew, as is Burke, to get what he wants. That's the calling card of the Minotaur, that they will go to extreme lengths to get the things they want. And their animal, that savage animal self, is dominant. Beauty and the Beast sets you up perfectly. Gaston is the social apex guy. He's the big, strong guy. The girls swoon. The guys want to be like him. And Beast looks beastly. He's awful. But at the end, who's the guy who can't let go? Who becomes the tyrant?
Yeah.
Gaston is unmasked.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and of course, like these were talking about some of the most incredible villains that are in stories. They're so good. And there's one. It's been a while since I've seen it, but he comes to mind. A guy from the Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean he was a good one, and there are just so many as you just think about it. There's so many characters that still that particular persona. And also,
Yeah.
would you say that in Terminator 2 that the T-1000
Right.
would
He's a
be
very
the
he's disguised as a police officer through half the
yeah
film, which is an esteemed role in society. You know, he's got authority. You know, when he's asking about John, she tells him she's not,
yeah
you know, what do you do now, officer?
yeah people
um,
trust him immediately.
right.
And
Trust because he's in disguise. In fact,
yeah.
he's a very specific type of Minotaur, which I call a shapeshifter. Um, which is
Ah,
different from the first disguised Terminator in Terminator 1.
yes,
His disguise is a normal person. You know,
yes,
he's passing through society, but you see the mask of humanity come off
yes,
physically in
yes.
Terminator, and you see the machine tyrant underneath slowly but surely.
Oof,
So yeah, Terminator totally has, and that's heroine centric.
yeah.
Totally has masked minotaurs.
Hmm. Yeah, so you're
So
talking about all my favorites.
I know, me too. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm thrilled about this because it gives me a new lens to look through to watch these stories.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So now that we've gone through the Minotaur, let's talk about the next one on your list.
Right. So
Uh,
the sacred fire is one of the most important and the most complex because I had to ask myself at some point, I keep seeing the Minotaur try to capture the heroine constantly over in every freaking story. I'm like, man, someone is after the heroine. They do not want her to go. They are tough on her. They're not, you know, it's almost like obsessive behavior over the heroines by the Masked Minotaur. And at some point I was like, why? Why? And at first you have obvious answers. Well, she's beautiful. You know, she's beautiful. But so are a lot of women, right? So are a lot of characters in these stories. Why
mhm,
her? Why is
mhm,
he obsessed for her?
yeah.
And then it's like, you know, also Eros, you know, the sexuality of the heroine. Maybe he just really, you know, really desires her. But it's like, but again, there, you know, why her? Why is it obsessive with this one heroine, this one character? And I decided, I figured out, I solved it when I thought of the Sacred Fire. Have you ever seen Quest for Fire?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
It's been a
so
while, but I've seen it.
right, well, you remember there's like these, like, they're kind of funny now that doesn't hold up as well, but they're like dressed as cavemen,
Yeah,
and they have this fire,
yeah.
and they have one guy has to keep it burning through the night, and this other like rival tribe of cavemen comes up and tries to steal the fire. Then they chase it, and then they try to relocate but keep the flame lit.
Ah,
And I was like,
yeah,
man,
yeah.
these guys are crazy over the fire. I was like, they're crazy over the fire. I was like, so I decided it's best to, and you'll notice this everywhere once I point it out.
Mhm.
Imagine your heroine as carrying a sacred flame inside her, like she's holding a flame.
Mm,
It is part of her personality. It is part of her essence, and it is what the Masked Minotaur is trying to capture in her. And it blinds him. He's mesmerized by the sacred fire. And that's why he wants to possess her, monopolize her time and energy. He doesn't want to let her go. You'll always notice the Masked Minotaur when the heroine attempts to leave.
mm.
You know, when Rose is like, you know, I'd rather be his whore than your wife. Cal's like, that, he pulls out a pistol. He becomes murderous. He chases her down. Mad Max Fury Road, the entire culture comes after Fury Road.
Yes.
Thelma and Louise, the entire police force is chasing her down. So there's an obsessive behavior there. And I decided they are after the sacred fire of the heroine. Secondly, and this fire motif takes on several layers.
Hmm.
The sacred fire is also burning bright in the heroine. It is what she cares about most. It could be her cause. It could be her passion. It could be love. It could be her eros, her own sexuality. It could be creative abilities. Whatever it is that she loves, her passion, that is her sacred fire. That is also what the Minotaur will find well, not slightly. That's what the Minotaur will find mesmerizing about her.
Mm-hmm.
So now the sacred fire has two dimensions that I broke this down into. Two. One I call the beautiful force.
Okay.
And this is what attracts people to the heroine. It is when her sacred fire is burning bright, whatever it is, people will be attracted to it. And one of these people will be a Masked Minotaur, hopefully not more. but one of them will be drawn in and they will not want to let go. Okay. And there's a third component. The heroine's sacred fire comes from somewhere. And it's most usually characterized by her family. So there's a larger communal fire of which one branch is pulled out of of the communal fire from the bonfire, and it's handed to the heroine, and she's holding it. The culture knows this. We see sacred flames elsewhere. We see them in synagogues, war memorials, tomb sites. And the idea is that it's like an eternal flame, right? Mm-hmm. So the native culture wants the heroine to use this sacred fire a certain way. From a primal sense, they want the continuation of the culture itself. Have children, carry on the family name. Oh. That's the primal origin, I think, of this continuity. So the native culture wants continuity with that sacred fire. And that is why the native culture is very tough on heroines. They steer her toward very specific things. They don't want her to mess this up. The heroine has her own designs. She wants to do something with her sacred fire independent of everybody else. And then you have the Masked Minotaur, who claims the sacred fire. You have three claimants. The heroine makes her claim, the native culture makes its claim, and the Masked Minotaur makes his claim. That is the heroine's conflict triangle in almost all these stories. It's amazing.
Yeah, like the Terminator for sure. Like,
totally.
You see those three.
Totally. Sarah Connor, her job is to keep humanity alive. She has the sacred flame of humanity inside of her. If she dies, the idea is that the sacred flame of humanity goes out. Her native culture is destroyed. So she must carry this flame and protect that flame. She also has her own sacred fire. In Sarah's, it becomes maternal. She wants to protect John. Now, my argument is that if John was a tax accountant, she would protect this guy.
Yes.
But he's the leader of the revolution. So, she has this other thing. And then, of course, the Terminator is after her, and he wants that sacred fire doused from the timeline.
Oh, yeah.
So there's your conflict triangle. When Sarah has nightmares, it is of nuclear Armageddon. She's not dreaming of John dying. She's afraid that she'll let the native culture down.
Yeah.
The native culture's claim upon her. Save us, Sarah.
Yeah.
So the sacred fire is a very important one. So I mentioned there was the two dynamics. One is the beautiful force, the thing that attracts others to the heroine. It could be her mind. It could be her artwork. It could be her beauty. It could be all sorts of things. But it could be her personality. It could be her ideas on science. Doesn't matter. It's what attracts people. The other is what I call a creative power. The heroine often has a creative power. I think primally it is the ability to create life. And that's why the maternal angle will often work well in these stories. However, it could be anything. It could be an artistic ability, anything creative, anything that's constructive and useful to society, anything that's beautiful, that is constructive, is the creative power part of the heroine. So those combine for her sacred fire. And often the heroine claims her sacred fire early in the story, which then triggers the native culture to come in and say, hold your horses. We have plans for you. And it's not that. And then that's also when the Minotaur will make his claim. A great movie that has all three claims like perfect is in Beauty and the Beast.
Yeah. Ooh, yes. The
opening number. Belle is like, she's claiming her sacred fire in that song. That's why these songs are so easy to love.
Yes.
She wants more in life. We recognize that. And she's like, I want more than this provincial life. That's her claiming her sacred fire. She reads books. She's learned and intellectual and wants more. The native culture in the same song, it's written into the lyrics. Oh, there goes Belle. She's a weird one. She's always got her nose in a book. They're talking about her nonconformity to the native culture, which they disapprove of. So they wish she would conform. That's the native culture trying to put Belle in check.
Yes.
And then the song concludes with the Masked Minotaur making his claim. There goes Belle. She's going to be my wife. He hasn't even met her yet, right?
Yeah.
He's not in love with Belle. He just wants to possess her.
Yeah.
So all three claimants have made their claim in that opening number, and it's picture perfect.
Oh, it's wonderful. Yeah. I do adore how this just slides right into the story, and it fits. It works. It's a formula. It's a formula, but it's not like so rigid as a formula. You
Right,
know what I mean?
exactly.
It's free flowing, but also it's just seems to be working as as you're explaining this.
Well,
Um,
that's why I call them archetypal designs, because
mhm.
I was trying to get away from a rigid pattern and to something that these manifest in our dreams.
Yeah.
My definition of an archetype is something people can recognize even in a dream. Do you ever wake up from a dream and you try to explain it to somebody and the emotion is so strong, you recognize something that you didn't even think of. It just auto-populated from your psyche.
Yes, 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 definitely. I get those dreams all the time.
Yeah, those are awesome. So that's the sacred fire that creates the conflict dynamic for the heroine.
And that is really very important to the story. I mean, without that sacred fire, can you really have a story without the sacred fire?
See, believe it, and we don't have to get into this now. We'll save
Mhm.
it. Heroes actually have a sacred fire as well.
Okay.
I'll just say that in most stories, it's different. It's
Mhm.
totally different the way it plays out.
Mhm.
The fire for the hero can either be illuminating and creative, or it can be destructive and burn things to the ground. And so
Ooh.
the ethics of force become an issue for hero journey stories.
Mhm.
Karate Kid, Luke Skywalker, the dark side of the force, light side, Miyagi-Do, Cobra Kai. You get this sort of dichotomy
Yeah.
for heroes that is largely missing. You don't get the ethics of force in a lot of heroine-centric stories, but you do get this obsessive behavior by the Minotaur toward the heroine, and trying to monopolize her. So
Yeah. Yeah.
it is
Um,
different. And like I was even watching the trailer to Super Mario Brothers recently, the newer, and there's a picture of Princess Peach, and she holds out her hand, and a big flame appears in her hand, and I was like, oh, there it is again, the sacred fire. You see the symbolism over and
yeah.
over again.
Yeah, also in Krull, that the in Krull, the lead the main princess has a
Yes.
sacred fire in her hand.
Oh my God,
For
totally.
yeah, for
Well, and
um,
Ripley, her sacred fire is maternity in Aliens. And
mhm.
when she goes in to save Newt, which is she carries the sacred flame on the end of a
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
flamethrower.
Fire, yeah. Well, it's
Yeah.
just wonderful. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, getting to the next one, the Captivity Bargain.
And these will go quicker, I promise. But
Oh, that's fine, because I think those two are kind of like we needed to get into deep discussion on those two, because they're really the main setup, would you say?
right. Yeah. Yeah. These are the structural components that are new,
Okay.
that are so different that I had to rethink. That's why there's different terms.
Hmm.
And if you understand the differences to the archetypal design, these others start to move a little easier. You'll understand them better. Uh,
Okay.
so the captivity bargain, the captive princess we see everywhere.
Yes.
And it's not a mistake. We see Sarah Connor in the mental facility in Terminator 2. We see Princess Fiona in the tower in the classic, in Shrek. Um, Ripley is stripped of her, license. So there's Barbie, great captivity bargain in Barbie.
Oh, yeah.
They ask her to get in the box, and she goes, and the twisty ties almost go right around her wrists. So the captivity bargain, put simply, is we just heard that there's 3 claims on the heroine: the native culture, the heroine,
Mhm.
and the masked minotaur. Early in the story, the heroine will attempt to reconcile the chaos this causes. She knows she wants to, Ariel wants to go up there, she wants to be part of their world.
Yes.
King Triton says no. And then there's Ursula. She wants to possess the heroine. She literally
Yeah.
is trying to take her soul, symbolized by her voice.
Mm.
So how does the heroine deal with these 3 competing claims that cause disharmony in her world? She makes a captivity bargain. This is not proof that the heroine is weak. This is not proof that she's gullible. It is her attempt to reconcile the three competing claims. It's
Mm.
very logical, and it's a bad deal. And we've all made this in our younger days or in our inexperience. We've all made the bad deal.
Yes.
It's not a good deal. So it's a captivity bargain. Many heroines do this willingly, agree to it willingly, although there is definitely a strain of this where it is absolutely imposed upon the heroine. She doesn't have a choice.
Yeah.
But like Barbie, she willingly got in the box for her captivity bargain. She saw the chaos that would, she wants to solve the issue of her like doppelganger in the real world. And Mattel wants, things to go back to normal, there's chaos there.
Mm-hmm.
And going back in the box seems to be the way to solve this. So the captivity bargain is the effort by the heroine to restore social order
Mm-hmm.
by agreeing to some level of restriction in her society. So let me I can read you some of the. I should have done this for the other one, but So here's the hallmarks of the captivity bargain. The heroine usually agrees to the captivity bargain willingly. She loses some degree of freedom within the native culture.
Mm-hmm.
The heroine typically makes the captivity bargain to reconcile competing claims to her sacred fire. The captivity often results in the heroine's isolation. And that's a key element. Heroines do not like to be isolated.
Oh, yeah.
The captivity bargain often appears to be a reasonable solution to the heroine's conflicts. The characters who demand, recommend, or present the captivity bargain are often trusted characters or in a position of authority. Another reason why it's easy to believe the heroine agrees to this. And it's often associated with inexperience, immaturity, and innocence. So we will forgive her for this. The reason a lot of modern feminists hate the captivity bargain is because we often end the story through the hero's perspective, in which the captivity bargain is the they lived happily ever after moment for the heroine. We skip the rest of her story. And so we don't know much about her. She's frozen in this immature stage that when there's more to the heroine than this inexperienced stage. So now that I have the heroine's labyrinth, I know now when I see Andromeda chained to the mountain, she's in a very dangerous captivity bargain.
Yes.
Her native culture is not, they're sacrificing her.
Yes.
And here comes Perseus, right? Here comes Perseus. A heroic figure enters her life. This is great news for the heroine, but it doesn't solve her underlying problem. So we need the heroine to solve that on her own, whether or not a heroic individual comes in to help the heroine at any point in her story. Mm-hmm. So a lot of hero's journey stories end where he slays the dragon and saves the princess from the captivity bargain.
Mm-hmm.
The hero's journey's over.
Yes.
But the heroine story is technically just getting started. And we just
like in Snow White, right? Like something like
exactly.
Snow White. Yeah.
That's a great one. So my point is you're getting an intersection of monomyths. The heroine's in her early captivity bargain, and here comes the hero from far off to rescue her. He is being heroic by doing this.
Yeah.
But she has not solved her underlying problems. She just made this bargain as a means to solve her underlying problems, but it is an unfavorable deal that she will still have to solve. That's the captivity bargain.
Yeah. And I guess that's probably the also Little Red Riding Hood, depends on the version you see, because in some of them there's a hunter that comes in and slays the wolf and frees and frees Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother.
So you can tell a guy probably said, "What's this story? You know what we need? We need a huntsman to knock this thing out."
Which I do like it. I do like it though, but it's kind of hokey because the wolf just eats them whole. He doesn't even chew them up.
Right, exactly. Well, my whole point is a lot of modern movies are like saying she doesn't need help from anybody to solve, and I'm like, well, I don't know any hero or heroine that doesn't need help.
Yes.
It's good that she solves her underlying problems on her own. But to receive heroic help from heroic partners, absolutely essential for heroines and heroes alike. Luke didn't destroy the Death Star without Han swooping in.
Yeah.
You need help. It's okay for the heroine to get help. The issue, though, is that's not the help isn't the solution to her problems. It is just what I said. It is help. So, anyway,
yeah, I mean, I think that's, the Captivity Bargain is, and we can come back to the Captivity Bargain, because there is another one of these archetypes that kind of like can be used in conjunction with this Captivity Bargain. There's a lot of times people, and we'll talk about it once we get to it. So the next one is, like I said before, is my favorite, the Black Swan. Explain the Black Swan to everyone.
So the Black Swan is the wild card archetypal design.
Yeah.
And I kept making these notes and I did not know what to do with them. Because it didn't seem to be the hero. Like, you see the logical progression. The heroine goes into her culture. There's struggles there. There's a masked minotaur. All of that seemed to make sense. But the Black Swan seems to come out of nowhere in these stories. And the Black Swan is essentially the sudden destabilization of the heroine's native culture for whatever reason. So here's the list. I call it the anatomy of an archetype, and it kind of breaks them down into bullet points to help writers know what the archetype is.
Mm-hmm.
It's a temporary, destabilizing, or disrupting event that is usually caused by nature, but war is another one.
Yeah.
The most common forms of black swans are famines, pandemics, fires, floods, or other natural disasters. There's a bizarre association between heroines and natural disaster. A military invasion or foreign occupation of the home space may also serve as a black swan. Often includes apocalyptic imagery or severe damage to the home environment. It is bizarre how often this happens. Whether it's Coraline, where the world starts disintegrating at the end as she's solving the puzzles, whether it's Scarlett O'Hara standing there and Atlanta is burning down behind her. When you think of Princess Leia, who's the only member in which Alderaan is their native culture? Princess Leia, and she stands there and watches the Death Star blow this thing up. And I'll get into some other examples in a second. The Black Swan reinforces the heroine's distrust of predictable human conventions. I have found an amazing regularity where heroines just don't believe that the plan has solved it all. Heroines are very skeptical of these sorts of plans, and the Black Swan is like proof that you thought you had this under control. You didn't.
Look at this mess.
The heroine may place trust in randomness or chaos, like we talked about with Ripley. Boom! Players open that airlock. She could have killed all of them, but she trusted that this would kill the Queen Alien only. That's one example. Moana, the chaotic ocean with Grandma. She plays a chaotic spirit in that throughout the film. And finally, the randomness and chaos of the Black Swan may help or hinder the heroine. So the reason it could come up at any time in Wizard of Oz,
yes,
you see it in Act 1.
Yes.
The tornado comes in, right?
I know, yeah, it's the best.
It totally throws her native culture into a hizzy and sends her on her adventure.
Yes.
In Terminator 2, it happens in Act 2. Sarah Connor falls asleep and she sees a nuclear explosion, this apocalyptic imagery of Los Angeles being destroyed in a nuclear explosion. And she wakes up.
Yeah.
In the novel, there's movies, but it's really hard to find the movie. But the novel, Their Eyes Were Watching God. It happens in Act 3. The heroine is moving along, has this great man that she really found love with named Tea Cake, and a Florida hurricane comes in at the end, crosses Florida, devastates her entire native culture, and actually leads to her Tea Cake getting bit by a dog and getting rabies. So that's the Black Swan in Act 3. But this apocalyptic imagery is surprisingly persistent. Again, Gone with the Wind, after the Atlanta is burned to the ground, she enters a famine. Remember, she hoped that famous scene, I'll never go hungry again. It's due to the famine that struck the South after the war. So you end up just seeing heroines. Think of Ripley at the end of Aliens. You now have 3 minutes to read. The world's coming apart. It's destroying. It's destroying itself. And as she's pulling away, there's yet another nuclear explosion on LV-426. So for whatever reason, heroines tend to have worlds destabilize on them, and it can be rather dramatic. And when you look for it, you'll start to see it a lot.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, wow. I I want to write a story where there's like 5 black swans. Can I do that?
Yes, you can. I actually had a sticking point in the story I'm writing right now.
Yeah.
The sequel to Empress Theodora, and I added a black swan. I added an apocalyptic snowstorm that came in and just destroyed the city and ended up having some pretty major consequences to her. So the black swan, and also I also see, and by the way, chaos, the association with either women or heroines in chaos, I have actually determined that chaos is not destructive power. It is highly complex patterns that heroines are more in tune with than a lot of their male counterparts in these stories. So a hurricane follows it's a weather pattern. It may have destructive consequences, but it comes from a pattern. Even an explosion follows the laws of physics. So very complex patterns are what heroines are more interested in. They're not interested in the destructive power of chaos. They just know it's possible, while a lot of other people, through hubris or ignorance, ignore these complex patterns that can upend things. So you'll also see heroines trust in randomness. Sometimes, like in the Bible, Moses' mother, her native culture turns against her. They want to slay her firstborn baby. She puts him in a river and lets the randomness of the river take him away. And this proves to be a successful strategy.
Yeah.
So heroines and randomness, heroines and complex patterns or chaos do often appear. And I call it the black swan.
Ah, so great. So great. And the next one that you've got here is the call to adventure.
Call to adventure is pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
This would be a narrative device in any structure, because you need something to get the story going. But there is one major difference that I'd like to point out. When the call to adventure comes to the hero and the hero's journey, as we discussed, the hero usually has a refusal of the call, and the heroine usually does not. Heroines actually leap at the chance. The second they get a chance, they tend to leap at it. It's not a mistake in the writing. It's because the call to adventure to the hero could mean his annihilation and death. So the hero thinks twice. Home, also, once they depart the native culture for the hero's journey, home becomes a desirable place of safe returns. The Shire, Starfleet headquarters, the Batcave, these places where you come home to and you're so happy you made it back. Home is not looked at like this from the heroine's point of view. Home, as we discussed, is very restrictive to them. They are eager to get out and away from supervision and to explore the native culture and to go deeper. So when the heroine gets her call to adventure, she often jumps at the chance. And it's because the threat to her is usually not annihilation. So the threat of death is not really part of the heroine's labyrinth as much as it might be for the hero's journey. So she doesn't have the need to second guess it so much. Think about Barbie, though. She does have a refusal of the call, but what's on her mind? Death. She's thinking about death, so she refuses the call. So there seems to be a correlation between the likelihood of annihilation and the refusal of the call. And with heroine-centric stories, annihilation is not usually what they're worried about. And so the refusal of the call is often skipped. Just an observation. If you want a refusal of the call, ask yourself, how confining is the home environment? The more confining the home environment, the more likely she will jump at the chance to answer the call to adventure. And secondly, the more likely her annihilation is possible by accepting the call to adventure, the more likely she'll refuse the call first. So two ways you can kind of weigh out that call to adventure.
Well, I think of a movie like Mulan. And
jumped at it.
Mulan may not have necessarily like all of the things, but her call to event, she jumps at the opportunity to she creates this opportunity actually for
Totally.
herself to leave.
Yeah, Moana doesn't need to be like talked out of.
Oh, did I say Moana? I meant
No, you said Mulan.
Mulan. Yes.
I was just saying another example.
Oh,
Moana.
yeah.
You have to put a cage around her to keep her from getting off this island. She's so eager. Wonder Woman, 2017. She storms off the screen. She's so ready to. It's like, we have to do this. They're skipping the call to adventure, and it's because the structure of the story doesn't require it.
Oh yeah.
She's confined. She's ready to go. So anyway, that's the call to adventure.
It's wonderful. Yeah, I love it. I love that there is a difference. And that it's a subtle difference, but it's definitely more impactful with that change for these particular characters.
Well, and Ripley in Aliens, she does refuse the call.
Yes,
I said no, and I mean it. But
and she has a reason,
she's
right?
afraid of dying.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Death.
So the refusal of the call made sense for her.
Yeah,
Jane Eyre, or in Wuthering Heights, like the death isn't really what they're worried about, so they're probably going to jump at the chance to get moving.
Yeah, I love it. So the next one is Cult of Deception.
So that really ends Act 1. That's the orientation phase of the story, the immersion phase, the enculturation of the heroine. We've discovered the labyrinth. There's a Minotaur in there who's got a particular focus on the heroine. She's made a captivity bargain to try to organize this conflict. There could be a Black Swan or not. And she's received the call to adventure, and she likely will take this willingly and rapidly when she gets the opportunity. And that moves her into Act 2, which I call exploration. The exploration phase. She is now going to learn more about her native culture. She's going to go deeper into the native culture. She's not departing. She's going deeper into the native culture. And so the first archetypal design here is called the Cult of Deception. And it's so once she's moving in and she's starting to explore and meet people, and just she starts running into characters, I found this bizarre, that redirect or misdirect the heroine. It's so even neutral characters are very unhelpful to heroines. I even found out there's several stories that show heroines getting hit on, right? There's some guy hitting on them, and it becomes like you think of Inglourious Bastards, that Frederick Zoller guy's always hitting on her. Clarice Starling, the guy's like, it's very pretty. We never get detectives this pretty. And at first, my thought was those are just nuisances, to the heroine. It's a nuisance, but it's more than that, and it's part of the Cult of Deception because this behavior introduces an ulterior motive from characters. Some characters are now redirecting the heroine. She must overcome these redirections in order to get what she wants, or to discover what she's looking for, or to pass. So the Cult of Deception can be a real problem for the heroine as she's as people are covering up a secret. There could be a secret about her identity. People are lying to her, hence the word deception. And I also noticed there's a lot of stories that the heroine is monitored, surveilled in some way. Someone's keeping tabs on her. Ex Machina, he's watching her through all the security cameras. In Labyrinth with David Bowie, you have those eyes that remember all those eyes that turn and follow.
Yes. And she in the Labyrinth itself. Jareth is watching her the entire time because you see his face on a lot of the rocks and things like that. He's watching her. Yeah. Yes,
and the Wicked Witch of the West is watching Dorothy from the crystal ball. There is usually this bizarre, monitoring of the heroine to see where she's going, and this could be a problem as well. Also in Labyrinth, all those little guys come up and they move the arrow tiles. Remember they pop up and they change the they're misdirecting her.
Yeah.
So that's all part of the Cult of Deception. That is the human aspect of the Labyrinth. Whereas the Labyrinth is the socio-cultural physical aspect, the Cult of Deception is the human aspect, her dealing with other characters and how these characters are treating her and misdirecting her or redirecting her, misleading her, or upholding a deception of some kind. The early name for this was going to be the Masquerade. You can almost picture the heroine moving from one dancing partner to another. They all have masks, and she's trying to ascertain the truth. Who's reliable in here? Who is who they say they are? Is that just a facade? You know, what's real? That's what the heroine is trying to learn in this early phase of exploration. There's a lot of things that just aren't what they seem.
Yeah, and we, you know, the beginning of Aliens, we've got parts of the movie that feels like it's real and then turns into a dream, maybe, you know, because she, you know, she has those nightmares. It's really,
Wayland
really
Yutani is the cult of deception in Aliens, and I guess also in Alien, there's a hidden agenda that the heroine is not privy to, and then learns and discovers in her Act 2 phase. So there is a cult of deception in all of these things. So heroines quite often have layers of their culture that where there's a lot of secrets. There's hidden doors, trap doors, you know, hidden or mysterious objects quite often that she's trying to get to the truth of it. She's in that exploration phase.
Okay, and now moving on, we got the Chambers of Knowledge.
So the next two kind of go together.
Okay.
They go together. In the hero's journey,
Chambers of Knowledge and the Chamber Guards.
Yes, the Chamber Guardians go kind of together. In the hero's journey, we have Threshold Guardians. And Threshold Guardians block the hero's departure from the native culture. They try to prevent him from leaving that home sphere into the special world. Heroines don't cross the threshold usually to leave the native culture. They go into the inner chambers of society, or the chambers of knowledge. As they go deeper into, they will enter a room or a space, and once you see it, you'll notice it everywhere. When a heroine enters this space, there's often another person in this room. Oddly enough, the most typical, and that's why I have it in the graphic, there's some barrier between her and this character, usually a desk. They enter this chamber, and there's the Chamber Guardian waiting for them. It's an archetypal confrontation. The Chamber Guardian isn't a belligerent sentry like the Threshold Guardian, who's physically blocking the heroine's departure. Chamber Guardians are more like administrative tricksters. When the heroine enters the space, the Chamber Guardian often issues a social test to the heroine that the heroine must pass. A puzzle, a trick, a social test of some kind that the heroine must do. She's there to get information. There's often an exchange in this place, and that's where the social test comes in. She will not get the exchange with the Chamber Guardian unless she passes the test.
So cool.
Right, Coraline. You know, she goes into Spink Enforceable, and then she goes into the Amazing Babinski, and then the other mother chamber is in there waiting for her. And there's a Chamber Guardian in each one of these inner spaces. Silence of the Lambs. She goes in to find Hannibal Lecter standing there. Then, or actually, Dr. Chilton is the first Chamber Guardian. He's behind a desk. He hits on her. She has to get around that to get him to bring him to Hannibal Lecter. Hannibal Lecter's in the next chamber. He's like, look inside yourself. He gives her like a riddle to solve. And then she goes into the yourself storage bay, right? And there's that guy there. He won't open the door for her. So these Chamber Guardian events are very specific things, and the chambers themselves are often very archetypal. They're filled with imagery that are one subset of knowledge. Like, again, in Silence of the Lambs, like entomology. There's all these butterflies and caterpillars in the room, and there's the Chamber Guardian. She's got to figure out what this moth is. You know, so on and so forth. In Wizard of Oz, although it's outside, she recruits each Chamber Guardian. She recruits the Scarecrow. She recruits the Tin Man. She recruits the Cowardly Lion. So it's a very different type of journey.
Interesting, yeah. Because she does, you know, in order, she recruits them. That's cool. Yeah, because she has to pass by each one in order to get to the next level.
Right.
Got it. Yeah, great.
Right, and there's a test there. There's usually a little test or a riddle for her to solve in each of these chambers. And there's, like I said, there's usually an exchange of some kind. The heroine gets something, and the Chamber Guardian gets something in return. So anyway, you'll see these exchanges quite often in these chambers of knowledge. As a writer, it's fun to build out that chamber. Make it as dreamlike and archetypal as you can. Put the chamber guardian right there behind a desk or a barrier of some kind, and have this sort of exchange between them for the heroine to advance. This isn't just fun. The heroine, since she's dealing with her native culture, the native culture always seems to have an upper hand on her. These little social tests is where the heroine is sharpening her social skills. She's overcoming these little social tests. Pretty soon she'll know how to overcome most of them. By the end of the story, the modes of enforcement by the native culture will start to work less and less because she's learning. She's sharpening her skills in these inner chambers.
Okay. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
And then we get to the center here.
Right. So this is where you get it.
Shift.
This is the center part of the story. There's a little shift. This is where she begins to gain power in the labyrinth. She's been kind of at a disadvantage for most of Act 1, in parts of Act 2, and here's where things start to shift. And you can see the shift in her heroic partners. So we can we'll start with the first one. The Beast is ally. This one's very obvious. You see this character everywhere.
Yes.
They're usually it's a heroic partner for the heroine. This is the heroine's version of the knight in shining armor. So the hero sees himself as a knight in shining armor. He's very, obviously brave and valiant and heroic. The heroine rarely sees him this way. She often sees the Beast as ally as just as off-putting, just as menacing, just as dangerous as the Masked Minotaur. In fact, the Beast as ally is often a doppelganger of the Masked Minotaur. This is a bizarre structural phenomenon in which this character often is like a twin. There's something very similar between these two characters. Terminator. In Terminator 2, they're both, the Beast is ally is Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's an exact clone of the Masked Minotaur from the first film. Now he's showing up to help her. The Masked Minotaur, as we said, is the T-1000. They're both, on one side of Sarah Connor is the T-1000. On the other side is the T-800. They're mirror images, but one is helpful, one is destructive. The key difference with the Beast as ally is that the Beast as ally often adopts the heroine's cause. It's amazing. He doesn't just become her friend and helper. He picks up her flag and carries on. He's all in. In Game of Thrones, Khal Drogo, remember that? Did you see Game of Thrones?
Oh, well, I didn't see Game of Thrones.
There's this great scene with Khal Drogo, who is the Beast as ally for Daenerys.
Okay.
He's very beastly. He's barbaric. He's menacing. And then he rejects his own mission and takes up the heroine's cause. He's going to help her win back the throne. Han Solo and Luke Skywalker are just wanting to fight. It is Princess Leia's cause that we are introduced to in that film. A New Hope. She comes rushing into the story. It's not Luke. Luke doesn't even show up for 17 minutes. It is a heroine story for the first 17 minutes. She comes, and Han and Luke both adopt Princess Leia's cause.
They do.
Yes. The key difference between the Beast as ally, so I'll read the thing. The Beast as ally often exhibits antisocial or nonconformist attitudes toward the native culture. They're disruptive people usually. Because the heroine is also struggling with the native culture, she finds this individual intriguing because he's bucking the system. She's like, I made a captivity bargain. This guy's like, the hell with that. He's very antisocial. So she finds that interesting. The Beast is often protective of the heroine. The Beast is often a doppelganger or mirror image of the Masked Minotaur. Silence of the Lambs. On one side of Clarice is serial killer Buffalo Bill, the Masked Minotaur. On the other side is serial killer Hannibal Lecter helping her along. So it's phenomenal. In that new movie, Everything Everywhere All at Once, the Masked Minotaur is her daughter, who is seeking to annihilate herself and her relationship with her mom. And on the other side is the other family member, her husband, Wayman, who's also seeking a divorce. He's also seeking to sever a relationship with her. So there's always this mirror image there. the beast is also drawn into the attractive force of the heroine's sacred fire, and he also, or she, may also attempt to capture it at first. Like the Minotaur, the beast may also have an animal totem, like Buffalo Bill. Han Solo has the Millennium Falcon. You know, there's sometimes these animal totems to give you a clue that he's also half animal, half man. But the difference is the beast's humanity is dominant in him, whereas the Minotaur, it's the animal side that is dominant.
Oh, yeah.
So the beast almost always adopts the heroine's cause. The beast as ally signals the heroine's growing mastery of the labyrinth, because here's someone who's buying into her. And many heroines form a bond with the beast as a form of bridge building. Beauty and the Beast is a classic example of the bridge building phenomenon between a heroine and this barbaric type of character who ends up adopting her cause. So the beast he ends up honoring the sacred fire of the heroine. That is something the Minotaur cannot do. The beast can. So the beast will surrender his claim to the heroine's sacred fire and honor her. And that's why he becomes a heroic partner and not a possessor. Whereas the Masked Minotaur will, when that moment comes, he will not give up that claim. He will ratchet it up and go stronger after her. So that's the beast as ally. And these are great he's a great, or she is a great heroic partner of the heroine. So
now in a movie like or the story, The Wizard of Oz, who would you say would be the beast's ally?
Well, I think the overt one is the Cowardly Lion. He's an actual beast.
So it could be overt or subtle.
What's that?
It could be overt or subtle. The beast.
So I think it's the Cowardly Lion, because he is because he fits the model. He has a veneer. Remember when he first meet? He's like. He's like pretending to be like fearsome and everything, and then she finds out, oh, you're just a pushover.
Yeah, she figures him out real quick.
Right. So the beast. The trick is
interesting.
The beast's outer menacing appearance is his disguise. He's actually very human, but he disguises himself as something else that he's not.
Do you think it
brings that out of him?
And do you think it's always necessary for them to kind of like not like each other quite in the beginning, or have it be at odds at first and then turn around? Or
I do. I think because the beast is also not who he says he is. So the heroine she knows about this behavior from Masked Minotaurs.
Okay.
So when she meets someone else who seems to be not who he says he is, she's gonna be on guard with this guy. Secondly, this guy is usually a little off-putting in some way, but this will change as they build the bridge with each other. Aliens is another good example. We really discussed it. Bishop is the beast as ally in Aliens, and think about it. He's a doppelganger. He's an android. On the other side is Ash. He's also an android. He's the Masked Minotaur from the first film. And she doesn't like Bishop in the beginning.
Yes.
So there is a clash there. Because she sees the beast as being quite similar to the Masked Minotaur. And but when push comes to shove, like in Beauty and the beast will surrender his claim to the heroine's sacred fire, even if it hurts him. The Minotaur will not. And you see this all the time. In these stories.
Yes. Wow, that is so good.
The beast becomes a great ally, a great heroic partner of the heroine. The second is the fragile power. This is some people's favorite archetype. The fragile power is fascinating. The fragile power also becomes a heroic partner, but the heroic partner is, the fragile power is. Here's the image for it in the book. Little mouse.
So cute. I'll put you on big screen so that way.
It's a mouse holding a gem.
Hold on 1 second. There we go. There we go. Oh, he's so cute. Oh, the fragile power.
So the fragile power is exactly that. Something that looks small and not helpful, not useful. The fragile power is usually a physically smaller character, stigmatized, weakened, overlooked, or childlike, Whereas other characters often dismiss, ignore, or reject the fragile power when encountered, heroines often show skepticism toward negative assumptions based on an outward appearance. This is becoming an issue for the heroine. She doesn't like that they're judging this small character as useless. Heroines defend the fragile power in their story world and often entrust them with critical responsibilities. I interpret this as the heroine has felt this way. People have dismissed her. They have not taken her seriously. And she doesn't like that. So when she encounters a fragile power, she sees an opportunity to flip the script. She's not going to be dismissive. She's going to treat this fragile power as valuable. And the heroine is often rewarded for this trust in this small character. The fragile power often activates in the end part of the story to save the day. In Aliens, Newt is the fragile power. When the Marines are finally cornered and have nowhere else to go, and the aliens are knocking down that door, and Vasquez is like, whatever you're going to do it fast. It is Newt who activates. She finds the secret door, and it is Newt who leads the battle-hardened Marines to safety inside a labyrinth of ventilation shafts. Newt, the one who's like, they thought she was useless, just a useless, traumatized child. That's not what Ripley saw. Ripley took the time to invest in Newt, and she trusted Newt to lead them out of there, and she did. Toto is the fragile power in The Wizard of Oz.
Yes.
He's the one who unmasks the Wizard of Oz. It's him. Pull back the curtain. In Star Wars: A New Hope, we said it starts with a heroine-centric story. R2-D2 is the fragile power. He's small and childlike, and she gives the Death Star plans to this droid, who then takes this, he takes this mission from his heroine very seriously, and he goes and delivers this message to Obi-Wan Kenobi. In Return of the King, Mariotic Brandybuck is the small little hobbit, and the king is like, you shouldn't go on the battlefield. They're laughing at him. You know, his arm is not long enough to even fight in the... Lady Eowyn is like, why can't he fight for who he loves? And she brings him onto the battlefield. Huge, huge trust right there. And when she's fighting the Witch King, it's Mary who stabs him in that moment, and the Witch King looks away, and that's when Eowyn delivers the fatal strike. So these fragile powers are all... Princess Leia in Return of the Jedi. She encounters little Ewok, right?
Yes.
And then suddenly the Ewoks lead the counterattack against the Empire. Pretty important moment. You know, the heroines do this all the time in their stories. So between the Beast as ally and the fragile power, you have two heroic partners often flanking the heroine who end up saving the day and doing quite a lot of good. I call it the feminine triad in my book. I call it the great battle formation of the heroine, the feminine triad, the Beast as ally, the fragile power, and the heroine in the center. They're a formidable force.
So the three characters are just sort of the team that you put together.
You'll see them at the end of the story. So at the end of Aliens, Bishop, the Beast as ally, he's right there. He came in pretty handy. There's Newt, the fragile power. In Terminator 2, you got Arnold Schwarzenegger, the Beast as ally. Then you got John Connor, the fragile power, sitting right there. So these heroines, these are the characters that make it to the finish line, usually with the heroine.
Now, can you have multiple Beast as ally or fragile powers?
Yeah, Twilight has two. You have Team Edward, Team Jacob. Those are two Beast as allies. They're both dangerous. The one is an actual werewolf. He's actually a big bad wolf. Or in the book, I call him the big good wolf. And then you've got the vampire. They're both dangerous, right? But they have to be able to control that animal impulse, right? They're half animal, half human. The heroine wants to see that the Beast as ally can control that. That's a big deal to her. And that's what Beauty and the Beast, same thing. Get yourself under control. You know, if we're going to work together, you got to be able to and the Beast cares enough to cross that bridge with her and to honor more of his human half. And the Beast was his disguise. The Beast is the disguise for the Beast as ally. The humanity is the disguise for the Masked Minotaur.
Ooh, yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh man.
So-
Okay, now this is probably my second favorite part is the Broken Truce.
Oh, yes.
And so like and oh, let me get you all hold 1 second. There you go.
Yeah, the Broken Truce. She holds the flag up high and the sword idle. So this is when the heroine breaks her captivity bargain. She's not going to mess around anymore. She's not playing nice. She knows that it was a bad deal now. She has help. She's got people that are going to work with her, and she has decided, she has come to a point where she's not going to do what others tell her to do, even if she's appearing to conform. This is an open act of nonconformity. And let me tell you, the native culture takes this very seriously. They will come after her. You will see this all over in heroine-centric stories. The Broken Truce. And you see the icon in the spiral there is a police car.
Okay.
I can't tell you how often some aspect of either the villagers with pitchforks or law enforcement come rushing after the heroine. They come rushing after her.
Yeah, like there's one story I'm thinking of. Well, you showed the picture of Thelma and Louise,
Thelma
right?
and Louise.
Yeah.
Mad Max, Fury Road. The whole thing is the Broken Truce. That's the premise of the movie. The entire native culture comes roaring after her. They're not letting her go. Even in like Wreck-It Ralph, Vanellope. Remember, there's the eclair and the donut. The cops, they come after Vanellope, and the next scene of her is in a jail cell with chains on all around her neck. She's being held, she broke the truce.
Yeah.
And the native culture says you're done. Star Wars opens with a broken truce. You see Princess Leia with the sacred fire of the rebellion in her hand, which is symbolized by the Death Star plans. And she's running from her native culture in a broken truce. Behind her is the giant Star Destroyer. It even looks like a Masked Minotaur, the head of the Star Destroyer.
Oh, sure, yeah.
It's bearing down on her.
Yeah.
So it's a heroine moment. She's broken the truce. She was a member of the government.
Yes.
Now she's a refuge. She's a renegade. She's escaping her native culture.
Yeah.
To start Star Wars. Yeah. So
there's another movie that comes to mind, Legend of Billie Jean. Have you ever saw that one?
No.
Oh well, yeah, you should see it. It's a heroine story for sure, and the police are after this girl. My God, and her brother. It's really good.
I'm gonna have to watch it.
Yes, do watch it. It's really good.
Yeah, this bizarre pursuit is usually the key. It's usually law enforcement or villagers, but it's this weird pursuit of the Barbie. The Mattel guys come chasing after her in this comical way, but it's the same thing. In Labyrinth with David Bowie. Remember, she's running from house to house as the villagers are trying to chase her down in Labyrinth. Anyway, it's all over the place. The Broken Truce, but it's a pretty big moment because this is where you are ending Act 2. She's not just exploring anymore. She's made a call, and this is her effort to start to break free of the labyrinth. And you see that she is in the spiral. She is coming out. She is trying to come out, and she's doing it with her two heroic partners with her.
Now, for the next one, we're going into Act 3. Any entrance? Anything that you want to say about Act 3 in general? Or?
Yeah. So Act 1 was immersion or orientation, and Act 2 was exploration. Act 3 is called permutation or rearrangement. Act 3 usually ends with the labyrinth being rearranged in some way. It's a fascinating aspect of the story structure. Where the labyrinth was in the beginning, it will change. It will change by the time we get to that broken spell. This is the beginning of that change. The heroine is now in defiance of the sociocultural labyrinth. The truce has been broken, and the native culture is not effing around. Usually, the Masked Minotaur is mustering social forces against the heroine. Beauty and the Beast, the villagers, kill the beast. They're coming in.
Yes.
So the heroine now is dealing with this kind of pursuit. her effort to escape. And so when you start Act 3, and this is amazing, we encounter the Masked Minotaur's strategy for recapturing the heroine, which is the poisoned apple. And the poisoned apple is an attack upon the heroine's free will. It is an effort by the Minotaur to subdue, capture, and restrain the heroine by force, if necessary, in order to reconvert her or to have her re-enter a captivity bargain. The other thing about the poisoned apple is so there's some very unique things here. You obviously think of Snow White, right?
Yes. I was just going to mention that.
Her. Now, remember, that's the Masked Minotaur. She's in disguise, as we've come to expect. She is delivering this apple. Snow White takes a bite, and she falls unconscious.
Yeah.
The unconscious heroine is almost always associated with this moment. You'll see the heroine asleep, disoriented, restrained, with the Masked Minotaur hovering nearby. Secondly, the poisoned apple is something internal. This is bizarre. There is a sexual connotation here, okay? But it holds up on an archetypal level. You see some sort of entry, something like a syringe in Sarah Connor.
Oh, okay, yes.
You remember she's like, you got to let me see my son. And they hold her down and they inject her. And you see the heroine, like always, unconscious and restrained in that creepy scene where that guy licks her. Remember?
Yes.
She's restrained. She's unconscious. Beatrix Kiddo, she's unconscious. And you see Daryl Hannah, she was going to inject her with something. When Darth Vader does capture Princess Leia, the mind probe comes in. And there's a little syringe there. In Hunger Games, the Tracker Jackers sting Katniss Everdeen and she becomes disoriented. In Kill Bill, also at the end, she makes it. She's going to fight him. What does he do? Pulls out a tranquilizer gun and knocks her out. Those are poisoned apples. You see this everywhere. So the poisoned apple as an archetype, usually delivered by the Masked Minotaur, delivered through premeditation and in bad faith, often in disguise. So the Minotaur's crossing a line here, which is further proof to the heroine. This is not a bargaining situation. This is a struggle for your own sovereignty, a struggle to the end. Knocks out, disorients, or disables the heroine. The poison is something internal, either ingested, injected, implanted, embedded, and if it's a robot, like a robotic woman, like in Westworld, it's programmed into her, a forced shutdown to turn the heroine off and switch her off. Usually includes a restrained, unconscious, or debilitated heroine. Often depicts a menacing figure hovering above or nearby the heroine. Usually precedes a failed attempt to convert the heroine or persuade her to accept a new captivity bargain. The Minotaur often tries to extract, steal, diminish, or destroy the heroine's sacred fire. You see this all the time. What is Vader doing when he's trying to get the Death Star plans out of her? That's her cause. That's her sacred fire. She'll never give that up. In Maleficent, Stefan poisons her with a poisoned apple. What does he take? He takes her wings, her symbol of freedom, from her. He puts them on her wall. He steals that from her without her consent. So in Aliens, the face hugger is a poisoned apple. It's internal. It delivers something internal. It's the unconscious heroine who's often laying down and restrained. She's asleep when Burke delivers it. He's the Masked Minotaur of Aliens. And this thing would literally poison her by impregnating her. It's actually forced insemination, which was the symbolic aspect of the face hugger. And I think it's the symbolic aspect of the poisoned apple. The poisoned apple often places a special focus on the neck and throat or eyes and mouth. The eyes in that she looks entranced, like in Hunger Games when she's disoriented, or in Sleeping Beauty when there's another one, a needle. She pricks her finger on the needle.
Yes.
And she's entranced. Or Star Trek 1, Ilea, the throat. She's taken by the Minotaur, which is V'ger, and he converts her, and she has that symbol on her throat, and her eyes are glass glazed. That's a poisoned apple
Oh
attack.
wow. Yeah.
So,
And see, and I'm really glad that you're explaining this because I wouldn't have thought about that in that particular case with V'ger. But yes, it is. I mean, what
well,
else
and
could it
when we
be?
see her, when Spock goes out into V'ger on his own in the spacesuit, think about the imagery. It's so archetypal. First off, Ilea's like the size of a goddess. She's massive, and all they focus on is that apple red sensor on her throat. And she's unconscious, the unconscious heroine. And when Spock tries to touch it, it knocks him out. It's too much for him.
Yeah.
So anyway, the poisoned apple is a big deal because it also is an unequal attack. It's a attack of deception. Adam and Eve. You have the beast in disguise, and the serpent gives her the
Ooh.
apple. And my point was, it's not a moral test that Eve fails. We have to understand that the apple is a weapon, and it is an attack upon the heroine. That is what a poisoned apple is.
Interesting. Yes.
Yes, she must be deceived into it.
Yeah.
So anyway, poisoned apple is huge, and you do see it everywhere. Even in Alien, she unmasks Ash. Right? She's in the inner chamber. Mother. She gets the exchange. She finds out the crew's expendable, and who occupies that space? Ash, right away. She unmasks him, and Ash throws her. What does Ash do? He rolls up a magazine and puts it in her mouth. So again,
I was like, what is going on there?
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
But it holds up the archetype, a special focus on the neck, throat, eyes, or mouth. And it's internal. So it's weird, and it's delivered by the Minotaur, and she's unconscious in that scene, or semi-conscious.
Yeah.
So that's another expression of the poisoned apple.
Oh yeah.
So anyway, the poisoned apple is also that point of no return. So the next archetype is the point where the heroine realizes the only way to defeat the Minotaur is to do one thing. You can't just slay the Minotaur. Because if you attack this Minotaur while the mask is up, you look like the problem. You just attacked You just attacked our science officer. You just attacked the president. You just attacked, whoever the good guy is supposed to be.
Yes.
The heroine learns the truth. You have to unmask this character. And the unmasking is a critical moment. And in fact, it's almost more important than the battle itself in some stories. Some stories, they almost skip the battle. Like in Tangled, she finally unmasks Mother Gothel. Mother Gothel just falls back out the window. The battle wasn't much of a battle. Even in Kill Bill, which was a combat-centric heroine story, she just does that move on him. Battle's over. We have all these other big combats, but the climax was very simple. It was the unmasking of Bill that was the most important part. And I like how the filmmaker, you don't even see Bill's face in the whole first movie. That's how disguised he is.
Oh yeah.
So the unmasking is where the mask comes off of the Minotaur, and for this to work, she must be able to have witnesses. It must be incontrovertible proof, and it removes the core deception of the Labyrinth. The core deception is that the Minotaur is good. It's that simple. That's the core deception. When the mask comes off, the core deception collapses, and everyone sees the truth. The Minotaur is bad, is evil. And that one thing causes the entire cult of deception to collapse, because all of the lies in the Labyrinth are based on the one core belief that the Minotaur is good. That's it. The Minotaur is good. Once the Minotaur is proven to be not good, all the other lies can't hold up anymore.
Yeah.
All of them come down at once. That's the power of the heroine's unmasking of the Minotaur. So for the and what's cool is I made a list of all the masks in heroine-centric stories.
Ooh.
Guess what the greatest type of mask is in heroine-centric stories? A human face. When I made a list of all
yes, of course.
when I made a list of all the best masks in stories, they were, Predator, Captain America, Boba Fett, Hannibal Lecter, Spider-Man, Jason. These are all very different from the types of villains heroines run into. Heroines, the disguise is their goodness. It's a human face. So when the heroine finally unmasks them, they give the culture, the native culture, the Labyrinth, a chance to change their opinion about the Minotaur. In Labyrinth, remember, he's like, I'll be your slave, Sarah.
Yeah.
That's a different, he's lying to her.
Yes.
The heroine unmasked the Minotaur by revealing the hidden forms of tyranny and ego. Unmasking breaks the core deception of the story that the Minotaur is good. The pleasing human face of the masked Minotaur is actually ugly, deformed, tyrannical, or animalistic. The unmasking may be the climax of the story. The unmasking does not require combat-style showdown, but you can, and may result in the villain reforming. The villain might turn good in this moment.
Oh.
So Moana.
I didn't think about that. Yeah.
Yeah, Moana has the reformed villain in it. So that's the unmasking. And then the next archetype is actually pretty profound. And this is one of the centerpieces psychologically to the heroine's labyrinth. In the hero's journey, usually the final battle takes place far away from home. On the Death Star, it's on the enemy's turf usually. And it's not a friendly place. In heroine-centric stories, amazingly, the final confrontation takes place in a house, in her house sometimes, in the place she started, sometimes in the center of the labyrinth. Beatrix Kiddo's final battle takes place in a nice residential house where Bill is there, the Minotaur, and the fragile power is there, her daughter. Silence of the Lambs takes place in a house. Rapunzel, she ends up in that tower room, and that's where the final climax takes place. I think this is profound because home as battleground is psychologically traumatic. The home itself is often the center of the heroine's labyrinth. The invasion of the inner sanctum signals that even the safest places have been compromised by the Minotaur. If a final confrontation occurs, it takes place on familiar ground within a home or in a home-like environment. The symbolic meaning behind home as battleground is a contest of the heroine's will against the Minotaur's power. The confrontation is usually against the unmasked Minotaur, who becomes animalistic and tyrannical in full. So a lot of these Beauty and the Beast, it's in the mansion.
Yeah.
They're literally laying the mansion to siege. There's something psychologically disturbing about being in a safe place and having it completely invaded.
Yes.
So I think that's why Terminator 1 was so unbelievable, because home as battleground is on steroids in Terminator 1.
Oh, yeah.
So first off, we see the first attack on the first Sarah Connor, who's not Linda Hamilton. She answers the door. Boom! It's a home invasion.
Yes.
He enters the home and boom, he shoots her. We find out through the news that the other Sarah Connor in the phone book, someone shot her in her apartment. So even though they're not these are home invasions. The next thing, he invades Sarah Connor's house, kicks open the door. He finds her roommate there. He invades that inner space. He kills the roommate and the boyfriend. Sarah then
scary.
Goes into a safe place. What is her advice? Go to a public place. So she does. Does this help her against this masked Minotaur? He compromised. He goes into tech noir. He opens fire. He doesn't care. It's terrifying because this should be a place of safety for her.
Yes.
And then it gets worse. So then you see the images of the Broken Truce. The police are pursuing Sarah at some point. She ends up in the police station, the safest place we can think of in 1984. She finally does what no heroine does. She goes to the police. She's protected there. These guys are armed. They're like, don't you worry about a thing. The Terminator invades this safe space too. He comes smashing through the police station and he kills 17 cops and runs her out of even the police station. So the Terminator is famous in the first movie for his ability to invade all the safest places. It does not matter where Sarah goes, he will invade that space. Anyway, and the final battle for Ripley is on the Sulaco. she made it back to the ship. She's safe.
Yes.
Nope. You're not safe. You have a queen alien about to descend on you. So home as battleground's a pretty big deal. You'll find a lot of our heroines are fighting on their home turf when this happens. And I think that means it says something very important. Remember, Sarah in Labyrinth is at home, technically.
Yeah, yeah.
And she's going to save her baby brother.
Yeah, and she could be, you know, all of the labyrinth and everything that's happening could be happening right in her own brain.
Right.
Same as Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz.
That's right.
Yeah, and so it's very I don't know, it's a very powerful story. And
it is, and even in like Gone with the Wind, Scarlett O'Hara kills one person. It's a Union soldier who does what? He invades her home. She shoots him. So there's a home invasion there. This invasion of the inner sanctum, the compromising of home, is a powerful archetype that the heroine must confront, and it is a terrifying thing. Her home becomes unsafe. Yeah, and this leads to one of the most heroic moments in all of storytelling: the Shield Maiden.
Yes.
This is one of my favorites. I've gotten emotional now when I see it because it is so powerful and recurrent.
I love it too.
Yes. The Shield Maiden. And you'll be surprised by how often this happens. The Shield Maiden is when the heroine physically interposes herself between the Masked Minotaur and a defenseless character, typically just a few feet away. Very important to understand, the heroine in her battle, if there's a major confrontation, there's often a fragile power that shares the battlefield with her a few feet away. Hero's journey stories do not feature the second character nearby during their final confrontation.
Yeah.
It's usually one-on-one, single combat that is resolved by great skill and ethical use of force, usually. The heroine has someone standing right there. Ripley has one of the greatest Shield Maiden moments of all time. The confrontation in the loader with the Queen Alien. Yes. Newt is in that space. She's right there. She's right just a few feet away. And if the Shield Maiden fails, Newt could be destroyed.
Yes.
So, the heroine physically interposes herself between the Minotaur and a defenseless person. The heroine's body symbolizes a physical shield and a red line. The heroine draws a red line in the world, wherever this might be, and you can't cross this line. That is what the heroine says. She is the first and only responder and the sole enforcer of this red line. It's incredible. The heroine's primary goal is to block the Minotaur's advance. A defenseless person shares the room or space with the heroine, typically just a few feet away. The heroine intends to survive the confrontation, not sacrifice herself. Because if she dies, then the other person's going to die as well. The heroine risks severe physical harm, even if she's not trained for combat. The heroine often withstands all forms of retribution. So the Shield Maiden occurs almost everywhere I look now. Sarah Connor, the Masked Minotaur, is advancing on John Connor. He shares the battlefield with her. She loads her shotgun. She backs this guy up. She's nose to nose with a T-1000, this indestructible force. She backs him up, backs him up, backs him up. There's a great scene in Avengers Infinity War. Thanos is there. He's batting aside Captain America. He needs one more Infinity Stone. It's Vision, who's lying defenseless on the ground.
Oh, yeah.
Who's standing in between Vision and Thanos? A heroine. Of course. It's the Scarlet Witch. It's a perfect image. You see her block Thanos. And Thanos is like trying to push forward. You have brutality in front. You have life behind her. And she tries to hold back this brutality by by shielding herself from Thanos. It's a perfect image of the Shield Maiden. In Return of the King, King Theoden goes down. He's on the ground. The Witch King of Angmar comes in for the strike. Who jumps in front of him? A heroine, Lady Éowyn. She's like, you will not touch him. And she ends up killing the Witch King of Angmar in this confrontation in order to protect her king. It's amazing. Wonder Woman, in that great scene where she's striding across no man's land, the army is behind her, and they open fire, and she raises an actual shield. She's the only target on the battlefield, and the German machine gunners are trying to shoot her down, and her knees are buckling. It's a great scene there with her. There's another scene in Game of Thrones where Caitlin Stark, for those who have seen it, her son Bran was paralyzed. So he's laying unconscious in bed. They send an assassin to come get him. She walks in, sees the assassin, sees Bran, leaps in front, grabs the blade with her hand, and wards off this guy's attack. And of course, there's a sad reminder that some Shield Maidens don't always win. In Conan the Barbarian, these cult warriors come in and they sack the village. Little Conan is standing there, and his mother does what? She raises her blade at these. She stands no chance. She raises her blade against these guys in an effort to protect Conan. Thulsa Doom delivers a poisoned apple here. He disorients her and then decapitates her. But the spirit, the feminine spirit, returns, because what happens at the end? Conan is about to receive a death blow, and Valeria comes back from the dead as a shield maiden to block the blow. Well, you want to live forever, she says, as she saves him. So the Shield Maiden is stunningly persistent and frozen. The final scene, Prince Hans coming in, and Prince Anna or Elsa turns into a block. No, Prince Anna, right? Turns into a block of unbreakable ice. And her sister is just a few feet away, right behind her. And the sword shatters against the shield she makes. So A Quiet Place. Reagan, the daughter, she's deaf. The monster's coming up, and the mother pops up at the last second, empties the shotgun in this thing's face, and shoots it dead. Even in King Kong, there's that moment where the biplanes are coming in to shoot Kong off the Empire State Building, and Ann Darrow jumps in front and waves off, and these planes end up calling off that attack. So it's incredibly heroic, these heroines, what they do, but you'll start to notice it more and more as you watch these stories.
Oh, it's wonderful. Yeah.
It is. The Shield Maiden is freaking amazing. Yeah. So and then we get to essentially one of the last moments, which is the broken spell. And the broken spell is the rapid rearrangement of the native culture. The heroine has done something. You get a transition from darkness to light. And you see the rapid rearrangement of the native culture into something better. So the heroine breaks the core deception of the Minotaur in the story world. The Minotaur is not good. The Minotaur is evil. The world or setting often experiences a rapid rearrangement. The transition moves from darkness to light. The imagery and symbolism highlight growth, life, color, and creation. The hidden victims of this labyrinth, of this world, are freed, and the Minotaur is either defeated or reformed. The broken spells are pretty dramatic in fairy tales, but Swan Lake is a great example. But you'll see them even in modern stories. Wonder Woman, the second she breaks the spell from Ares, who's disguised, the world turns, the soldiers stop fighting each other. The spirit of war is broken. Even in Silence of the Lambs, she shoots Buffalo Bill, and the Masked Minotaur collapses. The window somehow opens up, and light pours into the basement, and the heroine has reclaimed the labyrinth. And by the way, in Silence of the Lambs, the Shield Maiden, Catherine Martin, the hostage, shares the room with her when she faces the Masked Minotaur. So the broken spell is a pretty important thing. It's the evil that was plaguing the native culture has been dealt with by the heroine, and she changes the native culture either in a small way or, like in Hunger Games, overturns the whole social order to bring about freedom in the labyrinth.
So cool.
And then the final one is Atonement, and this is the heroine. Remember the Captivity Bargain? There was 3 claims to her sacred fire, which caused the conflict in the first place. You have the heroine's claim, you have the Masked Minotaur's claim, and the native culture's claim. Atonement is the final reconciliation of all of that. The heroine has now done something that is incredible and useful and necessary for the native culture. And so the native culture has to deal with that. They have to change their opinion about her. And in hero's journey stories, I feel like the hero attains worthiness at the end of his story. That is what he is subconsciously seeking. The hero is actually considered expendable by his native culture, and this bothers the hero on some level. We're sending you off to die. Save us. He's expendable. So when the hero slays the dragon, he's now proven that he's very valuable to the culture. That's I am not expendable. It's the hero's rally cry. He has now attained worthiness. That's why the native culture gives him this medal.
Mm-hmm.
That's why the bride might now be interested. He's worthy of her as a romantic partner. I don't think heroines are looking for worthiness in their stories in the Heroine's Labyrinth. What I have decided, what I've zeroed in on, is validation. The heroine was right about something that the native culture and others denied. They denied her this truth, and she stuck to her guns, and she proved to be correct. So the native culture must deal with that. They either apologize, you were right all along, I was wrong. They validate the heroine now.
Yeah.
The heroine's sacred fire is now honored. She no longer has to hide the sacred fire. She has fulfilled it. She has lived up to what she wanted. And the Masked Minotaur, his claim is surrendered because he has been defeated. So all of these claims to her sacred fire are reconciled. Moana's got a great reconciliation. The native culture wants Moana to be the chief. They take her up and say, this is the place of chiefs. You're going to put your stone up on top of the mountain, and you will take your place as our chief. Moana is like, I don't want to live on, I want to explore. That was her sacred fire.
Yes, yes, sir.
And you know that because the sacred fire, when she finds the ships in the inner chamber, the fire symbolism appears. And so how does this get resolved? She takes her place as the chief, but as a seafaring people. She restored this old value to her native culture. They used to be explorers, and now she discovered that, and she's restored this. Now her native culture are going to be explorers again with her as the chief. And on top of the place of chiefs where she was supposed to put a stone, one of the final scenes is her conch shell, which is her symbol, one of her symbols in this story. So it's a perfect reconciliation.
Oh,
and then the only other reconciliation I think we should talk about is the heroine and the mother figure. I think this is going to take on a greater significance in stories as we move forward.
Okay.
A lot of stories omit the mother character because the relationship is complex. The mother figure often represents the native culture. Remember, the native culture wants the heroine to perpetuate something, to continue something.
Ooh.
Right? So when the mother agrees to be a mother, she is fulfilling what the native culture wanted her to do. So, and the native culture is something the heroine's fighting against. So that creates a natural tension between the mother figure and the heroine. You accepted this native culture deal, not me.
Yes.
So at the end, the heroine and the mother figure should try to reconcile this difference. You see it in Everything Everywhere All at Once. The mother and the daughter reconcile. Okay. In Barbie, you see the mother-daughter reconciliation at the end of Barbie. So, but you can see it in other ways, like in Silence of the Lambs. She's an oafish. The native culture grants her a real shield. She becomes an FBI agent. So she's validated. She did it. So that's the atonement. The heroine has made a major impact, or has made some impact, big or small, in the native culture. There's been some sort of rearrangement, and she has been validated as knowing something and proving right.
Yeah, in Zootopia, something like this happens, right?
Oh yeah, with Judy Hopps. Yeah.
Yeah. This is wonderful. My goodness, and definitely, like you said, I've watched a lot of content with you explaining this, and every time you do, I learn a little something more about it, and feel like maybe after like 5 more explanations, I'll be an expert. But this is fantastic as far as like just seeing it all out, and just thinking of all of the different movies that I can recognize all of these facets woven inside and naturally occurring in these stories. It's just really cool.
So there is something the heroines have been doing that we may have mistaken by trying to think of it as a hero's journey. When she was on she was on an inward journey. Her challenge came from her native culture. There is a character that tries to possess and monopolize her. Heroes just don't seem to have that the same way. It's just a different style of a story. It's a different structure, and the archetypes are different.
Yeah. But there are some stories that can think of right away that they are using both the hero's journey, and they're using this,
Yes.
and it applies kind of not just to the female characters but the male characters too, like in the Matrix. I feel like there's so many moments that relate to this from the Matrix.
The Matrix, you could do a hero's journey interpretation. You could definitely do a Heroine's Labyrinth interpretation of the Matrix.
Yeah. There's so many, and we should go over that one day, I think, in full detail. But I did put together. Let me see if I can do this.
Oh, cool.
Let's see, some movies we can just generally talk about. All right, so we did talk a lot about Aliens and how the 1979 movie, and also the 1986 sequel, how there was just sort of going through and going over the Heroine's Labyrinth. Any other areas we haven't talked about yet that maybe you'd like to bring to light about these movies in particular that is employing the Heroine's Labyrinth?
Well, I have to confess up front, Ripley is probably my all-time favorite heroine.
I
I love Ripley. I think she's incredible. Sigourney Weaver's acting performance in both films was incredible. And she's what I refer to as the emergent heroine, which makes sense with the Heroine's Labyrinth. She may not begin as the leader,
yes,
but she can emerge as the leader. And this happens a lot in heroine-centric stories. And it does happen in both of her stories where, in fact, in Alien, the opening shot is on Kane. You don't even see Ripley in the life pods in the opening.
Yeah.
She's just one of the crew. She's nothing remarkable about her at first, and other characters seem to be more important. And slowly, she emerges as the one with a plan.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
Yes.
And definitely when we get to have like more of her story from the beginning, in the sequel, we see that growth. We see that beautiful growth of the character from kind of being out of sorts.
Yeah.
In a brand new world, but also like growing into the character we know and love, and also even showing up even better, even more bolder than ever.
Well,
So,
and you actually said you asked about the hero's journey. Can you do both? Ripley, both Alien and Aliens have facets that are a little bit of the hero's journey and a little bit of the Heroine's Labyrinth. As a result, there's two villains. So for one, the Nostromo leaves the native culture of Earth, right? She is clearly far from home. So that is a very classic hero's journey issue. There is a very clear call to adventure when the alarm they wake up the crew. We're going to go investigate this life form. This life form is foreign and alien. It's an actual alien. So that's very hero's journey like. There's no wise mentor or anything like that, but there is this militant outsider, this dangerous villain that is an overt and obvious threat that must be physically defeated in physical combat. That's a hero's journey thing. However, the Heroine's Labyrinth is also clearly at work. On the Nostromo takes on a place of the native culture. This is home to these characters. She's with members of her native culture there. So there's one of them disguised. You have the heroine's journey. You have a masked Minotaur in there. Yes. And he appears to be a social apex character. He's the science officer, but he's got an ulterior motive. He misdirects the heroine. He undermines her when he ignores her order to not let them on board. You have the poisoned apple scene that we talked about. The inner sanctum. The safest place is Mother. It's made to feel safe. You hear breathing sounds. It's white. It's not industrial in there. It's very safe. And that's where the masked Minotaur is unmasked. He's compromised Mother. He's compromised that inner space. So she has to unmask him, and she does. And he ends up being defeated. So secondly, though, but she has the hero's journey issue. She also must defeat the other villain, which is the alien itself, which she does so in single combat on her lifeboat. So home is Battleground. and she does end up defeating him.
Yeah. Oh, just great. Just really great.
And briefly, the same thing happens in Aliens. The same format takes place. She leaves her native culture like the hero on the journey to go slay the distant dragon, which she does in hand-to-hand combat. But she also has to unmask a member of the native culture in their midst, which is Burke. And Burke delivers the poisoned apple, which is the face huggers. It's the unconscious heroine. He bypasses her ability to defend herself. It's an internal attack. It's an attack of deception. So you have the Labyrinth in LV 426. There's different inner chambers where there's new information being revealed. She has the fragile power. And then Bishop is the Masked Minotaur, who's the doppelganger of the last villain, who ends up coming in to save her. He's very heroic in this, Bishop.
Just great, yes.
Yeah.
And the next one, we talked about this a little bit. Any other little tidbits or revelations about the Terminator franchise 1 and 2?
Terminator is awesome too. There's one thing that's interesting about Sarah Connor in Terminator 2 is she attempts to become a Minotaur herself. She almost becomes a Terminator in this at one scene.
Yes!
Right?
Yeah. See, I love this, yes.
Yeah, she kind of becomes, and think about it. When she becomes a Terminator, what does she do? She does a home invasion. She attacks Miles Dyson in his home the way a Terminator. So there's this attack on the home, which is something you only get out of the Masked Minotaur. That's exactly what she does.
I love it.
Her humanity wins over her. She's not like that. She can't do it. She's got him dead to rights, and she wants to pull that trigger. And you see kind of a Shield Maiden moment out of the son, right? Or is it the wife that says like, don't shoot?
Both of them, but I think the son in particular.
Yeah, don't shoot my dad.
Yeah.
But she can't. She can't do it. Her humanity is too dominant in her to actually go all the way with this. So she ends up converting him to the cause, Miles Dyson. So there's a lot of cool stuff with Sarah Connor. And what's funny is for and she's tough. She's very warrior-like in this. She's not messing around in this one. And she moves good. I was watching her take those orderlies in the hospital were pretty tough, aggressive men.
Yes.
And she handles her business with those guys very convincingly.
Yes.
And but you see the restrained heroine. They give her the poison apple when they knock her out and then restrain her. And you see her break out of captivity. Once again, you've got the law enforcement there. The Broken Truce, she's making a break for it. It's a jailbreak out of that. And it's so good. She's running. She is playing. She uses the poisoned apple on Dr. Silberman. It's just great stuff. And then it's got the best beast as ally ever. The actual Terminator from the first film is now her ally.
Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. And we got to make sure everybody notices that you have a Sarah Connor shirt on now.
Sarah Connor, 2024.
Yes.
Sarah Connor. I think Linda Hamilton doesn't get enough credit for her portrayal of Sarah Connor. I wrote an article where I talk about, after I saw Terminator Dark Fate, I thought it was not good. And I wrote an article saying, look, this is not a good movie, but I saw Sarah Connor again. And it reminded me that Terminator was actually a heroine-centric franchise. And the more they start to emphasize John Connor, the more they overemphasized Arnold Schwarzenegger, the more they lost their way. So I think she was the heart and soul of the Terminator franchise. And she's also one of my favorite heroines of all time.
Oh, she's fantastic. I remember trying to go to the gym to work out and look like that.
Yeah.
And back in
did you put your bed up on its side and start doing pull-ups?
I didn't. I wasn't. I didn't have that much of a gusto, but I did go to the gym for a few weeks and tried to get some muscle.
Yeah. All right. Awesome.
Now we also have the color purple.
Celie Johnson.
Yeah, and if you can give us some sweeping thoughts on this movie and how it fulfills the role.
Celie Johnson clearly does not go on a hero's journey. Her problems are at home, home, in the places that are supposed to be the safest places. The Color Purple, she goes from house to house, and each one has a Minotaur occupying it. She also has to deal with issues of racism, of pregnancy, of stereotypes. So she is up against her native culture, and in this movie, it's a rather hostile native culture to her, and yet she finds her way through it. So I actually like Celie Johnson a lot as a character, and it was while watching The Color Purple that there was another movie that made me think. I was like, it's the native culture. It's when I was trying to zero in on what it was that was so different. The Color Purple was one of those films that immediately helped me get my mind out of the hero's journey and into the fact that this is a different struggle against a place that's supposed to be safe. And The Color Purple has this in space, like it's all over the place. So anyway, yeah, she's a great character to follow, and she deals with abuse, and you know, just to stray out of story realm for a little bit, a lot of abuse happens in homes. So you know, the idea of a compromised home is not something that is bizarre to our real life heroines in the world. I think it's more, it's a problem, and I think it's something that happens possibly more than we think it does.
Yes. I mean, I hate to say this, but a lot of times they will put up the facade as if everything is okay, but it's really not.
Yes.
But yes, and that's one of the reasons why a lot of people really love this story, is how also it resonates with so many people.
Yeah, it was so good.
Yeah.
Have you seen the new one?
No, I have not. I have not seen the new one.
I haven't either. You know, what's funny is I was just getting ready to publish this book.
Yeah.
And for grammar, you have to, if there's two movies with the same title, you have to put the year.
Yes.
So it has to be The Color Purple 1985 or The Color Purple 2023.
Yes.
And so before this year, it was always just The Color Purple.
Yes.
And so right before the book was published, The Color Purple 2000, I was like, oh, now I got to go back and write 1985 on all the references to The Color Purple. So,
yes.
I called up my publishing consultant. And I was like, hey, can we pull the manuscript out of Amazon and out of Libram? She's like, what? I was like, we have to.
Yeah, it's the little details, isn't it? My goodness. Yeah.
Totally. Oh, and the same thing happened with The Little Mermaid. There was Little Mermaid 1989 and then Little Mermaid 2023.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And it's wild. I suppose everything will get a remake eventually one day. And so we were just talking about Clarice from Silence of the Lambs. And we did cover a lot. Is there anything else in particular that you wanted to highlight about?
I'll just say this. Clarice Starling is one of my favorite heroines. And I think a lot of it was the way Jodie Foster as an actress portrayed her. She does something that's very important to me. So you see a lot of modern heroines doing roundhouses and throwing guys around and everything, and it just doesn't always ring true. Sometimes it does. I think if the actress really convinces, if it fits. Clarice doesn't really do any of that. In fact, the way Jodie Foster played her, she's very vulnerable in a lot of these scenes. And yet the vulnerability never makes her look weak. And I think this is something Hollywood needs to relearn. Vulnerability makes me care about you as a heroine or as a hero. You know, Luke being out, Han Solo is much more manly than Luke in A New Hope. Luke doesn't do, he gets pushed down in the Mos Eisley. The more vulnerable the hero or heroine is, the more you're like, hey, come on, man, come on. What are we going to do? How are we going to get this? The more on your side I am. These superheroines like Rey from Star Wars, I never sympathize with them because they never lose. They're never vulnerable. They're always so strong. And A, it doesn't ring true. And B, it makes me sympathize with all the people she's beating up, not her. But Clarice in The Silence of the Lambs, I cannot help but watch that film and really feel for her. Authenticity is what I would deem a heroine-centric value. And she's very honest in this story. She tells Hannibal Lecter things. Um, her sacred fire is wanting to help people. That is her sacred fire. She failed when she was a kid, when she left the lamb behind. And then she gets nightmares because she left that lamb behind. He asks, what became of your lamb? And she goes, they killed it. And he's like, so you still wake up dreaming, don't you? With the awful screaming of the lambs. And she overcomes this by saving Catherine Martin. And also in the movie, there's sometimes feminism in movies can be off-putting the way they portray it. This movie made me care more about the plight of women than most films. Like the scene where she gets in an elevator. There's all these big dudes surrounding her, and they're all looking down. I'm like, oh, how uncomfortable would that be? That would be. But it made me aware of, like if a woman got it, not to make her feel that way. Maybe just say something lighthearted or whatever. It made me understand how a woman might be dealing with things in the world in ways that differ from the male experience. So, and there's a lot of it in Silence of the Lambs.
Interesting, because I mean, there are ways of doing that without making it seem like you're picking on one. Yeah, all guys are like this, or like just putting together a scene that's got that subtleness to it, but also have a poignant comment to make about it. I like that.
Totally.
Yeah.
There's another scene where she goes to the funeral home to do an autopsy from one of the bodies they found, and Jack Crawford kind of throws her under the bus. He's like, hey, can we talk about that? There's a woman listening. She's a little sensitive. Can we talk somewhere else? And the cop looks at her and he's like, yeah, sure. And those two clear out. And right when they clear out, all these cops are just surrounding her and they're just staring at her. And they pan over and she's just kind of like trying to keep her cool. And I was like, whew, that looks so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But I love it. She pushes back. They're in the car and she's like, he goes, it really burned you when I said we had to, that you were sensitive. And he's like, it's just smoke, Clarice. I was just trying to, get him out of there. She goes, it matters, sir. People look at you, see how you react. It matters. And he stops and he thinks and he's like, point taken. And I was like, what a great way to put him in place. She doesn't one-up him.
Yeah.
You used the word poignant a second ago. It was very poignant and vulnerable and yet assertive. And I was like, I like Clarice. She hits that right balance for me.
Yeah. Nice. It's been a long time since I've seen this one, but
I'll say this for your viewers.
Yeah.
If you want to test your knowledge and ability on the Heroine's Labyrinth, Silence of the Lambs hits every beat. Every beat is in Silence of the Lambs for the Heroine's Labyrinth.
Wow.
So it's a perfect movie to study and see how this plays out.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'll have to revisit it one of these days. It's a scary movie. And I'm very, very weak when it comes to scary movies.
Well, she's very much Little Red Riding Hood. Hannibal eats, he's the big bad. Well, he'll devour her literally, which is so unusual in a modern movie, but they made it work. Hannibal the cannibal.
Yeah. And you mentioned this one. This is also in your video. And any sweeping thoughts about Coraline?
Coraline's another one. If you want to see every beat in the Heroine's Labyrinth, it's right there in Coraline. Home is Battleground. The battle is right there in her home. The Masked Minotaur is a doppelganger of her mother. And she finds the secret door, which is what she's crawling through right there in that picture. She has the beast as ally and the cat. Are you a big fan of Coraline?
I can't get past the button eyes.
That's a poisoned apple. Remember, there's a piercing, there's a puncturing or something internal, usually a needle, that symbolizes the poisoned apple. That would put her in that catatonic state.
Yeah, because I think I saw like the first few minutes of it, and then when we got to the button eyes, I was like, ah!
You were like, I'm out. I can't do it.
I can't do it. I know it's animation. I love animation. It looks, really cool. But my goodness, I have to get over the eye situation.
Well, if you can ever make it through the end, Coraline is a great movie. It's one of my favorites, and it's become one of my favorites. And I like it even more now because it hits every beat of the Heroine's Labyrinth. I was like, oh my god. Yeah. Coraline has all of them. And it's
Yeah,
a very different film than Silence of the Lambs, and yet they have all the same beat. They have the same archetypal designs underneath.
this is that's why I have to see this again, or at least give it a try to see this movie, because I want to discover those things too in there. And then okay, so I threw this. This is one of I believe you do mention this movie in one portion of the book, but also I'm like, oh my goodness, I see so many little areas where there are the Heroine's Labyrinth, and yeah, if you could just go through a couple, would be great.
There are several movies that have male leads that follow the Heroine's Labyrinth, and it's so funny. You see the writers try to do a hero's journey, but end up in a Heroine's Labyrinth a lot. Total Recall is one of those. He wants to go to Mars, right? That's the distant land and everything. But it's his native culture that he's up against, and you have the disguise factor, very heavy in Total Recall. In the book, I say, I just leave an open-ended question to people. I'm like, knowing what we know about hero-centric stories, don't you think and I name a couple movies, Total Recall being one, maybe it would be an interesting remake. This would be a good one for they call it a gender swap. This would be a good one to see with a heroine cast in the lead, because it has all the beats of the Heroine's Labyrinth.
Yeah.
I mean, all the way through. You even have the Captivity Bargain. He has agreed to this other arrangement where he lives as Douglas Quaid, but he's really a stooge of Cohagen. You have the poisoned apple. He gives him that pill. Now
the red
put it
pill
in your mouth and swallow it.
Yeah, the red pill.
The red pill. It's a poisoned apple.
Yeah.
He's like, and he even says, he goes, what is it? And he's like, it's a symbol of your desire to want to come back. He's lying to him.
Yes.
The wife is in disguise.
Yes.
The Masked Minotaur is himself, actually.
Yes, absolutely.
You have the Black Swan event and the air being cut off, and nature. The rapid rearrangement, the broken spell in this is great.
Oh yeah.
He starts the reactor, and there's air on Mars.
yeah, air on Mars.
That's right. Home is Battleground is a theme because it's got revolutionary overtones.
Yes.
The most extreme version of Home is Battleground, as I mentioned in my book, is revolutionary stories, like Hunger Games. You actually will notice feminine figures associated with revolution, like Statue of Liberty after the American Revolution. There's that famous painting of Lady Liberty leading the people, it's called, in France in the July Revolution. It's a famous painting. You have plenty of the Cult of Deception is like the fundamental core of Total Recall.
Yes, the Recall Center.
Yeah, the Recall Center, and then of course the Broken Truce. He's constantly being chased through the film by enforcers. So anyway, this one actually has a ton of the beats, and I loved watching Total Recall, and I thought to myself, this might be a fun one. If they're looking for a heroine-centric story that might work, this one might be a fun one to play with.
Yeah. And, Kawato, the Fragile Power.
Oh my God, totally.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
The Beast's ally. Probably Tony.
Oh, Tony, Beast's ally. Oh, maybe.
Yeah, he's usually antisocial or like kind of an outlaw, which Tony is.
Yeah.
He has an off-putting appearance at first, which Tony does, and he does end up helping him.
Yes, he does. He does help him.
But yeah, Guado is the Fragile Power, big time. You know that.
So many cool things. Would you say we have a couple of Minotaurs in here, because we do have the cab driver Benny.
Benny, I don't think he's a Minotaur. I just think he's I don't think he's a Minotaur. I think he's kind of like more of just a bad guy sent, or someone sent by the bad guys to get him. Well, he is in disguise, which that is a classic motif in the Heroine's Labyrinth. but I don't think he's usually the Minotaur is a little bit more of a social apex character, whereas he's kind of just a cab driver.
Okay, would you call him as somebody who was part of the cult of deception?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. He's part of the cult of deception because he is sent by the people protecting that system. So he's the equivalent of the evil heroic partner. You know, like the heroic partners aren't the leads in the story, but they're partners. He's kind of an evil partner, Benny.
Yeah.
I've got 5 kids to feed. Remember the number 6.
Oh man, yeah, I do love this is one of my favorite movies. And let's see, we got some more here. We've got, you mentioned Misery.
Oh my God, totally. Misery is 100% a Heroine's Labyrinth story with the roles reversed, like 100%. Paul Sheldon's Sacred Fire he's a writer. Remember, it's an attractive force and a creative power. His creative power is writing. That's his creativity. That's how it's expressed. And his attractive force is that he is a famous writer. So his fame, she exhibits all the examples of the Masked Minotaur. She's drawn in. She's attracted to the heroine, Paul. And look, he's restrained.
Yes.
You get the restrained heroine. You literally have the image of the restrained heroine with the Masked Minotaur hovering overhead.
Yeah.
So, and she tries to extract the sacred fire from him by force. She's like, you will write you're going to change this story. She destroys what he actually wrote. And then she demands that he writes a different story for her. That's her trying to monopolize his creative power as writing. That's her trying to monopolize that creative power by forcing him to write what she wants. It's a perfect example of the thinking of the Masked Minotaur and their attitude toward this creative power of the, quote unquote heroine in this case. It's exact. This is what heroines go through in our stories. The female protagonists go through all the time. Here we're watching a male protagonist go through it. And you see, he makes a captivity bargain at first.
Yes.
He's like, he tries to be nice to her. He tries to like be cool and follow the rules. He tries to go along with her, hoping he'll get out of it later. Yes. And that's part of the captivity bargain. You still have a seat at the table is the thinking. I'm not causing an irreversible confrontation. I'm making a bargain and we'll kick the can down the way and I'll hopefully get out of this. Jackie Brown is a great example where she's constantly working her captivity bargain, but she still has a seat at the table. Anyway, but for him, so he's often restrained and the poisoned apple. She's literally giving him poison pills to knock him out and sedate him all the time. Remember, he starts to hide them?
Yes.
Right. So, and then, of course, when she's unmasked and she's duplicitous, she pretends to be this she doesn't like swearing. Swearing is inappropriate. But she'll take a sledgehammer to this guy's legs.
Yeah.
Which is distorted priorities and values there, big time. Home is battleground. Now, it's not the heroine's home in this case, but it is in a home environment. Once again, it's amazing how often the home seems to be the place that's compromised. Let's see. Isn't the law enforcement called in at one? She kills the law enforcement officer, right?
Oh, I forgot. It's been a while since I've seen. She's a nasty piece of work. That's all I know.
Right. She is a perfect for men to understand how this works, the stealing of the sacred fire. For whatever reason, I think it's easy to understand from let's say a male character trying to monopolize a heroine. It seems to be very pervasive. But this is a good movie for men to understand what it's like to have a masked minotaur on your heels. They will not let you go. You cannot reason with them. They play dirty and they want your creative power. They are monopolizing your creative power.
Yes, and this is, when it came out, this movie was just it a lot of people just loved it. It was so different. It was so different, and I think that's part of the reason why is because it told the story in a different way. And so let's see, we got a few more. I got E.T.
Oh yeah, E.T. So I just watched this with my kids just a couple days ago, and man, did I love it. I loved watching E.T. again. And it was funny because I was actually just watching it to rewatch it through their eyes. Like as I'm dad hosting this great movie from 1982, which was the highest grossing film, I think, until Titanic in 1997.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, this beat Star Wars at the box office. This was incredible. This follows a lot of the heroine-centric tropes. In fact, remember I said Little Red Riding Hood? Look at he looks like Little Red Riding Hood in this.
Yes.
Yeah, and there's more actually about E.T. that we didn't get into. Like the Beast is ally. I have some other concepts and things that I cover that tie into E.T., so I'll skip them here. But you do see this sort of relationship between the Beast and the heroine, right? The Beast is supposed to be scary. It's supposed to be dangerous. But then there's this communication process, and they form a bond. And that bond is very strong between E.T. and Elliot. In fact, they're linked. At the end, they're saying they're linked psychically, medically, all of that. Of course, you have Home as Battleground.
Oh, yes.
Creepy scene at the end where all the astronauts kind of come in into the house. So the house is compromised. They like throw tarp around it and put tubes on it. And think about it, it's a broken. I'll get to that in a second. But the Home as Battleground is very overt, and it captures the terror of the home invasion.
Oh, yeah.
Like we said with Terminator, where the home is supposed to be safe. And here it is, it being invaded. The inner sanctum is invaded. This has one of my favorite all-time Broken Truces. The heroine, who is Elliot in this case, and the kids, they go to rescue E.T. and they make a break for it. They're going to rescue E.T. and they're going to get him back to his ship. And there's the Broken Truce. The cops come roaring after them. The law enforcement. Once again, the imagery is clear. There's some great scenes, and I love the John Williams score. When the kids make up their mind, they're going to make it the break.
Yeah.
You have that scene behind the bike tires, and all you see is the feet pedaling from behind on the street.
Yes.
The John Williams score kicks in, and it's very heroic, very magical. And the boys make their break. And think about the police cars are coming after them, which is your classic image for the Broken Truce. And it's overwhelming force, and the heroine and his heroic partners have to navigate this in order to get E.T. to safety. So anyway, E.T. actually follows a lot of these a lot of the beats from the Heroine's Labyrinth.
Yeah, I love that story.
Oh yeah.
And Blade Runner, I think you mentioned it in your book as well. And I'm actually, I don't want to get too deep into it because I'm actually doing something secretive about with Blade Runner. But where, overtly, just generally, like, where do you see the labyrinth in this movie? And I do see like elements.
So I have to confess, I have not tried to study Blade Runner. I had proposed it to you. I didn't know if you wanted to.
Okay.
I didn't. So that's why I was just proposing it. However, my gut tells me that this would be a good one to study. Now, here's the trick. With some of these stories, you have to really think about who is the heroine. There might be a case that Rachel is the heroine of this story. A lot of stories that we love, the lead male actor is actually the Beast is ally. Like Corbin Dallas in The Fifth Element.
Oh, yeah.
So Hollywood liked male leads. They got all the big bucks, and Bruce Willis was a big name. So we follow Corbin Dallas around, but think about it. Structurally, he adopts the heroine's cause.
Yes.
And he's the Beast as ally. So a lot of these stories, we simply follow the Beast as ally. But technically, it's a heroine-centric story. Lilu is the heroine of the story. She has the ultimate Shield Maiden moment at the end. Her mantra is protect life. And she stops the nothingness that's coming to destroy the earth with her physical self. She's the fifth element. So I haven't broken it down yet.
Okay.
But it might be the case that Decker is the Beast as ally and Rachel is the heroine of the story. I don't know. It could also be that Decker is actually cast as the heroine structurally, but I would have to analyze it. There's a lot going on in Blade Runner.
Okay.
I have a feeling the structure is going to be unique and fascinating to break down.
Because I do know that Rachel does have an unmasking moment when she learns that she's an android, or well, they're not androids in this. When she's a replicant, and she realizes that her uncle Tyrell is a big jerk, and then
Yeah,
also everybody else kind of gets the idea that Tyrell is also kind of a big jerk when Roy Batty goes to see him and asks for more life,
totally.
and so there's sort of that, like, okay, this is who he really is, kind of a moment. And I'm trying to think of any other, but we'll save it up, and we'll save that for a discussion, because I think it's there. It's just, I think, like you were saying, we just need to look at the different characters and see where it is. And I
Totally.
offered this to the audience too, to see if you can find any areas where the Heroine's Labyrinth can be seen in this movie as well.
Right. So
And
what makes it fun is, as you watch, you have to familiarize with the archetypes. In the book, I do break down each archetype with this anatomy of an archetype section to make it very clear about what I gave all the examples. I made my case, but this is what you're looking for if you're watching a film. This is what you're looking to do if you're going to add it to your stories. So what happens is, like, I did this a million times now. When you start, let's say Blade Runner, when you start to watch it, you'll be like, is he the, you'll start to question.
Yes.
And then you'll start to, like we talked in Aliens, I realized Bishop is actually a better Beast as ally than Hicks was.
Yes.
For multiple reasons, because he fit more of the archetype. So as you're watching it, you'll shift your perceptions as you go, and eventually the light will go on. You'll be like, this is the heroine. This is the Masked Minotaur. This is the fragile power. And you'll start to see the structure, and then the other things will fall in place. And then it gets exciting, because now you're really, really unpacking this story and seeing how it's put together in a way that you never would have before.
Yeah. I can't wait to do that with more, different stories.
Oh,
This
totally.
is gonna be this is gonna be fun. And so this is a great movie here, Nightmare on Elm Street. The first one was really good. Did you
Oh, yeah.
have any comments about this one?
Only that this will, I'll be more general.
Mm-hmm.
I often avoid horror stories, not because they're bad examples, but because horror stories are Heroine's Labyrinth variants. They're stripped of several layers of the Heroine's Labyrinth. In fact, I have a whole thing on genres at the end of this book, and one is called horror. And I say horror, almost all the horror stories are Heroine's Labyrinth stories. They absolutely hardly ever follow the hero's journey. Horror stories, they almost never follow the hero's journey. Horror stories are famously incompatible with the hero's journey. However, they fit the Heroine's Labyrinth. Home is Battleground.
Yes.
They almost are. A lot of horror stories are heroine-centric. A lot of them.
Yes.
And you have a Masked Minotaur.
Yes.
The issue, what I say is, in horror, it's stripped down and it's loaded up on some of these archetypes. So the main emphasis in horror stories are the Masked Minotaur, which you've got right there.
Yes.
The heroine, who's clearly threatened by him.
Yes.
Home is Battleground, and the poisoned apple. And this is a great example of the poisoned apple. You're unconscious and dreaming.
Yes.
That's when he's got you.
Yes.
So, the poisoned apple is beautiful in Nightmare on Elm Street, because it's so archetypal and so psychological and deep, but it works perfectly. So
it's primal. It's primal. You're reeling back when the thought of someone invading your dreams and playing in there. It just is, really such a great idea. Like, whoever came up with this, but this is one that, and I did read that part about the horror movies in particular, and how they do have that, just woven into it, the Heroine's Labyrinth.
Well, remember when I was talking about Home as Battleground earlier, and I said it's so primordial and so archetypally specific because it's traumatic. and therefore absolutely cannot be considered the same as the hero's journey, which is
Yes.
an Archer, very different.
Mhm.
Not better, not worse, but and I think that primal factor is what drives the horror, this invasion of the inner sanctum. You
Yeah.
could almost pick any horror story, Scream, Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, A Quiet Place. The home is being threatened, and that is so scary that if you just focus on that, you now have launched the horror genre.
Yeah. Really
I mean, I
good
just saw
description.
Barbarian. Have you seen Barbarian, the new one?
No.
Okay. Well, Barbarian, she finds a maze under this house, and there's a Minotaur in it. What about Poltergeist?
Wow.
You've seen?
Oh yeah.
That's the home is
Poltergeist.
Battleground. It's got a great Shield Maiden moment. Remember, she is folding clothes. She's in that like jersey, and she hears her daughter scream, and she goes up, and there's that great camera shot of her looking down the hallway, and the camera kind of pulls back and zooms in at the same time. And she just goes charging down the hall. She bursts open the door to save her children. Talk about a Shield Maiden. I mean, dude, Diane Freeling, don't mess with her. But yeah, Poltergeist is another Heroine's Labyrinth story with the home is Battleground, with the Masked Minotaur. The fragile power is Carrie Ann.
Oh, and now that you say that, Gremlins has a really great Shield Maiden moment. Well, you think about it. You definitely wouldn't you say that that Gizmo is the fragile power for sure?
Gizmo's the fragile power. Yep.
Right. Let's see. It's like a labyrinth when the entire town turns into like a bonfire.
Well, that's Black Swan. Remember apocalyptic imagery, the society being upended, the destabilization. Gremlins clearly has that. There's that great shot of all of like downtown just running amok.
Yeah. It's just really great. Oh, totally. Yeah. I'm not sure if there's a masked Minotaur
the
in
thing
that.
about horror is the mask there's less emphasis on the good deception. The villain is usually wears a mask of some kind or has that a deformity. So they're not disguised. They're usually hidden more so than disguised. And they become less and less hidden rather than
okay. So definitely Stripe then.
Definitely Stripe. Yeah, no question about
it. We'll have to dive into Gremlins. That's one of I do have a few horror movies that I do like, and Gremlins, since it is sort of like a spooky movie that I like.
I love it. It's like part comedy, part horror, and her Santa story is horrible.
That is just the wildest story, and how it's placed in the movie in particular is just like it's like, okay, well, and let's move on from here.
Totally.
But I loved it. Let's see. Okay, so we discussed Labyrinth, right? And there's tons of it evident here that of the Heroine's Labyrinth in this story.
Labyrinth, I mean the name Labyrinth. It's funny because early on when I started to develop this, I looked for movies that had the word labyrinth in it. And I the Maze Runner, which was a little bit not quite, but Labyrinth and Pan's Labyrinth. Both are hero-centric. Sarah Williams and Ophelia in Pan's Labyrinth. Have you seen Pan's Labyrinth?
No, I haven't. So that's on my list.
You'll love it.
Okay.
I promise. You'll love. It's in Spanish, so there's subtitles, but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's such a great story.
Okay.
Young Ophelia, who's very imaginative, she finds a secret door and goes into this other world, kind of like Coraline. And she has to save her brother, very similar to Sarah in Labyrinth.
Oh, really?
Yes. And there's a real labyrinth in both movies. But this one hits, I think, every beat of the Heroine's Labyrinth as well. Every single beat is in there. I mean, it has an actual labyrinth. It's the most overt, like the most flagrant Heroine's Labyrinth story of all. And what's funny is I found out that a lot of women really like this movie. They've really, when I post something on social media, if I have David Bowie and it's such a reaction from women. It's like women they just remember it a lot when they were kids.
Mhm.
It really grew on them as they grew up. And now there's something about this movie that when they revisit it as grown women,
Yeah.
that reminds them of the fantasy or the optimism or the fairy tale nature that they connected with when they were younger. And there does seem to be a seductive allure to David Bowie.
Yeah. I mean, when I look at this story, you could look at it as if he's like trying to seduce her in a way, but you don't have to. You can actually look at it like he really just wants her. He wants her to be with him.
Right, her sacred fire.
In this world. What place he wants her to have, we don't know, but he wants her, and that is sort of like the part that is a romantic in a way. I mean, I think that's where
it's weird because it should bother us more because of
yes.
She's pretty young in this. Like when I look at Jennifer Connelly, I'm like, God, she looks like a kid.
Yeah, I think she's 15 or something like that.
She's like 15. She looks like she's 15. Mm-hmm. And then the way some of this is shot, I'm like, man, that's very seductive here. And
yeah,
you know, and I was like, man, but for some reason, women seem to give this a pass. So, and even I can appreciate it without getting creeped out. Like you said, I can watch it without the creep factor and still appreciate what's going on. To me, it's more of a romanticized version of a Masked Minotaur. And think about it. Her sacred fire, if I had to guess, she wanted to be a thespian. She wanted to be an actress.
Exactly.
She was practicing in the part. So what does he do? He's got her in this theatrical like in this shot right here, in this theatrical situation. It's a masquerade, which was going to be my original title for the Cult of Deception. She eats the poison peach.
Yes, and this takes her to this beautiful little fantasy.
Right. She goes into, it's perfect. She goes into an altered state. She's disoriented. And the Masked Minotaur attempts to seduce her on some way.
One other thing too that I wanted to just point out about this, and hopefully, you know, not to harp on the age difference and everything.
Right.
And one of the things that I discovered about this story is that all of this is really happening in her mind. Isn't not really actually happening. And David Bowie Jareth is the physical personification of a man that her mother is dating in New York. So it's not a real person. It's just a figment of her imagination come to life.
Right. And that's what I mean by romanticized. It's not. It doesn't strike me as a adult trying to seduce like a child.
No,
it strikes me as a child's imagination of what a charming villain might do or think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that's why this has survived despite the issue, because he doesn't strike me as adult-like. He strikes me as childlike.
Yes. Yeah.
So I think you're totally right. Figment of her imagination. Of course, there's the broken spell at the end. She does enter those inner chambers, like the and there's social tests. I forgot the name of the woman who collects all the junk.
Yes.
And
I know what you're saying.
Yes. Yeah, and Sarah has to realize the trick to get out of there.
Yes.
Doesn't the junk keep piling up?
Yeah, because that's another trap that Jareth placed for her, so he could keep her. Was to entice her with all her things in her room that she loved. And so she and all these memories. And so she's like, oh, remember this thing that you used to play with? Don't you just love that thing? And that got me. I think emotionally I start to tear up when that scene comes up, because it's like, you know, those are like memories from your childhood or something that, you know, sometimes you can't get those back. You know, they're gone. Those times are gone. And so this was a moment in time for her to preserve that. And she's like, wait a minute, but if I preserve that, I won't live in the present moment. And
Right, she's not
so,
growing up.
yeah,
She's withholding that maturation process.
yeah. So she's she overcomes that, and that's sort of that beautiful moment for the character that I absolutely love.
Well, and one of my
Um,
things was in these chambers where there's a
mhm,
chamber guardian, like that
mhm,
old woman, hey, don't you want this? She's a chamber guardian in an inner chamber.
mhm.
The better you make the social test, the more meaningful that scene is. So
Yes.
in this, like you said, it had an impact on you because the social test is one you could even identify with,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
have,
yeah.
or it's happened to you. You're in your room and you're like, oh, I'm gonna throw this out. Then you're like, ooh, wait a minute, maybe I won't throw this out. This reminds me of high school. I'm gonna keep this.
Mhm.
So suddenly you're watching this movie, you're like, oh man, I do some of that. Is that bad? Am I not past? So it's relatable,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, 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 and you can understand how, the character could have been trapped there forever, but she needed to, blast her way through that deception in order to get to the next level, which is actually confronting Jareth, like going to his castle. So yeah,
Right. And notice no physical combat here either.
yeah, it's all
It's the
mentally.
unmasking that is the climax. And so
Yeah.
this one's fun for reader or your audience, anyone. If
Mhm,
you like this movie, this is a fun one to watch because all the archetypes are very obvious
mhm,
or easy to spot. You might wrestle with a few of them, but
mhm.
he's obviously the Masked Minotaur. The Labyrinth is the Labyrinth. You'll find home as Battleground because she's technically at home. Ludo is the Beast as ally,
Yes, I love them.
and her brother is the Fragile Power.
Yes,
Um,
fragile power.
there's a lot of there's a couple inner chambers with chamber guardians in a classic fairy tale sense.
Oh, wonderful,
Um,
yeah.
there's the Broken Truce where the villagers chase her from like hideout to hideout
Mhm.
for a while. There's the Broken Spell. And I can't remember if there's a Shield Maiden moment, unless I can't remember. I'd have to rewatch. Or her refusal to harm her brother became, in my interpretation, was her Shield Maiden moment.
She is, I believe, at the end, she does display the, sort of the shield, uh, instead of taking the offer that Jareth was giving her, she refuses, and she's like, I'm gonna find my brother, and that's sort of like her stand. Like, even before, she was trying to get rid of him.
Right. Like
Uh,
almost in a way that was very unbecoming. Like it made you not like her a little bit. She was so
oh,
self-centered, but it
yeah,
was
she was
good character
terrible.
development because we
Yeah,
wrote it off as, well, she's 15.
yeah, yeah.
And then you see her grow up in this Labyrinth.
Yeah, it's such a great coming of age story, and
Well, and
what
that's why my
beautiful
theory is that,
ending too.
yeah, this is like the hero's journey. This is a growth arc, the
Mhm,
heroine's labyrinth.
mhm,
She starts where she starts and where she ends leads to growth and maturity.
mhm,
And this is a great example of that. You see the 15-year-old girl care about her brother, come
mhm.
out of kind of a self-centered focus and become a little bit older. Doesn't she like rearrange her room at the end?
Well, she doesn't she does put away a couple of the things that she's been obsessing about.
That's right.
Um, and, not all of them, but just some of them. And then and then she's like, "Well, I can still play with them every once in a while."
Every
It's just
now and
really
then,
good.
sure.
Yeah,
But
and
that's like,
also,
go ahead.
she relates to her family now differently.
Right.
She gives away Sir Lancelot to, her baby brother, and, when she hears her family come in, she's like, she has some sentiment towards them instead of animosity like she did before.
Right.
And so she's kind of in a way rearranged her world.
Right.
There's a new setting for her now. The
Right.
way she responds to everything, just a great. Love this movie.
It is. When I first saw this, my wife was insisting on it, and for whatever reason, I was very adverse to it, and I was really annoyed by David Bowie at first. He's wearing
Yeah,
really tight pants, and
yeah,
I was like, "Man, what are we watching here?" But then I watched it a second time, and it was like, now that I've gotten over that first reaction, that's out
yeah.
of my system. Now I was appreciating it, and that's also when I started to study. Oh, in fact, I started studying the Heroine's Labyrinth later,
Hmm.
and I was like, "Let's watch Labyrinth." I bet this will be a good, and now I really do like Labyrinth, and I kind of see why women like it so much.
Hmm. Hmm.
It's and this is what I even say about the Captivity Bargain. You know, modern feminist take might be like, we don't want to show our heroines in captivity. That's a wrong message. I'm like, but she's going to grow out of that stage, the Captivity Bargain.
Yes.
She's going to work her way out of it. And I think the reason so many women still have like a favorite Disney princess, for example, despite them coming under fire, is because we still honor that stage in our life right here on that screen. We honor the youthful, romanticized worldview that we had that couldn't ever live up to reality. But instead of hating ourselves for ever not being perfect, like grown up, honor the immaturity stage, honor the innocence and the romantic visions and thoughts that we thought the world was going to be like. It's okay to be in an inexperienced state or vulnerable or in a captivity bargain, because she makes a captivity bargain.
Yes.
You know? So, but she gets out of it.
Yeah.
Because she grows as a result. That's how she was able to get out of it.
And the thing is I did a watch party for this like recently, and as she's going along in the story, she actually says out loud some of the lessons she's learning. Like things aren't what they always seem to be. She not
deception right there.
Yeah. So she's learning, and she's telling us that she's learning, and working her way through these problems. Jim Henson was really, he designed this story, and it's just incredible work that he was doing there. And it's become one of my favorite movies. It wasn't originally, it really wasn't. I thought it was cute, but a little hokey. But the deeper story level is so deep, and you can see just traces of The Wizard of Oz, Alice in Wonderland, just so many just great stories in there.
Well, and it strikes me as feminine. Like it strikes me as like a younger girl's fairy tale.
Yes, it is. It is. It is very much. Yeah. It is very much. The fantasy of meeting this prince guy, that's and falling in love, but she doesn't do any of that stuff. It's just sort of the idea of it. And her mom has done that. As you see the pictures of her mom and this man, but she's sort of living in this fantasy world of trying to connect with her mom and also trying to be like her mother as well.
Atonement with mother.
Yeah. So there's a lot of really cool layers in this. Sorry, we didn't mean to go off on a tangent on Labyrinth, but it's so good, and it works so well for what you're describing with the Heroine'S Labyrinth. So
I feel like what we were like this feels like a young girl's play space in this, like a young girl's fairy tale of her own direction. Like it didn't feel like males came up with this as much as some other story. And I think
the never-ending story.
Right. Yeah, that's much more hero's journey, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's also the reason Barbie works so well. I do think there's a coming of it. A lot of women who had when they were girls, they're now grown up, and there's something about their child. And that's why Star Wars was so good for the guys. There's something in our childhood that we see. We're like, oh, there it is. It's preserved there for me. And I can grow up, I can move on, but I could still care about this for what it meant. And I think Barbie tapped into some of that. A lot of girls played with Barbie dolls. And when I was watching Barbie, it struck me. I was like, this is like feminine play space. And women are reacting to this because it's familiar to them. And this is one for the girls, and it's like Star Wars for the guys. Like this was our, male play space brought to life for us. So, I think Labyrinth has some of that aspect to it. Yeah.
And the thing about that I love about the stories that we're talking about is that even though they may have, been coded girl, boy, we can all love them.
Totally.
And we have all, and we've all loved them because the stories are well told,
Right. And my firm belief, and even though I call it the Heroine'S Labyrinth, the way I explain it in my book is that these themes might have some feminine dynamism to them. Things that women will be like, that feels like feminine to me, or that's something I can strongly relate to. And yet because they're archetypal, they all transcend gender. And that is true of the hero's journey. That is true of the heroine's labyrinth. And that's why I can appreciate Labyrinth. I can appreciate Barbie, just like you can appreciate Star Wars and Terminator. And,
Yeah. Oh, I can really appreciate it.
Exactly.
They're some of my favorite movies. So yes, definitely.
That's awesome.
And we one movie with Labyrinth right in it is The Shining. Yeah.
Right. So this movie was one, like we're talking about Blade Runner. You have to figure out how it's. This is a heroine-centric story. All these years, I thought it was about Jack Torrance, the star power, Jack Nicholson. Huge star power there. Yes. So we all focus on Jack, but he's the Masked Minotaur. The heroine is Wendy. So when you unpack this story, it's a story about Wendy. So first off, there's the Labyrinth. So there's a scene early in the movie. She's getting a tour of the Overlook Hotel.
Okay.
And there she makes a remark. She goes, "I feel like I have to leave a trail of breadcrumbs." That's not only a reference to Hansel and Gretel.
Yes.
That's also a clue on how you escape a labyrinth, how you find your way back. And breadcrumbs is a thing. You'll see this. Ripley does it with the flares when she goes to get nuked. She leaves breadcrumbs.
Yeah.
Moana, the ocean puts conch shells to lead her out into the breadcrumbs into the ocean. So you'll see this breadcrumb aspect. Ariadne solves the maze in mythology by tying string.
Yes.
That's how Theseus slays the Minotaur, but Ariadne is the one that solves the maze.
Yes.
So anyway, when Wendy Torrance said that, I was like, oh my God, she just said breadcrumbs, like right there in the dialogue.
Yeah.
So I realized that Wendy Torrance is in a maze, the Overlook Hotel. She's going to be navigating the Overlook Hotel to save her life and the life of her son, the fragile power, Danny.
Yes.
In the Overlook Hotel. And then to emphasize the thematic reality that Wendy is in a labyrinth, you've got the infamous hedge maze right outside.
Yes.
It's a beautiful compliment symbolically, but he's the Masked Minotaur of this story.
Yeah, very cool. I love that.
Wendy, she's the hero, and she saves Danny.
She does. And herself, yes.
And herself, that's right.
Really, really a wonderful story. Love this. And just to think, like, the idea of what we think, the main character, the one that we're focusing, the film is focusing on the main character, who is the Masked Minotaur. Do we have a lot of movies like that where the Masked Minotaur is the one that is the main character?
Amadeus is like that. Salieri is the Masked Minotaur. Amadeus. Yeah, yes. I can't wait to talk about Amadeus if you want to.
Okay, I think it's in here. Yeah, it's in here. Okay, we'll keep going then.
Yeah, that's what it is. Okay.
Yes.
Now, Wonder Woman is actually a little bit of a hybrid. She is a warrior, and so she does leave her native culture to go save the world. So there's a lot of hero's journey tropes in Wonder Woman.
Okay.
She is going on a warrior's journey. However, a common problem, these writers, they try to do the hero's journey and end up settling into a heroine's labyrinth anyway. Think about it. So there's, and here's proof. There's two villains once again in Wonder Woman. You've got the German officer with that chemical lady with the mask, right? And then you've got the real Masked Minotaur of the story, a member of her native culture, a fellow god, Ares. He's in disguise this whole film. He's that brittle old armistice guy who, I just want peace. And but he's actually Ares perpetuating the war. And there's that great moment where she unmasks him at the end. He's up in that tower and he's the armistice guy. He's like suddenly a bodybuilder and he's huge. And so there's definitely both. She doesn't have a refusal of the call.
Okay.
She storms off screen when she gets the call to adventure in this. She also enters there's some comical moments with her entering chambers. She goes into like the London fashion place and she's like, how do you fight in these dresses? So there's some comedy there, but there's a great broken spell in this for such a modern movie with a modern heroine, you still have the broken spell. After she defeats Ares, what happens? The skies turn bright. The spirit of war ends. The soldiers who are trying to fight each other start hugging each other. They see the beauty in the world. It's a very overt broken spell, almost fairy tale like.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I wish that would happen in real life.
Yeah, that would be great.
That would just be, yeah, that would be fantastic. So yes, and to be
and the Shield Maiden. This has one of the greatest Shield Maiden moments ever.
Oh.
Her with her big shield. It's that slow-mo of her walking across no man's land, and then the German army opens fire, and she puts up her shield, and she's like being pushed back by the bullets, and you have that aerial view of all the gunfire on her. What a, and then that leads to the counterattack of the Allies against the German army there, and it ends up helping them. But she's the initial Shield Maiden there, and she uses an actual shield in this one, so it's not even symbolic. It's overt.
Yeah.
Oh, and remember I said authenticity is a value in hero-centric stories?
Yes.
What is her other magic weapon?
Lasso of truth.
Of
truth, yeah.
You cannot lie to her when she has you in this lasso. It's a golden lariat that forces you to be forthcoming with Wonder Woman. She does not like people lying to her, and her magic weapon is exactly that. So it's very much in line with some of the hidden wisdom and values of the heroine-centric journey. Her rope of truth, lasso of truth.
Cool. Yeah.
Oh man, Beatrix Kiddo, she's one of my faves. Now this one's fun because it seems like a hero's journey.
Yes.
There are absolutely hero's journey tropes. She's a warrior. That's usually a giveaway. She's prepared. This has a huge wise mentor character in it, who teaches her combat. Very classic hero's journey stuff. You know, the ethics of force, how to discipline yourself. Those are typical hero's journey things.
Yes.
And think about her sacred fire. It's her daughter, and it was stolen from her by the Masked Minotaur. But we don't know that until the end. What's fascinating about Kill Bill? So the Minotaur is Bill.
Yes.
Now, this is 2 movies. You never see his face. So the mask is to keep him off screen. I love it. You see his hand, you see the ring, you see the katana. You never see Bill. He's not really revealed until the second movie. So that is a beautiful, probably accidental Masked Minotaur homage to mask him from the audience.
Yeah, I love that.
And secondly, although combat is very much at the center of her confrontations, which usually lends itself to the hero's journey, she has to enter each chamber and defeat the chamber guardian inside. And think about it. The first one she goes into, Vivica Fox.
Yes.
Home is Battleground, baby. We're right back in a residential house.
Yeah.
And, you know, they square off in there. It's such over-the-top combat.
Oh, yeah.
And Beatrix Kiddo actually is a great example of the poisoned apple, because there's several expressions of the poisoned apple in this. I think I mentioned that a poisoned apple in its most primal sense is symbolic of like a sexual assault. You're bypassing the heroine's ability to defend herself, disorienting the heroine. It's something internal. There's an unconscious state, and it's someone, and it's the Minotaur crossing the line.
And that's the beginning, right? The beginning, though, right?
Well, right. Well, there's actually several. There's several with Beatrix Kiddo.
Okay.
But that's what the poisoned apple is. It's like a roofie in a drink. I mean, it's something consumed, injected, whatever. The face hugger. It's designed for forced insemination. That's H.R. Giger's plan when he designed this thing. So that's what the poisoned apple is. I think underneath all of the archetypes, that's the terrible reality about why the poisoned apple is so terrible and why it is so recurrent in these stories. It's a real threat. It's a real thing.
Violation.
Right. It's a violation.
Yeah.
So Beatrix Kiddo, for all of her absolutely extraordinary warrior prowess, warrior presence, and persona, is haunted by the poison apple in multiple forms. So first off, we see the restrained, unconscious heroine. She's in a hospital. Okay. Remember I said, so we have the imagery. And what does Buck do? You don't even have to say it. He's Buck, and we know what Buck does. So it's overt in this one. He's actually doing that. It's not disguised as an apple. He's doing the archetypal violation in this thing. Luckily, she gets him back. She kills Buck. She slams his head in the door multiple times, and each thud is satisfying. But there's also, we also see, so we have the restrained hero in there in that case with the archetypal reality going on in the hospital. Secondly, there's a scene where L. Driver, who's played by Daryl Hannah, is hovering over the restrained unconscious heroine again with a syringe. She's going to inject her and kill her. And Bill calls it off at the last second, much to L. Driver's dismay. So that was the second one. Secondly, like Snow White and Sleeping Beauty, we see the heroine in a casket. She's buried alive.
Ooh, yeah.
So we have the heroine laid flat. I think Bud puts her in the casket, which is fairy tale imagery, by the way.
Yeah.
The heroine being buried because we think she's dead. Romeo and Juliet had this. You know, the heroine wasn't dead. You know, and here's Beatrix Kiddo also buried alive. So you've got the Sleeping Beauty imagery with her. And then finally, when she fights her way by the second film to the residential home is Battleground, another residence to confront the Minotaur, home is compromised. Her sacred fire is there now, her daughter, and it floors her. She is unable for a second to re-engage in combat, but when she is ready, what does Bill do? He pulls out a dart gun, hits her with the poisoned apple, knocks her out. It bypasses her ability to defend herself. This is not fair combat like you would find in the hero's journey. He knocks her out, and she goes down, and she wakes up, and she tries to role play almost a little bit like a mother, but she runs the gambit of the poisoned apple expressions and what it really means and what it really does. Beatrix Kiddo hits all of them.
Oh wow, yeah. What a story! What a movie! What two movies? It's been a while for me, but yeah, that's for sure. I remember. This is one of the greatest like action films.
Oh, totally.
Yeah. And Mulan. And we talked briefly about Mulan. And who would you say? You would say that the outright bad guy is the Masked Minotaur,
so
right?
Mulan actually has some hero's journey stuff in it because she does go out to confront a militant outsider that's encroaching on her home culture. That is very, very hero's journey. However, it's unmistakable that there's a problem with her native culture when she wants. So her creative fire is that of a warrior, like Beatrix. You know, that's not Beatrix Kiddo's only, but that is part of her persona. She is a warrior.
Mm-hmm.
So is Clarice Starling, by the way, in the modern sense. So is Mulan. Mulan has this warrior spirit that she wants to enact, but the native culture won't let her do it. So she does not have the refusal of the call, which is characteristic of heroines. But she goes off, and she has to disguise herself in order to fulfill this warrior role, despite her culture disapproving of this. So that is a cultural norm and a gender role issue right in the forefront, which is my argument that the Labyrinth is sociocultural. These invisible rules that kind of steer the heroine into her role in society that she refused. She refused that.
Yeah. I can totally see that. And let's see, Frozen, we talked a little bit about that and just different things. Now, who would Anna gets like a little boyfriend on her travels. I think it's Sven. I think his name is Sven.
Sven, yeah, but he's not really even it's not even like implied romantic. It's more implied than
friendship.
Yeah, it's more platonic, right?
Yeah. Would you say that who is the Beast's ally? Would you say he's the one?
So Hans is the Masked Minotaur.
Yes.
So it's been a while since I've seen Frozen, but I remember I studied this one really hard early in the hunt. The question you have to ask first is, who is the heroine? And you could probably make a case for either one of them. You could probably examine this story through Elsa's eyes.
Okay.
And you could probably re-examine the story through Anna's eyes and probably get two very interesting reads on how the story is constructed, because Anna builds an ice castle, right?
Yes.
She isolates herself. And what happens? There's a
It
home
gets invaded. Yeah.
Her native culture attacks her in this home that she built for herself. So there's a home as battleground for her, because she's not really the villain in this. They suggest she is, but she's not really the villain. So when you watch it, you have to recognize that she's not a masked minotaur. She is a girl who is wounded, and she has isolated herself, and she built this little ice fortress, and it is assaulted by her native culture. So very home is battleground on her end. But also Elsa.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Arendelle is the whole place that they live, right? Yeah, so the battle takes place in Arendelle. And I believe there's a Black Swan in this. Isn't there, like, doesn't the world get attacked by snowfall?
Yes, because Elsa's powers goes a little haywire and she can't control it.
Okay, so there's your Black Swan, again, associated with a heroine, this idea of a natural disaster style. And of course, this has the broken spell when it all melts again and returns to good. This actually has a really good broken spell. You also get a great visual for a Shield Maiden.
Yeah, Shield Maiden for sure.
Oh my God, it's like so blatant and beautiful with Hans coming in for the kill, and then Elsa. Is it Elsa or Anna?
I think it's Elsa. I'm not sure who. Oh no, he was going to kill Elsa. And then Anna stepped in and she was like, and then she froze.
Okay, right. And she became unbreakable, like a physical shield, and his sword shatters against it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's perfect Shield Maiden territory right there. I'd probably have to watch it again, but I'm assuming that Olaf is the fragile power.
I was just about to say that because...
yeah, right? I'm thinking out loud a little bit here because I don't remember all my breakdowns. And what has happened to me over time is I tend to focus on the real juicy ones. Like,
yeah, of course. Why
Shield
not?
Maiden, I keep remembering that because it's so perfect example.
Yeah,
and I'll start to forget some things. But does Olaf do anything in the climax that ends up being critical or important? Does he do?
That's a good question.
I'll have to rewatch.
Yeah, I think he does. He might. Oh,
he's got to.
Well, he does something heartwarming where she's locked in that room with the fire, and he stays with her through that moment because he's her friend. He said that I am your friend. So to Anna. So he, even though I think he could have gone closer to the window, he stays by the fire to be close to Anna.
And he melts.
He sacrifices himself for her friendship.
That's a fragile power right there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's I do remember some of that now.
Yeah.
I think he meets the definition of a fragile power: small and childlike, seemingly insignificant.
Yeah.
You know, but he proves to be very critical in a key moment. And yeah, it sounds like from a healing of the soul type of way, he proved to be critical. A critical ally to her.
Yeah. I mean, it's more of the heart than actually like doing anything physical, but he's there for Anna.
Right.
And
I think that mattered to her.
Yeah, it did matter. Yeah, it did matter. But turns out I didn't know that Lisa could just like conjure up like live creatures whenever she wants to. She's great.
Spontaneous generation is a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you do get the captivity bargain when she isolates herself. That, remember I said it's usually done willingly.
Yeah.
At first. So you do get the captivity bargain. You got the Black Swan, the Beast and the Fragile Power, the Broken Truce. You definitely get some of that. The Home is Battleground you get. I would have to rewatch to figure out what the Poisoned Apple is. What does Hans do in order to kind of subdue Elsa? I know he's in disguise. I know he tricks her that way, but Usually once she discovers the disguise, he'll do something else that crosses more of a line in that poisoned apple type of way. Does he do anything there?
Well, I know he imprisons her.
There you go. There's okay.
Yeah,
That's part of the broken truce
yeah,
right there.
he imprisons her. Because he initially he went after. He's the one who got the townspeople to go after.
He marshaled social forces against her.
Yeah.
Classic.
And then they have this whole this moment, but somebody gets knocked out, I think, because something falls or something, and somebody gets. It's
How
been
does
a
he
while.
capture her to put her in prison?
I think either she goes willingly or something falls on her in her castle. So I'm not sure. I have to watch it again. Well,
I'll watch that one because
yeah.
I actually have a feeling that I'm going to really like Frozen again.
Yeah.
I need to
but
Frozen.
there is there's something there that's yeah, I think you're onto something there because there is a specific reason why she's captured.
And it's usually a poisoned apple that does the job. And yeah, Arendelle being the place where all of this drama takes place. Not a hero's journey, you know. It all takes place on home ground in Arendelle, in their castle half the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Elsa is also associated with a little bit of the chaos, like the goddess of chaos.
Yes.
With her snow powers.
Yeah, I mean, she can't control it. That's the part that's really the problem, is that if she could control her powers, we probably wouldn't have a story. But she does something in which, it scares a lot of people because she doesn't know how to keep it under control.
Ooh, I bet there's some juicy stuff that waiting for me to rediscover there.
Oh yeah. Some stuff with her parents too. That's really good.
Yeah, because the parents are usually perfect stand-ins for the native culture. They're the direct.
And they tell her, don't use your magic. Cover your wear gloves. Don't use your magic. Yeah, so they were part of that. Yeah, really cool. We'll get anybody else. Go ahead and leave comments if you see some areas. Yes, and Brave. This is one. I believe I saw you had mentioned it in your book. Any areas in which Brave? Have you seen this one?
I have. It was a while ago, and I saw it before I actually started studying Heroine, so I don't remember Brave that well. However, I did mention her. I did an analysis of the if there was a preferred warrior class for Heroines. And I decided the Archer Huntress was the preferred warrior class for Heroines.
Oh, okay.
And I listed the incredible amount of heroines that use bows and arrows. And I likened it to yoga. Because, you're not just swinging a sword. You have to hold the pose, which I've done yoga, and yoga is freaking hard. It's hard in a way that I wasn't used to before. So when I look at the bow and arrow, I actually said, man, this is a lot like yoga. You have to hold the pose. Here, I can actually, that's a small section, but see, I said the sword may be a masculine symbol for outward combat, but the bow and arrow are excellent symbols for inner peace and deadly focus. When a heroine draws back on a bowstring, she is harnessing all her innermost powers, holding the pose by stabilizing the body and using the senses to adjust and readjust before firing the arrow with purpose. The act is not unlike yoga, in which stability, balance, focus, strength, and concentration are paramount. The physical skill set is insanely demanding, as anyone who has attempted high-level yoga can attest. The archer hunter is nimble, highly mobile, and can strike from afar. And so I list off a ton of heroines that are the archer huntress. We see Timeless Artemis, who's an archer huntress, reborn as Katniss Everdeen from the Hunger Games, Neytiri from Avatar, Merida from Brave, Susie Pevensey from Chronicles of Narnia, Kate Bishop from Hawkeye, the goddess Diana, Lara Croft in Tomb Raider, Omega in The Bad Batch, and the Grand Huntress herself, Farah Khan in Foundation. So I was listing all of these heroines that use the bow and arrow. So that's really where I focused in on her, but I have not reanalyzed her story.
Yeah. So I think we might find something there. I have not seen it, but I do know what the story is about.
Oh,
and
okay.
there's definitely like a mother-daughter thing going on. So yeah, it's definitely some societal conflicts going on, which she should be doing.
Interesting. I'll rewatch it because the mother-daughter Atonement is becoming a little bit of a side focus of mine.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, I will. We all have to talk about that because I think that's a wonderful dynamic for much drama,
Totally.
And we've got the Wizard of Oz. Everybody, it's one of my favorites, and I'm sure a lot of people really like this movie a lot.
Yes.
It's part of our childhoods.
Right. Yeah. So the Wizard of Oz is, again, I think it was modeled off of the hero's journey. In fact, the original book by Frank Baum, it's not a dream or anything like that. So the movie kind of changed. It was a real journey that she went on. Yeah. Whereas the film is more suggestive that she knocked herself out during the tornado and went on this journey mentally and had the epiphany when she woke up that there's no place like home.
Yes.
Which is interesting because the Wizard of Oz honors the native culture's claim on the heroine's sacred fire. The heroine wanted to go somewhere over the rainbow.
Yes.
That was her sacred fire. She wants adventure. But her conclusion is there's no place like home. I really don't want adventure.
Yes.
That like old fairy tales, this is more of a warning that like warns the heroine against curiosity and adventure. It's reminding her that you should stay home and honor the native culture's claim to you.
Yeah.
Which is not a modern take. Modern take is very, very much it honors the heroine's claim, regardless of the native culture, and a good story will reconcile both.
Yes.
That there's a place for the heroine with the native culture, and also that the native culture should back off and let the heroine find her way on her own.
Yeah. And I'm so glad you mentioned that there was a difference between the book and the movie. Because yes, the book was definitely it was a real place that Dorothy visited many, many times, and with this the movie is definitely it could be interpreted as something that's happening in her imagination, and all of these characters she's with is dealing with a real life issue that Dorothy needs to face as she's going through life in her town in Kansas. And if she can make peace with all those things, then she'll have a decent life at home.
Right.
Is sort of the way this movie is kind of set up, which is really cute. I adore that too, because it's not quite the go out there and adventure, but it's definitely a deeper look at the psychological level of a character and the internal fight that we have with dealing like things with courage, and are we smart enough? Well, are we using the smartest way of getting home around the lady who hates when your dog tramples all over her garden? You know what I mean? Like, right. Are you taking the wrong route home? Are you are you not standing up for yourself? And so these are all things that she's really looking at and dealing with. I love that. I love that about this story.
Well, and it's not uncommon in these. I have a whole section called Fantastical Mazes at Home, in which a lot of these stories that feature these major adventures are kind of like in the home or manifestations of a daydream. You see it with Alice in Wonderland. There's a rabbit hole in her backyard, and there's a whole world in there. You see it in Wizard of Oz. All these characters are like her uncles and the salesman and the mean old neighbor lady who doesn't like the dog. They're all manifestations of her home life. Coraline, same thing. There's doppelgangers of her mother and father in there, and Bobinsky, and it's all the same stuff from her normal life. You also see it a little bit in Chronicles of Narnia. There's this whole world in the wardrobe. And most recently, you see it in Everything, Everywhere, All at Once, where Evelyn Wang goes, if you look at that handheld device, it's totally labyrinthine. She goes on all these little avenues on what her life could have been in every dimension and every parallel universe. And her husband is there, but it's Alpha Wayman. It's not just Wayman. And her daughter is there, but her daughter is just like sorceress. And it's a manifestation of her home life.
Yeah.
So what happened with the Wizard of Oz, where the adventure is a manifestation of her home life reimagined, is not uncommon with a lot of heroine-centric stories with these fantastical voyages, but they're just kind of real. Even Outlander, she goes to Scotland right in her backyard. She goes to 18th century Scotland in a time travel in her backyard. So,
and you're talking about the TV show?
Yeah, well, the books, which has been adapted into a TV show. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, Claire Randall is the heroine there.
Oh, interesting.
So it's just interesting that you see this pattern in heroine-centric stories more so than in male-centered stories or heroes. And that's why I think Total Recall would be good, because Total Recall is very close to this sort of reimagined world that is already there for you.
Yes.
So I think Total Recall might be a fun one because it's close to this.
Yeah. Yeah. And you're not sure if he's dreaming or if it's real or if it is a fantasy that was concocted by the Recall company. So yeah, that's so great. It's so great. So let's see if there's another one. Beauty and the Beast.
Oh my God, this is classic. I mean, this one hits almost all the tropes of the heroine's labyrinth. He is the Beast's ally. And it may not be. And here's an example where the Beast exhibits some of the same possessive, off-putting behavior as the Masked Minotaur.
Yes.
Remember, he locks her in a castle. That's usually what the Minotaur does.
Yeah.
Go ahead and starve. He's not nice to her.
Yes.
And then he slowly kind of changes his mind about her, and she doesn't give up on him though either.
Yeah.
In classic heroine form, she does the work of seeing if a relationship, friendship even, or romantic, either, if the relationship is possible with this guy. And what does he do? He honors her. He gives up his claim on her. He does not want to possess her. He said, "You're free to go. Go get your dad. You're free to go." But Gaston is the exact opposite. He will not he becomes murderous.
Yes.
He marshals social forces against the heroine, kill the beast. They all come marching after him. And then there's a great confrontation, and it takes place inside the home where Bella's living at that time. So, it has all the hallmarks, and you've got kind of adorable fragile powers in Lumiere and Cogsworth.
Yes.
And of course, he's the Beast's ally. And I think I said this movie has the great opening number, which shows all three claims to the heroine's sacred fire.
Yeah.
She makes her claim. The native culture moves in to defend their claim. And then the Minotaur's like, she's mine. He's going to possess Belle.
Yeah. Oh, man. So good. And Tangled is when you mentioned Mother Gotha.
Oh, my God. Tangled is... I actually love Tangled.
Me too.
This is one of my favorite Disney movies, and it's a recent entry.
Yeah.
It's up there with Moana for me as this is freaking underestimated. This one is outstanding. This is total classic Heroine's Labyrinth. It hits almost all the beats again. Remember I said there's a doppelganger effect between the Beast's ally and the Masked Minotaur? Both. So Flynn Rider is the Beast's ally.
Yes.
Mother Gothel is the Masked Minotaur.
Yes.
Both are introduced in this story by robbing the castle. She steals Rapunzel. He steals the crown. They both are vain people, right?
Yeah.
They both are vain people. When she looks at herself in the mirror, she's checking her tummy. And when he looks at his face on a wanted mask, he's like, they always get my nose wrong. They're both worried about appearances. They're both driven by vanity.
Oh, wow.
Flynn gives up his claim to her. He was kind of using her to get that crown.
Yes.
At first, which is typical of typical behavior of the Masked Minotaur. But when push comes to shove, he honors her sacred fire. And honestly, the animation here is beautiful. It's exhibited. I always look for fire symbolism, and this has one of the best, the candle ceremony.
Yes. Wow.
when he is honoring her sacred fire, he takes her out on the water to see this festival that she's painted on the wall. She wants to see this festival, and he takes her out there, and there's all these candles. There's a musical number, and the animation is up to the task. It's actually unbelievable.
So beautiful.
Animation. So and there you have the Black Swan when they knock down that water tower, and this deluge of water comes down and starts to flood a labyrinth of caves. And also, this movie has a great symbol for her sacred fire: her hair. So her hair has powers. So it's important to have that as a symbol, because once you have it as a symbol, we know what the Minotaur is trying to monopolize.
Yeah.
So her hair has healing. It's the creative power, the healing. It heals. It also it's an attractive force. It draws people into her. The golden, beautiful drop of sun look to it. So the Masked Minotaur is monopolizing her for her hair. That is how we symbolically see the monopolization of the Minotaur to her sacred power.
Yeah.
Flynn Rider, she heals him, and he doesn't try to steal her hair. In fact, what does he do? He chops it off at the end. He's not trying to monopolize it. He's trying to free himself or her from the grasp of the Minotaur.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a Shield Maiden moment. You have the Masked Minotaur right there. You have a wounded Flynn Rider who's a defenseless person a few feet away.
Yeah.
And she defends him. And she actually makes a captivity bargain late in the film. She goes, I will do whatever you want if you let me heal him. I'll accept captivity if you let me heal him. Belle does a similar thing with her father. Let my father go and take me in his place. That's a captivity bargain.
Yes.
I agree to captivity. Just give me this other thing.
Yeah.
So she does do that. And like I said, I love Tangled. It has all the beats of it. Oh, and the Beast as Ally theme is there's a beautiful exaggeration here. We know that the Beast as Ally has a menacing front, right? That's off-putting and unlikable, but that the Beast has that's his disguise. His humanity is really what wins out. When she goes into the Snuggly Duckling, she sees every beast in the world. They're all beasts as allies.
Oh, yes, they are. Yeah.
They're all sneering at her as she passes by. But then what happens? Don't you have a dream? And they all break into this musical number. Each one of those guys has a creative power of his own. They all have a dream that he wants to make, muffins. And this guy was an artist. And, Ola, all the, and they all come to her rescue at the end. So she has Flynn Rider as the main beast as ally, but she recruits a den of beasts in that bar. So, and then of course you have the secret door again when Mother Gothel goes or when Maximus gets there, she's about to get captured. There's the trap door in the bar she goes into. Heroine's in that secret door. It's really amazing. Newt has the secret door. Leia has the secret door in Star Wars. When they don't know what to do, she makes
one. Yeah.
So anyway, Tangled is wonderful. I actually love Tangled.
Now, what would you say is the fragile power?
The gecko.
Yeah. Pascal, yes.
He's the fragile power. Flynn is the beast as ally, and Mother Gothel is she's a great Masked Minotaur. Her story is her musical number, which I love this one. It's hysterical. Mother Knows Best.
Oh, it's so good.
It's a captivity bargain. She's giving her all the reasons to give up on her dream. Men have pointy teeth. There's the plague. It's all out there. Mother will protect you. And it's heartbreaking because Rapunzel lowers her head and she goes, yes, mother. So she accepts captivity in classic format. Why invite all of these terrible things? Better to make the bargain and keep social order.
Yes. Right. And it's it is such a sad moment, and I think also too she really does value what her mother thinks and says. That I think that's the other piece. She really did love her mother.
She tried to be a good daughter. And that's another one where the home is battleground. The final battle takes place in her room. The most important place to her. And this is another one where combat is de-emphasized. And there's a great unmasking.
Oh yeah.
Mother Gothel says it. She's like, you want me to be the bad guy? Okay, so I guess now I'm the bad guy.
Yeah. I was like, oh snap.
The mask is off, and now
Yeah.
you see how tyrannical she is willing to be.
Yeah.
But once she's unmasked, she just falls back and out the window. There's no real major combat. That's why I think the unmasking is more important than the defeating of the Minotaur in heroine-centric stories.
Yes, I agree. It's and seems to be the point in which you're like, oh, we finally know the truth of
Right.
the situation, and everybody does.
Yeah.
And this story, which I love this movie, Ex
Me too.
Machina. And
Ex Machina is what's interesting is this one is a strong feminist take on storytelling, and yet it still follows the heroine's labyrinth. So she's obviously the heroine of the story. She's absolutely in a labyrinth. I mean, there's doors penning her in. There's long hallways. She's surveilled all the time. That aspect where she's always being watched. Nathan is the Masked Minotaur. And the Gleason guy, what's his name? Donald
Gleason, yeah.
What's his character's name?
His character's name. Ooh, it's been so long.
So he's the beast as ally. And here again, we see a little bit of the doppelganger effect. Both are men, both are computer programmers.
Oh.
Right? And that's why he picked him, because he would be able to do that Turing test, but even at a higher level. So once again, you get kind of doppelganger effects with the Masked Minotaur and the beast as ally. So there are hidden victims in this. The fragile power is Kyoto, which is the mute Japanese android.
Oh, yes.
She can't talk, and you get the sense that she was designed for servile and possibly sexual purposes by Nathan. That these are all imprisoned women.
Yes.
They're androids, but they're women. And the beast as ally comes to her aid. I don't think the fragile power is Kyoto. So both of them play a role in the final showdown. Once again, this is another one where combat is rather de-emphasized. She just kind of stabs them nice and easy, and that was it. But you do get a Shield Maiden. He starts. Remember, I said the woman, the heroine, becomes like a human shield. It's emphasized in this because she becomes objectified. When he starts hitting her, he just bludgeons her hands. So she's using her body as a shield at that point. What were some of the other things with this one? There's a couple. Home is Battleground. That building is a residential fortress.
Yes.
So it is where Nathan lives. That is the only place she's ever known. So again, we have it in a residence where her final battle takes place. And her sacred fire is to be alive, to be free, to be alive. And she does find the hidden victims of the hidden victims is a subchapter of the fragile power. And sometimes the fragile power is one of the hidden victims. In this one, she finds a whole bunch of other women hanging up.
Yeah. Gross.
It is. It's totally gross. And but it has to be unmasked. That the lie, the central deception was that the Masked Minotaur is good. Nathan is good. And the truth is Nathan is not good. And then of course she escapes the labyrinth in this one. I didn't really understand why she left the beast as ally. That's an example of where I think the feminist, she doesn't need a man to help her, went one step too far. By the guy who helped her, she abandons him and leaves him imprisoned inside this fortress forever. I don't understand how that's good, or he didn't merit that.
No, he's innocent in this. But I thought one of the tests that she was supposed to have was to leave, to figure out a way to leave the facility. That was the test that she was supposed to engage.
Well, that's correct. And Nathan actually says, quote, Ava's a rat in a maze. He actually says she's a rat in a maze. So he even refers to this place
Yes.
as a labyrinth.
Yes, yes. And her objective was to leave. And I think that she just chose the best way that she could figure out how to leave and be among people. But after that, I'm not sure what her objective would have been. Is it to just, because I think he just wanted her to leave, and then after that, I thought that she might have gone back to the facility.
Well, they don't show her doing it. They show her
No, yeah,
ignoring him as he pleads for her to open the door, and she just
yes,
walks out.
she just walks out. Yeah,
And this has kind of a broken spell. You know, you go from the residential fortress out into the open, into life, and it kind of has a Barbie style ending where she's like a toy. She's an artificial person, and now she's going to be a real woman in the world.
Yes. It was a nice. I think that kind of ending leaves you kind of like, well, what happened? What's going on? And definitely, like, you can come up with your own unique idea of what happened, but you can see like how the Heroine's Labyrinth is definitely impressed upon this story, and even enhances it quite a bit, because without it, how I just can't see this as a hero's journey.
It would be almost impossible to
this story
as a hero's journey.
Yeah, this story has to go that way. So yeah,
right. And you see the labyrinthine imagery in there. It's all through there. So even like little stuff I notice that, like, in this movie. So I always look for labyrinthine imagery, right?
Yeah,
complex imagery, complex patterns of things. And I noticed that there's this weird long scene on a Jackson Pollock painting. And I was like, that symbolically is very appropriate, for this setting. It has this sort of chaotic labyrinthine art to it that he bought and he puts up somewhere. And they actually feature it. They show it very prominently. So I was like, perfect.
Yes.
Perfect imagery.
Yeah. There's so many. I mean, the whole that whole facility is just a big fat maze. You can't. How do you get out of this thing? And it's the security that of having to, like, all of these strange doors not being able to open and things like that, and just being locked in a room forever. It is sort of
yeah.
But we have this one, the classic. I don't think we have too many left. But I just love this story. Especially, it came out in 1989, but I think it captured so many people's hearts.
It really did. And we just I have an 11-year-old boy and an 8-year-old boy, and we recently are going back to watch what I would call the big four Disney classics of our generation, which was, Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, Aladdin, and Lion King.
Okay.
Those are four. I mean, those are masterpieces by Disney. They don't seem capable of doing this sort of quality anymore, but there's no mistaking that they did something very special with these four films.
Yes.
And I love the Little Mermaid. I loved Beauty and the Beast. I loved Aladdin, and I liked Lion King. I didn't like Lion King as much, but I can still appreciate how great it is.
Yes. And this really ushered in a new renaissance for Disney films, because before then they were having some problems identifying with the audience, and these were just like
breakouts.
Yeah, this was a whole nother ball game.
100%. And Little Mermaid has a lot of the facets of the Heroine's Labyrinth. So I won't go through every beat, because some of them might be obvious. You see the native culture's claim on her sacred fire.
Yes.
Which is, you are not to go up to the surface. And what is her sacred fire? I want to know the world. I want to be up there, part of their world. She wants to be up there. So two perfectly incompatible claims to that sacred fire. And of course, there is the Masked Minotaur. Except in this movie, she's not exactly masked, but she does pass herself off as someone who is helping.
Yes.
So she is masked in that sense. But to the audience, she seems pretty villainous right from the beginning, right?
Yes.
But
I mean, that's what we love about her.
totally. So Ariel so she claims her sacred fire. She wants to be part of their world. Most of these Disney movies and also musicals, the opening number is the Heroine's Sacred Fire song.
Oh, yeah.
She claims her sacred fire in those opening numbers, and so does Ariel. So does Belle.
Yeah.
So she goes up there, and so this has a bunch. I'll try to. There's a great captivity bargain in this.
Yes.
So she literally signs the dotted line. And so, like Silence of the Lambs, I remember asking myself, at first Clarice was trading with Hannibal to get information, and then later on he goes quid pro quo. This for that. That's what that means in Latin. Quid pro quo. I'll give you details about Buffalo Bill. You give me, what does Clarice have to give him? Personal stories. I always thought that was a weird exchange because I was like, what is he getting out of this?
Yeah.
He's just getting her personal stories. He's getting close to her private life. And what does he zero in on? Her sacred fire story. I lost the lamb. I want to help other people. And he says, and you believe if you save Catherine Martin, that the lambs will stop. And she's like, yes, that's exactly what I think. He, like the Masked Minotaur, he wants that sacred fire. He just honors Clarice and too much to possess her for it.
Yeah.
So there's an exchange there. Details on Buffalo Bill, but I want to be close to your sacred fire. The beast is ally, which is Hannibal in that story, always wants that proximity. So I was just like, wow, that attractive force in the Heroine'S is in and of itself sometimes all that the beast or the Minotaur wants. Ariel, there's a great example here. What does Ursula get? She gives her human legs. What is the exchange? She gets Ariel's voice.
Yeah.
It's such a weird collateral, right? She gets her voice. So I was like, there it is again. This essence, this attractive force of the heroine is enough of an exchange for the Masked Minotaur to make this deal and for Ariel to give it up. So Ariel signs the dot, she looks away and signs, and now she's made her captivity bargain willingly, as we've come to see is typical, and she gets her legs and she gets to go up there. What was very interesting in this is I was analyzing for the poison apple, and what's weird is this archetype in this film hits all the beats, but they break it up into several different forms. So I'm sorry. The Masked Minotaur does go in disguise in this one. Remember, she's the dark.
Oh, yes, she does change into Vanessa, right?
Vanessa, right?
Yeah.
She's kind of like the mean girl one. So she does get disguised in this, and she does have an animal totem, the octopus.
Oh yeah.
Remember, I said there's always an animal totem there. So, or usually, so the poisoned apple was funny in this. Usually the heroine, there's that needle or there's something internal. And then there's the unconscious state or the eyes or the throat. In this one, Eric is the one who is under the trance.
Oh, yeah.
Falls under the spell. And I was like, that's weird. So she actually hits the beast as ally with this thing. But while she's reveling in this, it's weird how this archetype, she grabs a pin and she throws it into the mirror, right at the top of the mirror. And I was like, there's the injector, the needle symbol.
Yeah.
So it's all there, but it's broken up in a really weird way in Little Mermaid. Yeah. And then of course you have the Black Swan, the association with natural disaster. At the end, there's this huge hurricane.
Whirlpool. Yeah.
And it ends up being helpful chaos because Eric uses it to stab the Masked Minotaur, who once she's unmasked, she turns into this, the tyrant, the animal tyrant.
Yeah.
So really good stuff with Little Mermaid. And that's why I think a lot of these work.
Yeah, they do. And which one do you think is the fragile power? Sebastian
I think it's Flounder.
Flounder.
I just watched this recently. Because Sebastian is a little bit more of an agent of the native culture because he serves the king, King Triton.
Yes.
So he's trying to wrangle her up a lot of the time. More so, than assist her.
Yes.
I think Flounder does do something critical in the final battle, doesn't he?
I think so. I can't remember exactly what. I think both of them do, but just it's been a while since I've seen
Okay.
it. Yeah. Yeah, they are. So the for sure, the fragile power must do something to assist the protagonist.
Yeah. Well, they prove to do something critical. That's the power part. They're fragile, but they're also, there's a secret
Powerful.
power. That's why the symbol on my tarot card was a mouse holding a gem.
Yes.
What I'm trying to figure out is what the gem is. So what does Flounder do? Or Sebastian, maybe it is Sebastian. They should do something that proves to be a powerful, contribution to the heroine's cause in a critical moment.
Yes.
And I'm sure, I bet there's something there.
There's probably both of them.
If I remember right, I always look for fire symbolism, and this one was tough because it's underwater.
Okay.
But if I remember right, even in her song, so her sacred fire, she wants to be up there, part of their world. And doesn't she have like a candle holder or something? There's something in the lyrics. I remember, I was like, oh wow, there's that.
Oh, yeah, I can't remember. In her cave of wonders, she may have had something in there.
There is some mention. There's a direct mention of fire or flame or candle that I was like, well, there's something that would be considered a fire symbol.
Yeah,
and also her hair. Her hair is fire red.
Oh yes.
And that's kind of one of her trademark appearance image. One of the things that zeroes her in as Ariel is that red hair.
It's the red hair, yes. And we'll end on Amadeus. I was going to ask you some more stuff, but we've gone on for so long. Amadeus, the big one. Tell me your thoughts on Amadeus.
So when I was a kid, I tried to analyze Amadeus and fit it into the hero's journey. And I had this bothered me tremendously because I believed in the hero's journey, and yet Amadeus is one of my favorite all-time films. So why does this great story, which I think is almost a flawless movie, the theatrical cut, not the director's cut. I don't like the director's cut. The theatrical cut, I believe, is almost a flawless film. Everything is perfect in it. So I was like, how can you have a perfect story and not follow the hero's journey? I just didn't understand it. And I would go back to this like every couple of years and be like, I'm going to figure this one out. And at one point I was like, maybe there's two hero's journeys going simultaneously. It just puzzled me. It was like the ultimate puzzle, and I kept hanging it up and giving up on it. And then once I started doing the work on the Heroine's Labyrinth, I decided to watch Amadeus one night. Suddenly I was like, oh, this follows. I was like, oh my God. And then I was like sitting 2 inches from the screen, like scribbling. I was like, oh my God. It totally is the Heroine's Labyrinth.
Wow.
The cool twist is this story is told to us through the eyes of the Masked Minotaur.
Yeah.
The heroine in this movie is Mozart. His sacred fire, his creative power is music.
Yes.
He can write not just any music, but sacred music. God sings through this man. It is the most sacred fire in the world. And it's an attractive force. Because his music is beautiful, people are attracted to Mozart. And a lot of people take advantage of the heroine, of Mozart.
Yes.
Including the Masked Minotaur. So the sacred fire is flat out overt in this one. It's Mozart, one of the greatest musicians of all time, the greatest creative power in music in history. And what does the Masked Minotaur seek to do? He wants to capture Mozart, and he wants to capture his sacred fire, and it drives him mad. He has all the pathological madness of the Minotaur in his story arc, and he's so open about it. I began to think really violent thoughts, he says at one point. So he's very comfortable in the fact that he's going to cross some lines with this one. But the poisoned apple in this is the money. And it's beautiful because it's delivered to Mozart by the Masked Minotaur wearing a mask. He's wearing that disguise. And he offers him the poisoned apple, which Mozart takes. and this is what kills Mozart. He works him to death, according to the story, because he keeps paying him to keep writing. And there's this great scene. It's a great scene from the perspective of the Masked Minotaur. At the end of the film, Mozart is barely alive. He's bedridden. And the Masked Minotaur says, "Can I help you write music?" So the Masked Minotaur gets what he's wanted. Mozart tells him the notes, and Salieri gets to write the notes down. He gets to pencil the sacred music from God, dictated to him by the heroine. And it's even more beautiful because while he's writing it, Mozart goes, "Do you believe in it?" And Salieri looks up. He goes, "What?" He goes, "A fire that consumes you forever." And Salieri gives the creepy answer. He goes, "Oh, yes." So he's discussing the sacred fire because it's written into the music.
Oh, wow.
It's unbelievable. The symbolism is almost flawless for the Heroine's Labyrinth. You have the fragile power in Stanzi, and she is a Shield Maiden. She even has a Shield Maiden moment in it. The Beast as ally. I don't know if I thought about that. Let me think about that.
Okay.
And it has one of my favorite Chamber Guardian inner chamber moments. Mozart, the heroine, enters this one chamber, right? And there's the Masked Minotaur. The Masked Minotaur is one of the Chamber Guardians. And the Masked Minotaur wrote this little march of music for him. Remember I said there's a social test?
Yes.
And it's like I even say in the book, sometimes it's like a schoolyard taunt. And in this one, Salieri starts to needle Mozart a little bit by being like, "Oh, tell me, tell me about music. Teach me about love." And Mozart's kind of pushing back. But the real test comes when he's like, "Here's this march of welcome that Salieri wrote for you." And it's a simple march. And Mozart goes, "Keep it. I've already memorized it." And everyone looks at each other like they don't believe him. And he's like, "Show us." And Mozart goes down and he plays this entire thing by memory. And it's perfect, which is amazing. And then he goes, "That doesn't really work, does it?" And he rewrites the music on the spot and blows away the Salieri version of this song and creates this unbelievable version of it that's way better. Conclusive proof that God favors this man. And Salieri knows it. So Mozart aces this social test and does it so decisively that he injures the Masked Minotaur permanently. That's when the Minotaur renounces God. So anyway, Amadeus is wonderful. It is a beautiful example of the Heroine's Labyrinth.
Oh, wow. Thank you for describing it all. It's like watching a movie again. It's been so long. I'm like, wow.
I love Amadeus. Coco is actually another one where music writing is the sacred fire. That is stolen. Have you seen Coco?
No, I haven't seen Coco.
Then I'll hold up. But Coco is another one that has a male lead that follows the Heroine's Labyrinth that uses music as the creative power of the heroine, which is Miguel.
I'll have to put that on my list.
It's a good one. Coco's really good.
Yeah, I heard it's really good. I just haven't had the time to watch it.
Well, you're a professional now.
I know.
A backlog of movies.
I have to watch every movie ever. Or just the best ones.
That's right.
Well, it has just been a pleasure to finally have you on the channel and talk to you about the Heroine's Labyrinth, and you have explained it to me in such great detail. We have to have more conversations about this. I definitely want to talk more about more movies with you, and we'll talk about how we're going to do it. But any closing words you have for our audience today about your findings?
Well, just thank you. Thank you, Retro, for inviting me on your channel and having this discussion with me. That is, you're the kind of person that knows all of these references. You are steeped in film lore and stories, and it's fun to talk to somebody else who loves these stories as the same way, at the same level. It's part of your sacred fire, that's part of yours,
Yeah.
It is. And I just want to say thank you. And thank you to all of your listeners, your audience. I know you've got a great group of people that follow you on your channel and really make the channel what it is.
Yes.
You know, there's all those great personalities in there, and maybe I'll get to know some of them. You know,
yeah, I hope so, because I definitely want you to do, you know, us to do a couple of live shows where you can actually get a chance to talk to people about any questions that they may have, and we could talk about the details later. But I think this is just such a great introduction to you, to the channel, and just having these conversations about movies and storytelling. It's just so important because, you know, I feel like the art form, it's maybe it's in danger, maybe it's not, but I think it is worthy of talking about. Some of the things some of the movies that have happened that inspire us to be better people, or just entertain us in general, give us that raw entertainment that we love and that we remember.
Totally.
And so,
why are we? I mean, why are we still talking about these movies 30, 40 years later? You know, there's a reason. There's a reason why these movies they did something. They touched us in a way, and why is your audience getting together, you know, routinely to talk with you and to join in the discussion? We're all moved by these stories.
yes.
And the good ones are timeless and they don't go away. And you can talk about them 40 years later and still get so much out of them.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's just amazing. We're able to still talk about Alien, and you know, that movie was so incredible, and then Aliens. You know, just the awesome storytelling that was done in those movies, and that we can correlate them to this idea. They don't quite fit all of the hero's journey, but it does in some ways. But also, like, this is giving us more.
This should
nuance.
give people, a new lens through which you can understand a story, to where you can view the story and appreciate heroic actions.
Yes,
you know, I actually see heroines very differently now. When I see a heroine, like when I was watching Everything Everywhere All at Once and Evelyn Wayne Gibson, I was like, oh my God, the Shield Maiden, there she is. She's not letting this guy pass. And it's inspiring even to me. I'm like, man, these heroines, they have their own thing going, and it's just as inspiring, just as amazing.
Well, before we go, I did have one last question that I wanted to ask you about modern cinema, or a character that is in modern cinema. Here we go. Rey Skywalker. Oh my goodness. Yes, I mean, I don't have a problem with Rey, but I'm just like, I do know a lot of people who have looked at the sequels and have just said, hey, there's something not right here. And so my question to you would be, are there some things that maybe the Heroine's Labyrinth could have done, or there could have been some reflection of the Heroine's Labyrinth that could have helped Rey be a more dynamic character to the audience?
Yes. Emphatically, yes. In fact, I'm with you on some level. Rey was not bad after The Force Awakens. Like, The Force Awakens did some things correctly. And I can even point out where I think they got some things right.
They set up the character. Right? It was a setup movie.
And some of them follow some of these archetypes, actually. But the follow-through really missed. And they missed so poorly that they became anti-archetypal. And it wasn't a hero's journey. It wasn't a Heroine's Labyrinth. In fact, I don't know what it was. And because it was anti-archetypal, it became nothing. And I think that's what happened to her character. Her character became nothing. There was nothing to connect to her, except the artificial or superficial actions of using a lightsaber and not, killing guys or killing this guy and doing that. But that's the lowest form, the least timeless thing she could do is cut somebody down with a lightsaber, especially if there's nothing underneath that hood. It's just the outer shell of a Lamborghini, but it can't go anywhere. The archetype is the engine. That's what the reason that sword strike means something.
Yes.
Is because there's meaning behind the sword strike. It's not the sword strike that we remember. It's what it meant. When Obi-Wan Kenobi puts his thing there, we all remember that.
Yes.
And then Vader goes and he vanishes. Oh my God, the Mentor disappeared. And then 2 minutes later, run, Luke, run. The Mentor's not dead.
Yeah.
The Mentor's in a new. These are archetypal.
Yeah.
These are archetypal. And they don't have any of this with Rey. So where they started right with Rey, they did introduce her in a very labyrinthine setting. She's scavenging a Star Destroyer. And that was good imagery. That worked very, very well. She looked good in the costume. It was an old Star Destroyer. It was a very intriguing setting. And there seemed to be rules to her native culture there on Jakku. You know, she had to work and she had to pay to get credits or vouchers or like something very, very unimpressive. Liminal space. You know, she's crawling over the wreckage of this once great battle. You know, she sleeps in the underbelly of an AT-AT that fell into the sand. All of this is very good imagery. It strikes at the heart of Star Wars imagery too. You know, the dead skeletal remains of a Star Destroyer. I'll remember that.
Yeah.
I can recall it immediately right now. Her with the AT-AT, this once Leviathan elephantine beast that marched in on Hoth in 5 that scared the shit out of. Now it's a dead husk in the sand. Yeah. I'll remember that. And she puts on the helmet, which signal, you know, she puts on the fighter helmet, which signals dreams. She has some sort of aspirations. This is all very good.
Yes.
And there was also a hint at her past, right? So there was some things that were done right.
Yes.
And there was a moment. It's funny. I haven't seen it, God, in 7 years now, but I rewatched a part of it, and I remember I was like, there's one sequence that hits a couple of the Heroine's Labyrinth beats. She has a refusal of the call. Well, actually, this is a hero's journey beat. She has a refusal of the call. She's in Masked Minotaur's thing. She has a refusal of the call, and she runs away. So it's kind of a bad refusal of the call.
Yeah.
She runs out, and she runs into Kylo Ren, who delivers a poisoned apple because he knocks her out. He knocks her unconscious. And the next time we see her, she's restrained. Yeah. You got the restrained heroine. You have the unconscious heroine. You know, something. You know, the unconscious heroine, and who's there with her? The Masked Minotaur. You know, the masked villain is hovering in front of her. So all those images worked for a second. Just for that second. You know, about 30 seconds worth. And there's some good action and stuff in there. But as the story goes on and we start to try to see what she was doing, what all this meant, it breaks down. So one of the most important things a heroine has is her sacred fire. And remember, the sacred fire is a couple different things. One, it's an attractive force. It's something that attracts others to her. Now, Star Wars gives us the force, which is always going to attract somebody because it's a power.
Yes.
You know, Luke had it. Rey had it. So there is the attractive force, the force, and her creative power. There was the healing thing, which was okay, but it was a break of the lore. So it didn't quite work. Yeah. But it could have. It could have worked, I think, if they handled it better. So she's got this sort of sacred fire, but we don't know what she wants. I don't know what she really wants. You know, she says she wants to be a Jedi, but there's no real Jedi moment. You know, there's no, you know, she doesn't follow through on that very well. There's kind of a break with the Jedi, and then she never really comes back to that.
Yeah.
And
at first she wants to know about her parents.
Well, so that's where it started right. So remember what I said early on with the sacred fire. Think of it as a giant bonfire of the native culture. You grab one of those sticks, because the sacred fire doesn't come from nothing. It's handed to you. There's a continuity. There's something cultural that is handed to you. Now you have the torch. It came from the communal native fire, and now you have a part of that sacred fire. Rey doesn't seem to really have this. It's hinted at in The Force Awakens, so we were willing to wait it out.
Yeah.
That there's something handed to her, that her sacred fire came down to her from the native culture. With Luke, It's from his father, right?
His father, yeah.
He's strong with the Force. With Rey, it comes from just her parents, so it's much less interesting. And then in The Last Jedi, your parents were junk traders or something, and it's like,
yeah, doesn't matter.
Now that completely conflicts with this idea of the sacred fire, because now she's being handed nothing from nobody.
Yeah.
They traded her for drinking money, I think he said. That's not much of a sacred fire. It really nullified this idea that she comes from something that meant something. And then when we find out in The Rise of Skywalker that she's the Emperor's daughter, well, her sacred fire comes from the Sith Lords.
Yeah.
So they gave us only a hint, which is not really enough. And then they took it away, and then they gave it to the dark side. And I was like, what are you? So she doesn't really know the Emperor. There's no relationship there. There's no culture that they share. She's really not. Remember that the native culture cares about continuity. Keep the flame burning.
Yes.
If so, what are you keeping burning from your sacred fire that was passed down to you from Emperor Palpatine? And secondly, she claims the name Skywalker, which is not her family.
Yes.
As if she's somehow exhibiting the continuity of the Skywalkers, which she has not earned, nor does it make sense, nor does it come from them. So the sacred fire archetype is completely busted with Rey. And that's a major problem, because if she doesn't have an identity that she's continuing, then we've lost. See, Luke, he had his father's sacred fire. How many times in one of the characters, he's got too much of his father in him. I sense his father in him. But what Luke said was, I have my father's sacred fire, but it's from before he turned. It's the good side. And he bet the farm on that he goes, Father, I feel the conflict in you, the good in you.
Yeah.
And Vader denies it. No, there's no good in me. Vader was wrong. There was good in him. And when Vader turned on the Emperor, the continuity of Anakin's good sacred fire was restored. He was a good hero. He lost it, but that was continued through Luke until it was finally restored in the end by Anakin. The sacred fire holds up, and then Anakin dies. Anakin dies, and he's put to the fire. The fire, the fire symbolism right there.
Yes.
It's beautiful. So it works. And the Skywalker name has meaning. There's a continuity of what it meant to be a Skywalker.
Yes.
Rey's missing this.
Yes.
So by not solving the sacred fire with Rey, you have all sorts of problems with her character motivation, with her backstory, with what matters to her. Ariel, you never question her sacred fire. She wants to be up there. Belle, never question her sacred fire. All these other heroines, it's very overt. It's bubbling up to the surface in a way that she can't suppress it. She has to claim her sacred fire. I never got that out of Rey. Secondly, the native culture, which seemed to try to move in on her in the first film, just disappears because she leaves Jakku. And then there's no real native culture anymore. She's barely in the rebellion. All the scenes with the rebellion, she's somewhere else.
Absolutely.
So Princess Leia, her sacred fire was the rebellion. She bet her life on that. It's her sacred fire that storms in the opening seconds of Star Wars: A New Hope. You have the heroine with the sacred fire fleeing the Masked Minotaur in a broken truce, and the Minotaur captures her, but not before she entrusts the fragile power, R2-D2, to carry this flame and to deliver it and keep it safe, which this fragile power does. He lives up to this. All of this is missing. I don't know who her Beast's ally is. I don't know who her fragile power is. I don't know what her sacred fire is. There is the Masked Minotaur and Kylo Ren. There is an attempt to capture her with him, but then it merges into almost a beast. It has romantic overtones.
Yes.
And that's where you get the Reylos from. They love this, the shippers, they call them now, where they really like this. That could have been something, and that was something. That's why people remember some of that. But it was undefined. They didn't.
It might have been the best part of, like, as far as storytelling goes, because the rest is sort of as far as fulfilling these characters, it failed. It failed to really give us some answers for any of these guys. And
I think it's because the way they made her and Kylo interact
Mhm.
was bizarre. They had to.
Oh,
They
yeah,
had
it
to
was
create,
so
like,
weird, yeah.
yeah, it was like forced texting.
Yeah.
Where they
I always
started to
felt like
break.
they were cousins or something, like they were kissing cousins. You know what I mean? It's like, "Oh, is that secretly your brother? I mean, don't do that."
Yeah, they did give off more of a kissing cousins vibe, didn't they?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I never thought of that, but the problem was, in order for these two to interact, to develop this idea that the Minotaur's trying to seduce them,
Mhm.
they had to have them interact in ways that started to break the canon. We've never seen the Force used this way. There's that weird scene where Luke comes in like the parent, and they're like touching each other, and it's like, what are you kids doing in here? So it didn't work. The characters didn't have a relationship because they weren't around each other.
Yeah.
So the writers, instead of coming up with a way for them to be around each other, they did this weird stuff that didn't ring true. We didn't really understand how these two were interacting,
Mhm.
how they could develop their relationship, and they had to use the Force in weird ways to do it. Better if Kylo captured her, and she was going to, let's say she pretended to follow him in order to escape. That's a captivity bargain.
Yes, yes,
Okay,
yes.
I'll follow you in the dark side. Just don't hurt my friends. That's a typical captivity bargain.
Yes.
And then maybe she starts to take him seriously and be like, maybe he has that. Maybe I will join this guy. Now you have them interacting in a way that would be appropriate. And maybe
Yeah.
there is something that grows there. They didn't do that, though. They made it
Yeah.
really, really weird.
Yeah.
And
Oh, a
unbelievable.
captivity bargain would have been so good.
That would have been much better if you want her to have a relationship with the Masked Minotaur,
Mhm. Mhm.
then that's a better way to do it. He did capture her at one point. So
Yes.
you could have worked with that.
Like once he captured her, like sort of like, oh, I have to get her back. She's my new apprentice or something, to make him, to get him, to get the two of them, a reason to get the two of them together, because it didn't make any sense either. Are you guys fighting against each other? Are you together? Is there something going on here? And
If
there's
she's
just
been,
some weird
she might
romantic.
be attracted to power, which the Masked Minotaur sometimes has.
Ooh.
That empowerment might appeal to her.
Well, see, that would have really went really well with the whole Palpatine thing. If they had thought of that at the beginning. And it's very clear that they didn't know that Palpatine was going to be in the picture, because they could have been weaving in this whole storyline of her secretly being a Palpatine, and maybe doing some things that maybe weren't Skywalker like,
Right.
And fighting against that, and fighting.
Palpatine.
Yeah, and fighting against that, like even if she could still be a protagonist, even though to fight against that, like I'm going to fight against my nature and be a better person and break the cycle.
But you would have to have the sacred fire of the Skywalkers would have to be passed on to her in a more overt way. Secondly, they didn't seem very committed to Kylo as the Masked Minotaur. He never seemed like he was going to be. Yes. He says in the first movie, "I'm tempted by the light." I'm like, oh, well, I never heard that from Vader.
Yeah.
You never sensed that Vader was interested in the good side until Return of the Jedi, when he threatens Luke with the lightsaber. And he's like, oh, I see you've constructed a new lightsaber. And Luke is like, join me. It's reverse seduction here. Yeah. And you think, oh, dude, he's like, it's too late for me, son. And you're like, oh, yeah, it's Vader. But then Vader turns around and walks to the camera and is like, you're like, is he thinking about this? Beautiful. And it's one of the best moments in film history, when Vader turns around, you hear the music, he picks up the Emperor and he's marching him to the endless pit, and you hear the choral music in the background with John Williams' score. It's very like holy sounding music as Anakin gives up everything to finally vanquish the Emperor. We never came close to that.
Yeah.
These kinds of moments in the sequel trilogy. And I think it's because we never really knew anything about Rey. And she started with potential, but Abrams refused to give us anything concrete about her, which I thought was a mistake. We should know her sacred fire in the opening of Act 1. Because for her to claim it is what starts to cause problems for heroine-centric stories, because other people move in to defend their claim to her. So we didn't really get any of that. And then they never followed through on it. She doesn't have many chambers of knowledge that matter. Like, she's like, oh, wow, Luke's lightsaber. Where'd you get it? What does Maz say? I'll tell you some other time.
Yes. Oh my God. Oh
That's what we
my God.
Well, they punt. Abrams just always punted in The Force Awakens. The reason Force Awakens worked is because he punted and we trusted
Yes.
that we would get those answers. And then by switching to Rian Johnson, who figuratively and literally threw Abrams' ideas over his shoulder and off the cliff, went these other directions and erased it all.
Yes.
Now we've got a serious problem because our patience with waiting for the punt is now over. And you went this other direction. And now I don't even know if I have a coherent story. You killed the villain.
Yeah.
You know, like, you can't do that.
Yeah.
Which now we have to have a new villain which they had to bring back Palpatine. He should never have come back. So there is no broken truce. Like I don't even know. Like, she sort of had a Shield Maiden moment, but by then I don't think anyone really cared. And it was weird how she defeated. Like, I don't know. Like, there wasn't even the Black Swan moment. You know, they show Kylo Ren annihilating a star system. Well, it meant nothing to us because they showed us a few clips of citizens going like, oh, what's that red light? And then they're obliterated.
Yeah. Yeah.
First off, with Star Wars: A New Hope, we have the apocalyptic imagery associated with Princess Leia. It's her planet that is destroyed. Secondly, she's present. She's the only character amongst the good guys that is present to witness this.
Yes.
So she's there. She's watching Alderaan be destroyed. It's personal. We feel for her. When Kylo blows up that star system, there's no association with the heroine there.
Yeah.
So it's just planets that blew up. It means nothing to us because there's nothing to connect us to it.
Yes, nothing to get. And at first, many of us thought it was Coruscant, but it was not even Coruscant.
It wasn't. I thought it was.
No, it was some others. Yeah, and then also the other sad part about it was that particular trope has been overused.
The planet blower upper.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's just like, okay, it's just tired, and they're like, oh yeah, well no, we're blowing up entire star systems. Well, if you do that, then who are you gonna put your boot on? Like, who are you gonna rule over if you're gonna destroy all of them? Might as well,
even in terms of cultural continuity, the native culture being dangerous. The First Order seemed to just come out of nowhere. We didn't really understand where they came from. And they never really established where we were with the good guys. So at the end of Return of the Jedi, the Empire is destroyed and the rebels are now the future government. Yes. And then when we catch up with them, they still call themselves the Resistance, as if they're the minority insurgents against a greater power.
Yeah,
so one thing I came up with a long time ago in terms of story structure, you need to establish if you have an insurgent good or an insurgent evil. Insurgent good is A New Hope. The good guys are a small band of minorities up against an evil system, and they're the insurgents, and they're going to go against this evil system.
Yeah.
Or are you going to have insurgent evil, in which the good system is in decay, like in Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Rings, and evil is sneaking back into that world and slowly corrupting it. Evil is making a comeback.
Yes.
That's Lord of the Rings. You know, in the beginning, the Nazgul is just a horse rider that's like scaring hobbits when he looks. By the end, they're on freaking black dragons descending on Minas Tirith and destroying their city destroyers. Yeah. So evil makes a comeback in Insurgent Evil.
Yes.
So in the sequel trilogy, I didn't know if we had Insurgent Good or Insurgent Evil. Who's the minority? Who's in charge here? Was it a good system that the evil's coming back into, like the First Order? Or was this the First Order? You're just the Resistance again. You're the insurgent good guys. They didn't really define that. And Leia made it, General Leia at one point made it sound like they were still the minority. So I was like, you totally missed it. The end of episode 6 said Return of the Jedi. The sequel trilogy did not deliver on that title promise. We never got the Return of the Jedi. Yeah. What should have happened, it should have been focused. What you need, and this is why I got so excited with Ahsoka Tano. Remember, I got really excited about that one.
Oh, yeah.
And you guys were warning me. You're like, Doug, this might not pan out. And you were right. It did not pan out.
I didn't want to be right. I really didn't. I didn't want to be right.
Well, my theory at the time was, if you're going to move past Return of the Jedi,
Mm-hmm.
if you're going to deliver on this, if you're actually going to tell the next story,
Yes.
well, then you have to go back to the prequels and address what went wrong in the first place.
Okay.
Because, right, the good guys came back. They knocked off the evil empire.
Yes.
So now the good guys have the opportunity to set up a new system of government, a new world for the free people to live in. This is going to be the good society, right?
Yes.
So how do you do that? It's perfectly set up. Well, now we have to see what went wrong in the prequels. Where did the Jedi go wrong? That's Luke's problem.
Yes.
So we're going to set up a new Jedi Order, but I can't do that unless I know what went wrong with the Jedi Order in the Rise of the Empire, because they missed it. So if I'm going to set up a new Jedi Order, I have to set one up that won't make those same mistakes. So Luke's job is to make a Jedi Order that has learned from the past.
Yes.
What did Mace Windu get wrong? Well, what did they do wrong with Anakin? You know, is not knowing the dark side a weakness because we didn't see it coming?
Okay.
Was lack of attachments a problem? Should we rethink that?
Oh boy.
Right. That's Luke's problems in reestablishing the Jedi. And you can have someone like Rey, who's got this great potential, possibly going to go wrong, like Anakin did, right?
Yeah.
You can have all of that in there, but you really need the sacred fire of the Skywalkers to drive that, because that's the sacred fire of the whole Skywalker saga.
Yes.
Secondly, Leia should have been the Grand Chancellor of the New Republic, and it should have taken place on Coruscant.
Oh, I love it. Yeah.
And now what's her problem? Well, we're anti-empire. We've been fighting against these guys. Oh, yeah, well, one of your systems is in rebellion. Well, don't use military force. Well, they just left the Republic then. Another system just left the Republic. Well, are we ever going to use military force? Like, what are the rules? So the second Leia needs to use military force, are you becoming the Empire? You know, is the New Republic running into this problem of force? Secondly, if she asks Luke to join on a military mission, Luke should say no. The whole problem with the Jedi was that they became too warlike and blinded by war, that they were all annihilated in Order 66. So I refuse to help the New Republic, which looks like Luke is turning his back on the Republic. Secondly, if Leia sends in a military force and they're wiped out, well, was it moral for Luke not to help? There's all sorts of conflicts that you can explore. How are we going to solve the problems of the prequels with the New Republic and the new Jedi Order? How can we do this right without making the same mistakes? There's all sorts of conflicts there. And of course, you can have the good side and the dark side. I thought it would be great if Luke was like, not knowing the dark side was a weakness. I'm going to explore the dark side so we can be protected against it. We can't not know the dark side. All the issues that mattered for Star Wars, they had to go back to Order 66. They had to go back to the fall of the Republic. They had to see what went wrong and then try to fix it to set up the New Republic. So it would have been a perfect way to tie in the prequels. I would have shown Coruscant as the main setting with the New Republic, with Leia in that big galactic Senate in the middle, in that middle like platform with all the systems where Palpatine was. Now it's Leia. Luke, I would have showed him re-entering the Jedi Temple. We know it's there because it was in the shot in the Return of the Jedi.
Oh, really?
When they're celebrating the fall of the Empire and they're doing all the fireworks, you see them pull down the statue of Palpatine. The Jedi Temple's in the background. It's still there.
I didn't notice that. I have to look at that again.
Yeah, it's there. You could see the Jedi Temple.
Oh, wow.
So that should have all been explored with Luke. And then you show the new characters taking over the saga on some level. But I still think you needed to stay focused on the main characters a little bit more than they did. Han Solo becoming a smuggler again.
Luke, that was so...
There was no growth.
Yeah.
Characters grew so much in those trilogies, in the original trilogy. And to see that all of that was for naught, that Luke gave up on the Jedi and Han's back to smuggling, that Han and Leia never had a relationship. And I was like, what? We skipped all of this to go back to square one. So it felt like there was no growth.
Yeah.
So anyway, there was a lot wrong with the structure of the sequel trilogies. And it all went wrong with Rey. I don't think they treated her like a real heroine. I think they wanted her to just exhibit feminine strength.
Mm-hmm.
And the reality for heroes and heroines alike is that strength comes and goes.
Yeah.
You backslide, you thought you had it, and then there's a new enemy, there's something else, you're going to be vulnerable again. So
yeah. I mean,
if
as
Rey
far
was more vulnerable, I would have liked her a lot more.
yeah, and as far as Daisy Ridley, like really pulling off, the acting in here, I think she did a really good job with what she had, and I think that it's kind of cool to see a character do some of the cool things that she did, but a lot of what they missed about Star Wars is the heart of Star Wars, the fact that we were all invested in these characters from the beginning, and they figured out a way how we could not be invested in these characters. I just don't know how it was possible.
Yeah.
But yeah, Rey has a very big PR problem, and they're going to do another movie with her in the future.
Apparently.
Yeah, according to the news today, we don't know if that's going to stick, but
it'll probably be canceled. If I had to make a prediction, I would say it's going to get canceled. And it sounds like there's some regime change issues possibly going on at Lucasfilm. So, well, they were saying that Favreau was out, but that doesn't make much sense. And now you're hearing a lot of people say Lucas is coming back.
You've heard that too, yes.
And I'm hearing it a lot now. Today, I heard it from like several different places. It's all a rumor, but
it's a rumor. Yeah,
it's hard to believe, but
yeah.
I can, how I can believe it is when Lucas came out and defended Iger in that proxy battle. I was like, what? So it only made sense. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
Zero. No one saw it coming. It makes zero sense unless he got something in return.
Yes.
Quid pro quo.
Yeah.
So now all this news is coming out now. I'm like, well, that makes sense in that context because now this is what he asked for. He wants to reset Star Wars the right way.
Yeah, we think a lot alike on that front. I was very, very I don't know, my spidey senses were just tingling. I was like, what's going on here? I was like, oh, and we have this news. Okay. Mm-hmm. We'll see. And the thing about particularly Rey, it's such a fascinating character to me because she is technically a character that should have been a great character, loved by many, but it's the opposite. People immediately called her quote unquote a Mary Sue, and I didn't really know what that was until I looked it up, and I was like,
it's a particularly weird problem in fan fiction,
mm-hmm.
and it started from Star Trek fan fiction.
Ooh.
This one person was writing all these stories about a character, a female character who walked on came onto the bridge of in Star Trek, and Captain Kirk liked her, Bones liked her, Spock everyone liked her, and she was really good at her job, and she kind of glided. She didn't have much conflict, mm-hmm. and her name was Mary Sue. So that's where the word comes from.
Oh, interesting.
So when you get a heroine who enters into an established canon, who everyone likes right away for the most part, and wins, and doesn't really run into many challenges. That's why she was kind of labeled a Mary Sue.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason I suspended my judgment on that at first was so she beats Kylo Ren, which is that's a mistake.
I thought so too.
Right, but the reason I suspended my judgment early because I liked Force Awakens at the time. I'm not embarrassed to admit it. I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
I watched it many times at the theater, and I thought I understood what was happening, and I was wrong. I was wrong about everything I thought was happening. So when she's fighting Kylo Ren at the end,
yes,
there's a part where they cross lightsabers, and they show Kylo Ren with the red glow, and they show her with the blue glow, and she closes her eyes, and Luke Skywalker's theme starts to play.
Yeah.
Bum, 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 bada, bum, bum.
Yeah.
And my dad said, and then right when she gets that, she comes back and she knocks out Kylo Ren. And my dad said, he goes, that was Luke's theme. I was like, you're right. He goes, she was trained by Luke. Somehow she's forgotten her training. And
yes, that's what everybody thought. Everybody thought about that she had training and that she forgot it.
So I was like,
And
okay,
they dropped the ball. See, so that would have made her even more interesting.
yeah,
To have gotten,
I would have accepted that
yeah,
because that is part of this the Skywalker sacred fire. She
yes,
had forgotten somehow, and now she's remembering it. And when I watched the scene in that context, she's recalling her training.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like a beautiful moment.
Yes, yes,
To find out that that's not what happened.
Yeah.
Now I cannot watch the scene. I can't even watch it because it's like nothing is happening here. She's just beating him.
She's just beating him because she's amazing at everything. But
Right.
that would have really that would have driven home there's more, and this is what I thought and everybody thought after that first movie, was there are more layers to this. You know, where we're gonna get all of this juicy content. We're gonna learn about her family. They gave her up so she can be a Jedi, and then they hid her in order to keep her safe. And it was just that I just made that up, and that would have been much better than definitely what we got, which was nada. We got nothing back, and a lot of loose ends. Masked Minotaur, just a huge loose end. All this stuff she promised she was going to tell, and basically she's out of the story for a lot of this. Like, she's not even a main character.
She seemed like an important character at first.
Yes, and she's gone, and it's like, what? Wait a minute. At least even like kill her off if you were gonna make her like, she's just some lady that knows like everything about the Jedis and Luke Skywalker that's just disappears. I was like, wow, maybe she's going to reveal she's like the new Yoda and something.
Well, and you start to see the J.J. Abrams mystery box problem.
Yes, the mystery
in
box.
retrospect, where you see how he comes up with something interesting and then punts.
Yeah.
Punts, and then you find out there's nothing there, and that happened here. He punted on all this stuff, and then nobody tied it up. And I heard a great analysis that I think is a correct analysis. The problem with the prequels was it was so artificial with the CGI that the acting was a little wooden, and there was some a lack of practical effects. So I heard this, and here's how the analysis goes, and I like this. The Force Awakens was anti-prequel. It wasn't heavy on CGI. It was a return to practical effects.
Yes.
There was some good chemistry with the actors and actresses in Force Awakens at first. There was some Poe and Finn that was good.
Yes.
There was, Daisy Ridley and Finn that was good.
Mm-hmm.
Han worked. I accepted where he was at, even though I disagree with it. I could accept it.
Yeah, me too.
So there seemed to be a return to form in the sense that this wasn't the prequels. This is real actors with real people and real sets. And then Last Jedi was anti-Force Awakens.
Yes.
Right? So it turned against, it literally said, no, you don't have important parents. Luke isn't that great. He's going to reject the lightsaber. All of this, the Jedi must die, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, whiplash. And then Rise of Skywalker was anti-Last Jedi.
Yes. Yes.
So you have anti-prequel, anti-Force Awakens, anti-Last Jedi to get nothing in the end.
Mm-hmm.
And I also heard there was supposed to be a scene with Rey at the end when she's fighting Palpatine, where Qui-Gon Jinn, Liam Neeson shows up as a Force ghost, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, Luke Skywalker, Yoda, all these guys show up as Force ghosts to help her, and she defeats her. And Kathleen Kennedy said, no, Rey needs to do it on her own. And I'm like, wrong. That would have been a good, you're not just telling a story, you're telling the final chapter of a third trilogy.
Yes.
So you're not just wrapping up the sequel trilogy, you're wrapping up 9 films with this scene.
Mm-hmm.
And she stripped out all the stuff from the old films and left her stuff in there. And it just wasn't that good. It wasn't that interesting on its own.
Yeah. And this like anything old Star Wars is just part of the problem. Well, poor Rey.
Yeah, and by the way, just to be upfront, just to be clear, I'm a big fan of Daisy Ridley.
Yeah, she's great.
I thought she looked iconic in Force Awakens in her new uniform. I thought she had the look, she had the charisma. There was something there. and I blame the storyteller. They blew it with her. They squandered
Yeah.
her with their lack of understanding of stories, characters, Star Wars.
Star Wars.
They missed on all fronts.
Yes, the lack of understanding of Star Wars is I think one of the biggest thing, but also story structure.
Yeah.
Because this should have been a doozy. It really should have been.
Well, and the mentor, the wise guide from the
Mhm.
hero's journey, that's archetypal for a reason. Because for you to become really good at something, you need to be taught.
Hmm.
So it's anti-archetypal to not need to be taught anything and to be better than everyone who is taught. It's just anti-archetypal. Like, remember
Yeah.
Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon?
Yes.
So there's one with a heroine who is great at her sacred fire is kung fu. Everyone who sees it is mesmerized by her because she's so good at it. And she beats her mentor. And her mentor is like, how did you know that move? Her mentor, and they explain it. Her mentor was illiterate. She learned kung fu by looking at the pictures, but the aristocratic, literate daughter, who was her mentor, could read, and so she exceeded them. So they actually explained it. That's one way you could do something like that.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is a great story about a heroine who gets off on the wrong path and then redeems herself at the end.
Yes. Yes. Very excellent movie. Excellent movie. And that there isn't really much more we can say, but again, it has nothing to do personally with I think also anybody who likes the sequels.
I don't get mad at anybody unless they start attacking me.
Yeah.
If they start making fun of the older fans or name call, then I get a little bit more touchy about it. But if I meet someone, they're like, I love the sequel trilogy, I'll be like, great, awesome.
Yeah. I also would love to, if anybody is a big fan of the sequels, just tell us in the comments or in the chat exactly, your feelings about, what are some things that you love about it? Because I do love when people adore things that maybe I can't see or because you get different perspectives on things, and I do know that some younger kids do like Rey as a character. I'm not sure if they like the sequel movies as much, but they for sure the character looks great, and so
she did, especially in the first film. I think she got progressively less and less interesting looking, like not her face, like the way they dressed her. It was very basic, but she looked great in that first film. I thought so too. There was a Star Warsy it factor that she had, and God, it's almost hard to believe how bad they blew it.
Yeah.
But what are you going to do?
Yeah. What can you do? And that was the last topic that I wanted to go in relations to the Heroine'S Labyrinth. And again,
that's another criticism with Rey, real quick. That doesn't a lot. They sometimes say like the male fan base hates female characters. Dude, I literally just wrote a book on heroines. Like, I love female centric. I love hero. I don't like Rey, but I love heroine. I love heroines. I just don't like Rey.
Yeah. And I think there are some stories where you that we're all impartial to. They're just characters that we connect to, and so when there isn't that connection, you just kind of like just wonder what happened there. What you had me with all of the other accoutrement, right, to the film, and yet you weren't able to get me like how I feel about Ahsoka. Definitely there was so much potential, but for me it just didn't work. And I know there are lots and lots of people out there who love Ahsoka and love the show. They love the show.
I liked one episode and I loved it at a high level. Like, I wrote a blog about it. Like, I thought we were.
I know which one.
Yeah. I mean, I thought we were back. I thought they had something going there, and you guys warned me that there wasn't any that don't don't get your hopes up too much, and it just went nowhere. Like, the next episode, I was like,
what
are we doing? We're back to this? Like, what happened to the Anakin and the Force? And like, what happened here?
Bring him back. Bring Anakin back.
Yeah, and then they're like on this other planet, and Thrawn has a zombie stormtrooper. I was like, but I was like, man, we are way off track in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, it was cool, but and it was interesting. Some of it was hilarious. I had fun with it, but it's not really like the best stuff ever.
Yeah, that's a shame because I'm a huge Ahsoka Tano fan. I loved her in the Clone Wars.
Oh, yeah,
Huge.
yeah.
She's one of my. I made a YouTube video gushing over how great of a heroine she is. I'm like, she's the greatest heroine in Star Wars.
Mhm.
And I lay out for 14 minutes. I lay out my whole case on Ahsoka Tano and her storylines and why she deserves to be up there at the top and everything. So when this live action show was nominated, I was like, oh yeah. And then I watched it. I was like, man, she's not doing a lot on screen.
Yeah. She's doing this.
A lot of, so yeah, they almost like they didn't know what to do with her there. But there is going to be an Ahsoka season 2.
Yeah, I will watch it.
Yeah,
I'll watch it. You know,
get it right.
yeah.
Shows can correct.
Yes.
Stranger Things got weird, and then I haven't seen season 4, but I heard it's fantastic.
Oh, okay. I should check that out. And yeah, like The Mandalorian, it started out great and then went weird, but I'm hoping something gives later on. But thank you so much for joining me today, Douglas. You're just incredible. Your knowledge of movies is vast, and how they're applying to the Heroine's Labyrinth is just really jazzing me up for like looking further into like, okay, where is it over here? Is it in this movie? It'll be just great, and I can't wait for my audience to like hear all of this and just absorb it all and let me know like what where they see the Heroine's Labyrinth in any movie that you've seen that we haven't discussed. That would be great. That would be so great.
And I'll be happy to do a Q&A or like you said, if we want to grab one movie and just kind of crawl through one movie and see it.
Yeah, I think
we
so.
can explore for the Heroine's Labyrinth and then just for the love of the movie too,
Oh, sure, yes. And yeah, definitely I will let you pick the movie because that will be really good. And then I'll let you just go crazy on it.
That's awesome.
All right, LB. See you guys next time.
All right, everybody. See you later.
Hey guys, I'm so glad that you guys got a chance to see that. I know it's 5 hours. I know. And I'm gonna make this really short and sweet. More things are coming on the 6th of June. Douglas has been scheduled to come back and do a Q&A. And thank you so much, Doug, for staying in the chat for as long as you have been in there, and everybody who has stayed with the chat and hung out with us today. If you are one of the latecomers, please go back to the beginning and just watch the at least watch the description that Doug gives about the archetypes. There are these archetypes are definitely a big part of identifying where you're going to see the Heroine's Labyrinth in stories. So please look at that. Also, I want to make sure to put in here Doug's website, and on Doug's website you have access to the book and a whole bunch of stuff. Let me just put that in there. Just want to make sure that that you have access to Doug. And any YouTubers that are watching this, do consider grabbing Doug and asking him if he wants to be on your channel for an interview to talk about his theory, because this is really wonderful. I really hope a lot of people do take off and we can have a really big conversation about this, because it's really powerful and great. it's blowing my mind, and it is also, I hope, you know, that it is something that I plan on using for my writing in the future. So this is really great. Great stuff. Great stuff. Let's see. I'm gonna hit the comments. Like, oh, this was 5 hours. Yikes! Sorry about that. But yes, I think I'm not sure if you caught all of it, but definitely, I definitely want you to see the beginning because I think you'll love the ideas in the beginning of the talk. And Putin's cat, you've been with us since the beginning. My goodness. So I appreciate your tenacity and hanging in there with us all night. And let's see what else. Mm, and I want to say thank you to everybody from Heath's channel, the Table Talk channel that came to visit. No, most notably, Sable Phoenix and James Bacon. So glad you guys were able to come by and say hi to us and hang out for a while. You guys definitely um, uh, hung out with us for a good while. And let's see, there you see. And yes, there you are, James Bacon. And Stable Phoenix says, "Dude, 5 hours is child's play." That's a regular table talk. Yes, table talk. These guys are hardcore, and I love it. I'm really down for it because they have some of the best conversations. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you, Thomas, Moonbeam, Amy Jo. Just really great that you guys have been hanging out in there. Gary Carpenter, thank you for coming back. And let's see what else. And Gary says, time flies when you're having fun. Oh, thank you so much. You're just really awesome. And oh, Amy Jo says, no, I never realized it was that long. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You guys are just great. You guys are just amazing. And Douglas says, but your chat is awesome. Oh yeah, just just some of the smartest people there, and just so much information, and I can't keep up with them. I just can't. And so kind, so nice, and so sweet. And I'm just blessed. I'm really blessed. And Douglas says, you have a great community that you've built here. Thank you so much. And also thank you for Lance at the Outcast Creative for stopping by for a little bit. And guys, I am going to play my customary outro video, which is about 3 minutes long. Anything else I wanted to add? Also, if you are, one of those people that have an issue with reading books, let's see. We do have an Audible link for you. Let me see if I can find it. Just so we can have everyone can have access to your book. An Audible link here for you guys. And we're going to attempt something really interesting because next Saturday, I'm going to be doing a watch party for Amadeus, as we had a really intense bit of chatting about it today. And I'm trying to, okay, so we'll have to find the right one. I know that there is a copy of it on Netflix, which is going to be really available for a lot of people. I have a copy, but it's the director's edition, and I don't a director's a cut, but I don't know if there's something special you have to do in order to get the theatrical. So let me know if there's anything that you guys find out about it. But I'm hoping my friend Lorena Creole is gonna definitely be joining us according to our our arrangement. She said she would do it, and I'm hoping that Doug will be able to come on as well if he has time, and talk to us about it. And we'll apply some of the knowledge we know today, and while we're watching that movie, and also we'll just examine it to to the gods if we can. And oh 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 Douglas says there's no audio book yet. Oh, wow. Okay, so I did have a link for you for Audible. That's interesting. Um, okay. And let's see. Link. I linked the director's cut is the only available cut right now anywhere. Oh. Okay, well, I hope that I hope that's not too bad. That's not too bad for you. But Douglas says, "I'm so down for Amadeus. Not for the Heroine's Labyrinth. There's an audiobook for far. Oh, for Faraway Land. Oh, okay. Well, guys, yes, that's actually really good because Doug has written another book as well called Faraway Land, where he does apply the Heroine's Labyrinth in that book, and you can get the audio book from the link that I put in the chat. Thank you. Yeah, now it's all coming together. I meant to mention that book earlier today, but I completely forgot. It was, but thank you. That's why all things worked out really well. And Amy just says Shrek 2 was fun. Yes, I did do a watch party with Lorena yesterday for Shrek 2, and that was so much fun. Oh my god, that movie. I'm gonna have to get into my my DreamWorks era where I can start to begin to watch a lot more DreamWorks movies. So this is gonna be great. All right, guys. I'm gonna play my outro video, in which you have about 3-4 minutes where you can write anything you want as an outro. And I will, without further ado, I will bid you adieu and have a great night. Take care of yourselves. Bye.
Retro Nerd Girl, you are clear for takeoff.